Thank you very much. You may now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. As we get started, I will invite Jane Biaruhanga, who is our Manager for Environmental Affairs at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to come and take us through a safety briefing and housekeeping rules from the Kampala Serena Hotel as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Keba Emmanuel, Protective Services Officer, Kampala Serena Hotel. I'm here to take you through a security brief. Our dear guests, I welcome you all to Kampala Serena Hotel and in Victoria Hall. Victoria Hall is in the ground floor of the conference center building, and Victoria Hall has washrooms just outside the entry door, but before the security checkpoint. Gents take steps down to the basement, and then ladies on the left-hand side is still down to the basement. And also when you are in the first floor, still there are washrooms there. You don't need to walk down again to the basement. You will find them there. I have to assure you, our dear guests, that Kampala Serena is very safe. This event was declared safe by the Uganda police, and we have Pinnacle Security on ground. They are handling the security part of it hand in hand. So feel at.
So I'll start with a small video to take you through where we are. Please be attentive, because it indicates that we should not leave anything that is about safety unturned. So we should never walk past any unsafe act within our operations. So the video playing today.
Zach, come on, hurry up. We got to get this fixed.
So during most operations, specifically this was for
So
electrical installation,
Don't worry about that.
we are supposed to tag off or close off a system and tag it back on.
Come on. Okay.
So here the gentleman had requested that they tag off, and the supervisor had said no, we work without it. So he had second thoughts and thought about the family and the young man's wife in case he actually lost his life, because he didn't want them to tag off the system so that they can work safely.
Hey, Brandon and Zach, we need to lock and tag out every time. There's a safer way to do this. We all want to go home safe tonight, so let's go lock it out.
So he thought about it, and then came back, and they all supposed to tag on. So they put padlocks so that in case any other person comes, cannot open just one padlock. So after the safe work of the operation, each of them is meant to come and open it, and everyone will be safe. So do not walk past an unsafe act, because you're not putting the lives of the workers or employees in jeopardy, but also their families. So in the industry we are in, we actually have a number of inherent hazards that come within the sector. And these sometimes are flammable, sometimes we have toxic, we are working in hazardous places. So we always encourage that we are looking at the risks, and these involve the people themselves. People come first, especially in the safety working environment. We'll need to look at the processes, the products we use, and also the materials that are used. When we have a poor safety culture in the sector, regardless of which operation, I know most of us here are contractors, subcontractors, the IOCs, and operators. The poor safety culture will lead to increased injuries and fatalities, which is not something we need. But also a lot of litigation will come also after that, and that is a high cost. Will lead to higher insurance premiums, but above all, low productivity within our operations. It will also have a very bad damaged reputation for the sector and also increasing in our work turnover, yet this is not what we desire. As we are here, when we are operating, especially construction, we've seen many buildings in and around the country where they actually use timber, eucalyptus poles during construction at heights, but would encourage in the sector to actually use the proper scaffolds. And this will help us, our people, to be safe while working at heights, but also the equipment that we use, it needs to be fit for purpose so that we do not use ropes on excavators, which are actually very weak, but we should use those that are safe to purpose. And our shared vision within the oil and gas sector is to ensure we have a healthy team, a healthy environment, so that we are all healthy. So with that, we encourage a positive safety culture where we shall have a proper quality health, safety, and environment management system implementation. And this requires leadership and commitment. I believe most of us here are leaders in our various organizations, so we need leadership and commitment. We need to have proper risk management undertaken regularly, incident analysis whenever an incident happens so that you find the root cause and you don't have to, the incident doesn't have to occur again. Emergency preparedness, health and hygiene management. We need to do regular audits and continuous improvement of our operations, regular training of all our employees, and the safe systems of work that we should put in place. We need to always have our operations and maintain them every time. And above all, we need also to ensure that our land transportation is well managed. Thank you so much. We encourage you to stay safe, work safe, live safe, and be safe.
Thank you very much, Jen. And indeed, in this sector, safety is of the utmost importance. Honorable Minister, you're in a room with some very important people, not as important as you in some case, but for the future of this country, they carry a lot of prominence. Before you are some policymakers, industry associations, major international and national petroleum mining and service companies. We have some suppliers, we have representatives from the government and civil society, as well as different people from over 50 petroleum and mining producing countries around the world in some form or shape. We are also live on YouTube on the Petroleum Authority of Uganda page. And we are gathered over the next 2 days to talk about how we can create lasting value by enhancing national participation with the sole purpose of accelerating Uganda's socio-economic growth. Sounds like a mouthful. If you want to put it in very plain English, I think the idea is how do we ensure, Honorable Minister, that every Ugandan can be able to benefit from some oil money. As you have heard, for many years we've been talking about this, and now we are at the stage where this is the reality, and the idea is to have discussions about how we can ensure that every Ugandan gets to participate in this and benefit from it. And so over the next 2 days, we will be having a lot of discussions to raise awareness about opportunities that are existing in the oil and gas sector in Uganda. There will be lots of discussions around the issues surrounding the environment and what we do with social governance in the sector, as well as, of course, the issue around the money, which is the crux of the matter. How do we make the most money out of this, not only for the people in the sector, but also for the average Ugandan to be able to participate? What information do they need? What do they do with it? Where do they go? Who do they talk to? All of that over the next 2 days. As we get started, though, it is my singular honor to invite our host for today, Madam Minister. He is a very energetic individual. He belies his age. I think I saw him running once and he was faster than me, and I was embarrassed trying to keep up with him and not able to do that. Our Executive Director at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Engineer Dr. Ernest Rubondo as he comes to welcome you to this National Content Conference officially.
Thank you, MC, for those very kind words. Indeed, I had to leave you on the track. Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, honorable members of Parliament who are here, sponsors of this conference, captains of the oil and gas industry, colleagues in the ministries, departments, and agencies of government, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely excited to welcome you to the 3rd Annual Petroleum Conference organized by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And I would like to start by thanking you all for accepting the invitation to attend this conference. Your presence at this event, both of you who are here physically and those who are following virtually, is very exciting to the authority, and we are looking forward, and I must say with a lot of expectations, to the engagements and the interactions that we're going to have together over the next 2 days. If I take you back a little bit, the first National Content Conference organized by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda was held on the 8th of February 2019, and it had the theme, Sharing Experiences in Supplying the Oil and Gas Sector. The second conference was held between the 17th and 18th of March in 2020, and the theme was linkages between the oil and gas and other sectors of Uganda's economy. We remember that conference because it ended on the 18th of March 2020, and on the evening of that day, His Excellency the President of Uganda announced closing of the economy due to COVID-19. So in common speech here, they would probably call it surviving by the whisker. And in Uganda, they usually say something like, akarebwerebwe. You have been on the edge, you have just survived. So as we went through the conference, we were in that kind of status, but we're glad that it happened. It was a very successful conference though. Of course, it was not possible to hold this conference during 2021 due to the circumstances which were brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this 3rd conference is being held over the next 2 days and has the theme, Creating Lasting Value through Enhanced National Participation to Accelerate Uganda's Socio-Economic Transformation. A mouthful indeed, as the MC has said, but an ambitious theme, especially because it combines the aspects of the first conference and also the aspect of the second conference, and it goes even beyond by including an aspect about Uganda's socio-economic transformation. So the theme is indeed ambitious. We are very glad that it has been possible to once again come together to share experiences and thoughts about this very important subject of the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in the country's growing oil and gas sector. Growing very fast, I must say. This conference is being held almost 5 months after Total Energies Exploration Uganda, Sinok Uganda Limited, and the Uganda National Oil Company, which are some of the companies which are licensed to undertake petroleum exploration and production in the country, together with Total Energies East Africa Midstream and the Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, having announced the final investment decision for Uganda's oil and gas projects. The announcement of this decision was very important in Uganda's journey towards producing oil, but very importantly, it has led to a very significant increase in the activities in the country's oil and gas sector. And I trust that all of you who are in this room will bear testimony to this. The attendance at this conference and the support which the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has received for holding this conference are a very clear testimony of the increase in these activities. These activities are having a very noticeable. Those days some people would say, but where, what, how can I participate? But now the activities are having a very noticeable and very definitely a very desirable increase in the investment, employment, and opportunities for provision of goods and services in our country, Uganda. As an example, investment in the country's oil and gas sector was $180 million in the year 2020. In the year 2021, it was United States dollars 500 million. That's last year. And it is projected to be 3 billion United States dollars this year in one sector, oil and gas. Now, the largest investment the country has received so far in 1 year, all sectors put together, is about 1 billion United States dollars. So you have a sector that is now bringing in $3 billion in 1 year. Next year, the investment is expected to be between $3.5 to $4 billion. And the year after, 2024, the investment is expected to be $3 billion, about $3 billion. Now, in addition, during 2020, Ugandan companies were awarded contracts worth $10.7 million in the country's oil and gas sector. In the year 2021, the value of contracts awarded to Ugandan companies in the sector increased to $200 million. This is almost 20 times increase over 1 year. The value of contracts to be awarded to Ugandan companies during this year, 2022, is expected to be in excess of United States dollars 1 billion. This is 5 times more than the value of the contracts that were awarded last year. The growth in the numbers for employment and in the opportunities for providing goods and services in the sector are going to be discussed during the subsequent presentations in this conference, but they are equally exciting. Honorable Minister and distinguished participants, the 3rd Annual National Content Conference is therefore being held at a very, very, very opportune time when the country is witnessing the opening up of opportunities for Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises at a scale that has not been witnessed in the country before. This is why the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has had the courage to adopt such an ambitious theme for the conference this year. The presentations at this conference will include aspects related to the ongoing and the upcoming opportunities in the Tilenga, Kingfisher, and the East African crude oil pipeline. I will not describe these projects because they are going to be described subsequently. The presentations will also include the linkages between the oil and gas and other sectors of the economy, aspects of environment and social governance, aspects of contract financing, together with aspects of taxation in the oil and gas industry. The licensed oil companies, their major contractors, together with other Ugandan companies which are supplying goods and services in the country's oil and gas industry, will also share their experiences during this conference. There are some people who came to me and said, we only had a conference about national content less than 2 months ago. What should we expect to hear in this conference also on national content in the oil and gas sector? And I told them that the oil and gas sector in the country is moving so fast that don't be surprised if the information you receive today is going to be different from the information you received 2 months ago. And that is a fact, because when I sit on my desk, I can see I think this word acceleration is called the rate of change of. I can see the rate of change of the developments in the oil and gas sector. And every 2 months, after 2 months, certainly you have a different situation. So, distinguished participants, please don't have anxiety. You'll be sure that there are going to be, there's a lot of information that is coming your way that was not there last time. This conference, as you note from the program, is a true partnership between the public and private sector. And we've been told in the past that, you know, ED, when you stand up on the podium, we have an expectation of what you're going to say. Therefore, it is always nice if other players also have an opportunity to share with us their feelings of the oil and gas sector. So I'm very delighted that in this presentation, over 2/3 of the presentations are going to be by the private sector. We have a total of about 41 presentations. Only 10 of them are from the public sector, and 30 of them are going to be from our very good partners in the private sector. So this is truly a conference which demonstrates the leadership of the private sector in getting business done in Uganda's oil and gas sector. The licensed companies, oil companies, their contractors and subcontractors, together with individuals, are making a lot of effort to study the markets in this country. And they are also studying the opportunities which have been brought into the country by the oil and gas industry, with a view to enhance national participation. I can assure you that all these companies are also eager to get national participation because of the direction that government has given in this regard. These efforts are already yielding very admirable results, and more of these results are expected as the industry continues to grow in the country. Uganda's benefits from the oil and gas sector can be increased from the ones we know. And the ones we know are the revenues which are generated, which will be generated when the country starts selling crude. We also know that the participation of Ugandans, national content, is a benefit. But these two benefits, you can have an added benefit. And this one is how the oil and gas sector relates to other sectors of the country's economy. The definition of this relationship and implementation of evidence-based linkages between the oil and gas sector and other sectors of the country's economy presents an enormous opportunity, and this opportunity still needs to be fully recognized and subsequently realized. So we are not yet fully realizing this because we also haven't fully recognized it yet. This is an area that the Petroleum Authority suspects could be even more valuable than the participation of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector. I trust that this conference will enable the sharing of information which is required to enhance the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in the country's oil and gas industry and beyond, but also to recognize the very important benefits that can accrue from linking the oil and gas sector to other sectors of the country's economy. Honorable Minister, the organization of this conference has been very strongly supported by stakeholders from both public and private sectors. This working together has represented the very true spirit of a public-private partnership. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is therefore very grateful to all the stakeholders for the tremendous support, the good working relationship, and the understanding that have led to the holding of this conference. I trust that we will all find this conference very rewarding and hope that the information received, together with the networks established during this event, will enhance the contribution of the oil and gas sector to Uganda's accelerated socio-economic development. Finally, it's my pleasure to invite you, Honorable Minister, to address and also open the 3rd Annual National Content Conference. Please join me, distinguished participants, in welcoming Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa Sentam, our Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Edie. Honorable members of Parliament present, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic corps here present, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary Treasury, my Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the Board and Management of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the ED, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, our dear sponsors to this conference, partners from the oil and gas industry, distinguished participants, all well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's my great honor and pleasure to be part of this third annual National Content Conference 2022. Under the theme, Creating Lasting Value through Enhanced National Participation to Accelerate Uganda's Socio-Economic Transformation. I want to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for organizing this very important conference at this time when positive developments are happening in the oil and gas sector, and many Ugandans are yearning for information and business opportunities. I believe this conference will act as an additional stimulus to awaken Ugandans to maximize local participation in the sector. I am aware that several fora and conferences like this in the recent past have been organized in the oil and gas industry. This is a sign that efforts are being made by the sector to disseminate information to Ugandans to ensure that they benefit from oil and gas activities as we promote participation of Ugandans. Let me hope that the information acquired through this kind of fora will build business synergies and increase local participation in the sector. I always remind ourselves whenever I travel. I've just come back from Brussels where I've been having the African Energy Forum. I was accompanied by the chair of the board of Petroleum Authority. And I always reminded participants that we are obliged to end poverty by 2030, and that is SDG goal number 1. Because recently, there is a tendency of enhancing one goal, goal 7, and suppressing other goals. So the theme today is reminding us that we are looking at this sector as one of the key sectors that is going to help Uganda end poverty, as stipulated by SDG 1. Of course, I also talk about the special fund that was created, the Petroleum Fund, whose money is not going to be for consumption. Money for petroleum is supposed to be utilized to develop infrastructure. And I know that from the infrastructure, like transmission lines, for example, roads, railway, is a key factor in fighting poverty. So I want to congratulate you for having thought about this very important theme at this time. It has been timely. So ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's oil and gas industry has generally transitioned from the exploration and appraisal phases to the development stage leading to production. The oil and gas sector has been prioritized among the sectors with the greatest multiplier effect on the economy, as detailed in the National Development Plan 3. The other sectors include tourism, agriculture, and human capital development. Early this year, the country's oil and gas projects received a green light from our partners and developers when the final investment decision was announced on the 1st of February at Kololo. This was for Tilenga, Kingfisher, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, and I want to thank them very much. Work on the ground has commenced vigorously and it is continuing steadily. The final investment decision is expected to usher in an investment of approximately $15 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. These developments are a vote of confidence in the profitability of the sector. This investment presents opportunities for the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in the country's oil and gas sector. The government, as government, we are interested in having Ugandans retain as much as possible out of this significant investment. Therefore, this third National Content Conference comes at the right time when decisions on how value from the oil and gas activities can continue to be retained in the economy. It is important that the strategies to enhance value retention are concretized to ensure that the oil and gas sector transforms the social and economic lives of Ugandans. And at this conference, I know that various presentations will be made highlighting the upcoming opportunities with key major contractors and subcontractors of the major key projects. And this includes the Tilenga and Kingfisher development area projects, as well as the East African crude oil project. Ugandan companies such as MSL, Logistics, Butter Projects Uganda, Excel Constructions, among others, will also share their experiences at this conference. And I'm hopeful that participants will benefit from these presentations. The development in national content, which we celebrate as a country, is a result of government's deliberate effort in prioritizing participation of Ugandans in this sector. The first effort was the development of the National Oil and Gas Policy in 2008, which clearly set out the policy direction for the national participation. These policy's principles were enacted in the upstream and midstream laws of 2013 and attendant regulations of 2016. And in 2018, government put in place the local content policy for the oil and gas industry in Uganda, which aims at increasing the participation of Ugandan citizens and enterprises in oil and gas industry from 28% by then to 80% by 2040. Ladies and gentlemen, the approach on national content has further been clearly and precisely articulated in the local content policy of 2018. And through this policy, government has made commitments to support participation of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector through the following efforts. 1, build the capacities of Ugandan human resources in the oil and gas industry, promote employment of Ugandan citizens and enterprises in the oil and gas industry, develop the competitiveness of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises as suppliers and joint venture partners. 4, increase the use of locally produced and available goods and services by the oil and gas industries. And 5, promote in-country research and development and technology transfer to Ugandans. So implementation of the policy is ongoing, And government is rolling out an aggressive strategy of ensuring that all the facets of the policy are taken forward as the country progresses into development and oil production. Therefore, as stakeholders, you have roles to play in the implementation of the above policy, and at the same time, support government in ensuring that we achieve a vibrant sector together. Government is committed to ensuring that the goal of the local content policy of increasing the participation of Ugandan citizens and enterprises in the oil and gas industry to 80% local content by 2040 is achieved through the ongoing development activities. Experience from oil production countries across the world show that for the extractive sector to spur inclusive growth, deliberate effort must be made to ensure that the benefits reach a wider population. Discussions with the key players in the various sectors are ongoing to create roadmaps on how these benefits can be achieved. The third National Content Conference is one of the various activities where detailed discussions on how this goal can be achieved will be held. I would also like to note that whereas the oil and gas sector is highly specialized, Uganda's approach to build the capacity of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises to benefit from the sector, and these efforts have been ongoing. I would therefore like to encourage Ugandan business enterprises to harness the opportunities presented by the oil and gas sector and accordingly build the capacity to participate not only in the oil and gas sector, but also in other sectors in the economy. Allow me to thank His Excellency the President of Uganda, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tebohaburwa, for his leadership and insistence on capacity building for Ugandans that has facilitated progress of the oil and gas sector and growth in national content. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to thank our partners, the international oil companies, Total Energies, Sinok Uganda Limited, Armour Energy Limited, and Oriental Petroleum, as well as the Uganda National Oil Company, our own baby, for the ongoing development works that have created opportunities for Uganda. I've been encouraging people to visit and have a look at what is happening at Tilenga. Go to Kingfisher. Have a look at the roads that government has constructed down the escarpment into the Rift Valley, all tarmacked. The activities that are taking place at Tilenga, you will just see thousands of people, Ugandans, employed. And many of Ugandan people have not visited. So I encourage them to visit, and I want to thank our partners so much. Please open up for people to come. Recently, I addressed the House of Bishops in Kabale, all the bishops, and I promised them that they will be facilitated to come and see. Because, of course, you know, the activists who are opposing our developments are targeting religious institutions because they have opportunities of interfacing with people, with their followers, every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday. So they use that to mislead people. So thank you so much, Total Energies. Thank you so much, Sinok. Thank you so much, our partners. You are stuck on the ground, and there is a lot to be seen on the ground. Thank you, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. You are hanging in there. You are showing the world that we are not retrieving, no surrender. We have to see our oil off the ground by June 2020. 2025. And we have to refine part of our oil. So the refinery has to be up and running by 2026, 27. And all that is intended to fight poverty in Uganda. We want Ugandan people to enjoy. We want to end diseases because we are expecting a lot of money. So I sincerely talk with passion because I appreciate the work that has been done so far. I stand with pride and I defend the development in my country. So with these few remarks, I want to use this honored opportunity to declare the third National Content Conference open. And I want to thank you all for your kind attention. May God bless you. Fruitful deliberations, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I'll ask you to stay on the stage for just 1 minute. We want to take a quick picture to declare, to show that we have opened. We have to show accountability. You know how these things are. So I'll ask the ED to join us. I'll ask our board chair, Dr. Jen, and our board member, Madam Birobano, to please come as well. I'll also ask our heads of the energy companies and our partners and sponsors to come. Let's do a group photo together before we go to the next presentation. We want to do this now when we have a chance. If you can, I can have someone help me move the podium for a minute so we can just take a quick photo. As we do that, I want to say a big thank you to our partners as they come. Stanbic Bank, of course, thank you so much for being our partners, as well as Total Energies, ECOP, Housing Finance, Living Earth Uganda, McDermott, Wally, we've got Enoch, ICS, MSL, Q Sourcing, Savtech, Atacama Consulting, Three Ways Shipping Services, Equity Bank, of course, GCC Services, COSL, NEC, we've got City Ambulance, New Plan, CPEC or CPECC, Motor Angel as well. Please squeeze in, make sure we get you in the picture with the Honorable Minister so we can officially declare our third annual National Content Conference open. Don't worry, the camera has a wide lens. They'll be able to capture you. Make sure you're smiling. The picture is 40 megapixels, so you can zoom in even if it looks a bit too small. Don't worry. You look right at the front. There's a camera right here in front of you. And this is our official photographer. As soon as you see a thumbs up from the cameraman, then you know that he has got the right picture that has no need for Photoshop. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I know that for Honorable Nankabirwa being in the Ministry of Energy is not an accident. I am reliably informed that you are a geologist by passion, just like our ED. And so the passion does come through. And as you have heard, both our ED and the Minister say, it's shocking when you look at the numbers that we're looking at. The fact that you will have, and I think ED said $3 billion as an investment at some point in the next 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, represents a really big figure. If you look back maybe just about 5 years or so, you will discover that $3 billion would have covered Uganda's entire recurrent expenditure. So for that to be able to come through one sector in 1 year definitely shows that it's going to make a big difference. And the whole idea, Madam Minister, is that we want every single Ugandan to have an opportunity to take part in this blessing that we have received. How does a small girl from Bamusuta end up being able to have access to the sort of blessing that Uganda has as a country. And so we look forward to that. And the next 2 days, we're going to have these discussions to make sure that that happens in the best way possible. We want to make this as engaging and interactive as possible, and we're using Slido. For any questions you might have, please do share those, and we'll make sure throughout the rest of the 2 days, those are taken care of. Right now, Madam Minister, I'm going to invite someone to come and tell us a little bit about the progress that we have made. You are, of course, very familiar with this, but for the benefit of the rest of our guests and our online audience on YouTube, I'm going to ask Penina Ahebwa, who is our Director for Technical Support Services at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and she's going to come and tell us a little bit about the progress that we are making in terms of the national content in the oil and gas sector. Please give Penina a big, big hand clap as she comes.
The Honorable Minister, Honorable Members of Parliament that are here, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors present, EDs and CEOs of government agencies, EDs and CEOs of the oil companies and the service companies present, all protocol observed. My name is Penina Ahebwa, as introduced, and I work as the Director Technical Support Services with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Under that function, I'm privileged to look after aspects to do with costs, participation of Ugandans, and the economic and financial aspects of the industry. I have been asked or guided by the ED to speak about how far we have gone in terms of achievements as a country, in terms of national content in the oil and gas industry. And the objective is mainly to give you more confidence that the systems are in place and they're actually working. And so if you do your part, you will actually be able to benefit from the benefits that are coming from the development phase. So I'll briefly talk about the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, a few things that have been touched, that have not been touched, and then I'll go into slightly, briefly, on the magnitude of the project, because that is the driver of the discussion today, and then go into the achievements and the forward plans. We are happy to hear from you in terms of the forward plans, if there's something that you think we are missing out. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda, established by an Act of Parliament way back in 2013, exists to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency globally. Through regulating and monitoring the petroleum sector in a way that it creates lasting value for society, Ugandan society, and contributes to Uganda being a sound investment destination. We have been in existence for more than 5 years now, and we have executed 2 strategic plans. We are on our second one. In the second strategic plan, our key strategic priorities include ensuring efficient production and utilization of our resources, contributing to strengthening the legal, policy, regulatory, and institutional frameworks for the industry, enhancing the opportunities and ensuring we maximize national content in the industry, and contributing to attracting private investment in the sector, but also looking after the quality, health, safety, security, social and environment aspects of the industry. And so in line with our mandate, but also our ambitions, these are the key regulatory areas that we are focusing on. One of them is resource management, commercialization, because once you have found the resources, you have to bring them out so they can be utilized and they benefit the country. Cost monitoring, as you know, we run a production sharing regime, and so if you do not manage these costs, all the value could actually be eroded in the course. Petroleum data management, safety, social environment management, national participation and stakeholder engagement. The reason we are here is mainly because of numbers 6 and 7, national participation and stakeholder engagement. We want to move together as we drive the sector. Now, I'll talk about briefly, because industry will talk about these in more detail, but to drive my point home, I want to touch the magnitude of the projects, because like I said at the beginning, these are the drivers of the discussion for today. The projects are divided mainly into 4, and I'll start with the Tilenga project, which has close to 10 fields, 7 principal ones and 3 that will come along the way. These are located north of Lake Albert, as you can see, and the technical capital expenditure is estimated around 6 billion. The next major project is the Kingfisher project, located within the Kaiso-Tonya-Buhuka area, with an estimated technical capex of around 2 billion. It also has around, I think, 7 fields. No, 1 + 3 fields in there. Our third main project, as you know, is the ECOP, which is close to 4 billion in terms of technical capex or capital expenditure. And then the fourth is the refinery, which is going to be our major legacy project as a country out of these oil and gas operations that we have. And it is estimated at a technical capex of 4 billion. So in total, this is value slightly over 15 billion that is coming into this country in a space of not more than 5 years, something that has not happened before in the past. If I recall, the ED also touched that. So in summary, the activities that are being regulated by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda are across the value chain. On the upstream, we have projects under exploration, the new exploration projects that are ongoing by AMA and Oranto, and then we are eagerly waiting for the minister to complete the second licensing round so we can also regulate those companies that are coming on board through the second licensing round. Under the development projects, just a little bit more technical detail. The Tilenga project, which is our biggest, like I said, going to produce at peak at 190,000 barrels per day on using 426 wells on 31 well pads, and it involves a 95-kilometer, 24-inch feeder pipeline. In addition, on the Tilenga side, slightly smaller, estimated to produce at 40,000 barrels per day at peak, which may be 3 to 4 years in terms of peak production, and will produce using 31 plus 20 wells over 4 plus 3 well pads. And it also involves a smaller feeder pipeline, 46 kilometers, 12 inches. Again, just to describe a little bit more in terms of the magnitude of the projects we have. Like I said, they are over 4 years, the construction period. They will involve construction of 5 new camps and upgrading of 3 old ones. This means a lot, especially for those that are into catering and supply of the necessary requirements for workers living in the camps. The estimated packs in these camps is between 11 to 15,000. Again, this means a lot for those that are playing in that space. We also expect over 100,000 people in those operation areas because of the contractor workers, the induced jobs that are going to be created. But also, we expect over 1 million people to move in those project areas because of the push economic factors. Now, for those who are really investment-oriented, you would be so much interested in these numbers, even if you're not going to supply the companies directly. This should mean a lot in terms of other services, health, and so on, to take care of this population that is moving into the Albertine Graben. On the midstream part, again, as you know, the refinery is also taking shape, and mainly, like I said, as our legacy project, for us to be able to be sufficient in terms of supply of these petroleum products, but also to supply our nearby sister countries. That is if by then we haven't surpassed our current demand or the capacity of this refinery. And then the ECOP, which is meant to enable us to access the international market. So in summary, those are the main activities that are being regulated by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I also want to, in terms of value, cumulatively, just to see what they look like in terms of money. Cumulatively, like the ED hinted, by the end of 2021, these oil companies had spent close to 5 billion cumulatively. And in 2020 alone, 180 million was spent. We saw a good rise in 2021 of 500 million. And as you can see, in 2022, where we expect 3 billion to be spent, given the contracts we have already kind of given a go-ahead. And this is because the launch of the projects in 2021 and the announcement of the FID actually unlocked this investment. So this is huge. I also wanted us to look at how it looks like beyond the construction phase. For those who are doubting Thomas, just to look at how it would look like after the construction phase, because some people will be like, how can I invest for just 3 years? But just to assure you that even beyond the construction phase, there is still a sizable amount of money that will be invested in operations and maintenance, cumulatively close to 40 billion. And so for those who are playing in certain areas, there is still going to be continuity beyond the construction phase. Again, I thought I would break down that value into opportunities for us Ugandans. Again, the drivers are the launch of the EPC and attendant contracts. Quite a number of them have already been launched. At Tier 1, I think we are looking at 114 contracts, around 47 for Tilenga, 40 for Kingfisher, and 27 for the ECOP. Now these ones trickled down to Tier 2 and Tier 3. And for Tier 2, we estimate there will be like 3 times that 114 that I have talked about. So most of us Ugandans, yes, we appreciate actually some Ugandans are at Tier 1, but most of us are at Tier 2. And that is where majority of the opportunities are. And the breaking down of these contracts has not been kind of obvious, because the law requires that they are unbundled to the extent possible. But also for those contracts where, as Ugandans, we are not able to fully take on because of technical reasons and financial reasons, we have pushed that Ugandans are subcontracted or Ugandans come in as joint venture partners. So again, to recap on the key drivers, the period of the construction phase, the number of workers, which is going to create a lot of demand for so many services. And so almost everyone really has something to take advantage of. Whether you're in tourism, whether you're in agriculture, or you're in health, there is something for you because of the demand that is going to be created by the direct workers, indirect, and those that are going to be induced by the industry. Again, just to talk about the necessary infrastructure, the Honorable Minister has talked about. These are meant to ensure sustainability. So that after the development phase, the peak of the activities, those that have invested in agriculture, there's the airport for you to be able to take your goods and services abroad. And one of the main reasons why we are very hopeful that this infrastructure will ensure sustainability is because if you can supply the oil and gas industry, then for sure you're able to supply the international market, meaning you will have passed the standards and so on that come with the international market. So in a nutshell, these are the key drivers for us as PAU to push as much as we can and make sure we maximize out of the development phase. So briefly, in terms of national content achievements, but before I go there, I also wanted to highlight our objectives as a country in national content or regulating and monitoring national content in the industry. There are three main objectives, and they rotate around the 5 pillars I've highlighted there. The first is to achieve in-country value creation and retention while ensuring competitiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness. You need to mark those 3 words: competitiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness. We will not defend inefficiency. We will not defend ineffectiveness. So you have to, up the game. And when you have done that, you can be sure we'll be able to defend you as a Ugandan entity. The other objective is development of in-country human capital in oil and gas-related disciplines. Like I indicated, we also have exploration projects. So we see this industry as long-term. Yes, I know the energy transition is going on, but we see ourselves still having it beyond 50 years, in my view. And so we do not expect, like maybe after 15 years, to be still having the number of expatriates that we have today. And that's why we are into a lot of human capital development along with the oil companies. The third objective for us is develop competitiveness of Ugandan enterprises to supply the oil and gas industry. Again, we do not expect maybe 5 or 10 years down the road for certain services to still be provided by foreign companies. We need to be moving into taking on everything, and maybe us as Ugandans to subcontract a few aspects that we are not able to undertake on our own. So in a nutshell, in our regulatory framework and in our practices, we define national content as value added or created in the Ugandan economy through the employment of Ugandan workers and the use of goods produced or available in Uganda and services provided by Ugandan citizens and enterprises. So for us, we emphasize value addition, not so much ownership, because we want to broaden the economy, encourage people to come and set up, create jobs for Ugandans, and that's why our focus is mainly on value, not so much on ownership. So in terms of, in a nutshell, briefly, what we are doing to ensure we are maximizing, I'll go pillar by pillar: employment of Ugandans. We manage the recruitment of expatriates in the industry. And we do that by looking at the recruitment plans of the companies, but also how they are recruiting. And they will not be able to get a work permit unless we have recommended it, and will not be able to recommend it unless we are sure there's actually no Ugandan who can do that job. How we are able to be sure that actually there is no Ugandan who can do it, first of all, they are required to advertise, but also we have the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, where we have kind of showcased available skills and talent in the industry. And then we demand of them accountability through reporting on a quarterly basis. And so we'll go through those reports and scrutinize to see if all is going according to plans. The second pillar, which is skills development and training of Ugandans. Again, we start from the planning, we work with the companies through execution, and here we look at their annual training plans, where we demand that they plan to train their own Ugandan staff, but also the government staff. And sizable amount of money is set aside to do that every year. I'll be showing shortly how many Ugandans have been trained in the different trades required by the industry. The other one is we've been coordinating skills dialogues for those who are training for the oil and gas sector, for us to be sure of the quality and to make sure there is standardization. If they are doing similar courses, then the content needs to be almost the same. We did that for a number of years until we agreed to form the Oil and Gas Training Association of Uganda, the OGTAU. I'm very sure they are represented here. And then we've also been working with the Uganda National Council for Higher Education, again to streamline the curriculum and make sure it is relevant for industry, and people they train will actually be taken up. We are also working with the universities to do some career paths to make sure they are training people with knowledge in terms of what is required. Going on to the other pillar, which is enterprise development, we are also into that. We have partnered with the African Development Bank, and we have a grant that we are implementing of around $500,000, basically to capacity build, create linkages, and so on along the ECOP route. And there we are looking at capacity building over 200 micro, medium, and small enterprises. We also know that information is power, and that's why we're here, and we work with the oil companies on a quarterly basis to make sure there's a conference, there's a workshop that is being held to disseminate information, what is required, and so on a quarterly basis. We are also developing a community content strategy to make sure if there are things that can be obtained from the communities where the companies are operating from, then they need to be obtained from there. Because at the end of the day, it is cost effective, but also you need a social license to operate in those areas. On the other pillar, which is utilization of Ugandan goods and services, again, we work with the companies through the planning, where we'll approve their procurement plans and agree on the procurement methods they're going to use, depending on the values of the procurements. Then we'll look at their procurement processes in terms of reviewing their bid evaluation reports. And again, our main anchor here is the National Supplier Database. In case they come and say, we don't think there's any Ugandan who can do this, we run to the NSD to actually check whether indeed there is no one. We are also working on fabrication capacity assessment to make sure that any fabrication that can be done in country, it is actually done here. So lastly, on the last pillar, which is technology and knowledge transfer, again, we demand of them every year to submit to us how they are going to ensure technology and knowledge are transferred to Ugandans. We have worked with the IOCs to also link the universities with international institutions regarding sharing knowledge and technology. They have also provided some software, which is not cheap. A good number of licenses have been given to a number of universities in this country. We are also working on a domiciliation strategy to make sure some of those scopes that are going to be done by foreign companies, they can actually come and set up in the country and do them from within Uganda. So in a nutshell, those are some of the tools that we are using as PAU to make sure we maximize. I also thought I would touch another area, which is a very key potential for us in terms of retaining value or creating value out of this industry. And this is the issue of sectoral linkages. This has been talked about by the ED, but also the Honorable Minister. And like I said, the driver is the demand that is going to be created, but also the infrastructure that has been put in place. There's no reason why this industry shouldn't boost our agriculture within the Albertine Graben, the health infrastructure within the region, but also housing. For some of these, when we started the discussion, we were asked, where are the details? We cannot move or invest, like that. And so what we have done is to commission studies, and so we can clearly define the linkages between oil and gas and these sectors. I'm glad to say the study on health was completed, and if you stay tomorrow, you'll be able to hear the opportunities that are there within health. We are completing the one on agriculture, but tomorrow you'll be able to hear some preliminary findings on the opportunities that are there. Equally, housing is almost coming to an end. We are working with GIZ to package one on tourism, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of potential in this area, and according to our modeling, we can actually add close to 8 billion to our non-oil GDP, even before we achieve first oil, if we are able to tap into other sectoral linkages that are coming with the development phase. Now, in summary, some of these were highlighted by the ED, so I'll just go through them quickly. In terms of employment, the achievements, as you can see, initially we had very few contractors on ground. So the figures that are captured there, 2017 to 2020, these are mainly employment opportunities by the oil companies, and they do not involve the contractors. But when it comes to 2021, when we had many contractors coming on board, you can see the numbers jumped so highly, so it looks like an outlier. So in 2022, by end of May, industry was employing slightly over 5,000 people, and 95% of those are actually Ugandans. I'm also happy to say out of the 4,584 employed by contractors, 389 are coming from the communities where the companies are working from. I also thought I would say, some people will say, the numbers may be huge, but at what levels are they, those Ugandans? So we also care to see in which positions are these Ugandans and what kind of salaries are they earning. And there are thresholds, especially for the levels. And so we have Ugandans in managerial roles, but also in the technical roles. So I wouldn't want you to think they are all under support, they are all casual. No, because we also know where the value is, but also in terms of capacity building. In terms of skills development, again, a lot of effort has gone there. Government has put in a lot of effort. Over 11,000 Ugandans have been trained and certified internationally in the trades that are required by industry, especially welding, heavy goods vehicle driving, scaffolding, among others. And we have also been able to domicile international accreditation and certification for those trades that I've indicated up there. Currently, you're able to be certified by City and Guilds, ECTIB, OPITO, and NEBOSH, and you do not have to fly and get these certifications abroad like it used to be before. Over 200 government officials have also been trained in different areas, geoscience, petroleum economics. Myself, I'm a petroleum economist, petroleum law, among others. We are also working with GIZ to update the workforce skills development strategy and plan. It is what has guided the training that has happened so far. But now that the projects have been well defined, we want to know whether there's more that we need to do, whether there are other skills that are required, and so that is being updated, and it should be able to serve, especially the operation phase, very well. In terms of enterprise development, the achievements, like I said, we are implementing a project by the African Development Bank that is going to see over 200 SMEs capacity built, those that are along the eco pipeline route within the country. More than 2,000 small and medium enterprises have been trained by different partners in the room, especially Stanbic Bank and others that are coming on board recently. We have also noticed, which is a very good thing, adoption of joint ventures. I can say since the announcement of the FID, I think we have cleared over 20 JVs, and these are very good JVs. We look into them to see what kind of scope is the Ugandan going to play or implement, and we can, unless we are convinced, we will not be able to clear that JV. So there's so much value that is also going to come through these joint ventures and partnerships. In terms of utilization of Ugandan goods and services, for the last 5 years, close to 1.4 billion was spent in form of contracts, and I'm happy to say close to 1.2 went to Ugandan companies. Ugandan companies as defined within the law, but also there is a good number, a good percentage, perhaps 60%, going to Ugandan companies that are owned by Ugandans. But like I said, for us, the key driver is, are you in the country? Are you adding value? Are you employing Ugandans? That is the key. And when you do that, then you qualify as a Ugandan company, and then you enjoy the benefits that come with it. Approximately 73% of the companies involved in supplying the sector have been Ugandan companies. In summary, as shown there, out of the 624 that supplied, 460 are Ugandan companies. And I'm also happy to say, out of the entire contract value, close to 1 million has gone to companies that are based in the Albertine Graben. So we are also taking good care of the community content. The graph on my right actually indicates how many are coming from Hoima, from Bulisa, Masindi, and Pakwach. We thought we'd also highlight a few of the contractors that are on board, especially during this development phase. Do not feel bad if your logo is not here. We thought we'd just highlight a few, and there's no particular criteria for choosing them to put them here. But just to give some people who are still doubting that this will not work and so on, it has already worked for a good number of them. And so it can also work for you if you follow the guidance, especially what is going to be shared during these 2 days. A little bit more in terms of local economic development. Some of these have been talked about by the minister, the Honorable Minister, how the region has really been opened up in terms of infrastructure development. And the IOCs, we are proud to say, they continue to undertake a number of very valuable CSR projects within the communities. We've had very good scholarships, construction of schools, and health centers. All this to build the economy within the Albertine Graben. So in summary, our look ahead, and feel free maybe during the breakaway to mention some of the things you expect us to be focusing on that you haven't seen here. So in summary, our look ahead, things that we are going to focus on going forward. Again, underutilization of Ugandan goods and services. There's that 6 billion already kind of cleared under Tier 1. Our role is to make sure, because each of these contracts actually comes with a national content commitment. Commitment to train, commitment to subcontract, and so on and so forth. So our role is to make sure those commitments are actually fulfilled. And we actually have close to $700 million in those commitments by the Tier 1 contractors. We are working on a joint qualification system where we are upgrading the national supplier database into a joint qualification system. This is going to enhance transparency across Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Because like I said, majority of the opportunities are at Tier 2, and so we are going to enhance our visibility over that Tier 2, and the joint qualification system where procurements are going to be done off this system will enable us to make sure every opportunity that should go to Ugandans actually goes there, as long as they're providing competitively, effectively, and efficiently. In terms of enterprise development, we'll continue with the supply development initiatives, especially the project that we are implementing. We are also working with the private sector foundation to do the with Total, apologies, to take forward the Industry Enhancement Center. I think this is progressing well. We should expect an expression of interest if it has not already gone out. The establishment of the Industry Enhancement Center, a virtual and a physical one. And this will go well for us, Ugandan contractors, as they interface and interact with the international contractors that have come on board. Then, like the Honorable Minister mentioned, the National Content Fund, we are a little bit late, but better late than never. This is going to be our main focus to make sure it is in place, and every contract actually that is issued out, a small percentage of it is retained and is deposited in that National Content Fund. Our expectation is that it will lend to Ugandan companies at relatively lower rates and maybe more flexible terms compared to the commercial terms that they are getting from the commercial banks and maybe even the development banks. In terms of employment of Ugandans, several opportunities are pledged in these contracts, but also training man-hours, a good number of man-hours with high value. So we are there to make sure those man-hours are actually achieved in terms of employment, but also training. We are also working on the e-work permit application system, where applications for work permits or recommendation for work permits are going to be done online, and so efficiency, transparency are going to be enhanced. In terms of skills development, like I said, there are 3 million man-hours in terms of training. We will work so hard to make sure these are achieved in the right skills, the right training programs, and that's why we are reviewing the workforce skills development strategy and plan to make sure we are training for fit. Again, there is potential close to 8 billion in sectoral linkages. That is going to be our main focus. We've moved, so we'll be doing a lot of promotion of the opportunities that have been identified. So in summary, Uganda's oil and gas sector is continuing to grow with exploration, development, and commercialization projects. which are bringing enormous opportunities to benefit Ugandans and the Ugandan economy. Various opportunities at the next stage of development, close to 15 to 20 billion. And we are very clear now where they are and what we need to do. If you're still lacking in terms of capacity, technically, financially, there's the avenue of joint venturing and a platform where you can identify people to joint venture with. This is one of them. The NSD is one of them. The benefits are coming directly from the oil and gas projects, but also through linkages. I would urge you to stay tomorrow and listen to the sectoral linkages presentations. Again, I urge you to register, to keep registering, keep your registration up to date on the NSD, because that is your ticket for most of the opportunities, including joint venturing. No one will see you if you're not on that database. But also the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda reiterates its commitment to working with all stakeholders to maximize value retention from Uganda's oil and gas sector. I thank you, and as I end, I want to add my voice to that of the ED and the Honorable Minister to thank our sponsors. We are able to do this because of you, and so thank you so much, and thank you so much for listening to me.
I think that Penina deserves a bigger hand clap than that. She did this justice. Thank you very much, Penina, for pointing out some very key things. Again, we're talking about how we can enhance national participation, and for me, it's about how you break this down in the simplest of terms. Madam Minister, you have heard the figures that have been thrown around. I think the key takeaway for me from what Penina was sharing is about the magnitude of what we're talking about. And just to break it down for you, I've done some math from what ED was sharing about $3 billion being invested every year. I still can't get over that figure. See, when you're used to thinking in thousands of shillings, your brain sort of gets stuck when you try and expand that in your mind. So I pulled my calculator and did the math. Madam Minister, if you got $3 billion and decided to buy every Ugandan a Rolex, that's the official food. For us, Abantu Bawansi, the average person usually will eat a Rolex somewhere at some point. So if you decided to buy every Ugandan a Rolex using $3 billion, you would be able to buy every single Ugandan enough Rolexes to feed them for an entire year. That's the magnitude of the sort of money that we're talking about here. The other key figure that Penina mentioned that is key is the fact that you're going to have more than 1 million people moving into the Alberton Graben is no mean feat. Again, in context, that's the entire population of, I think, about 6 or 7 districts. So my district in Imbarara, Bushenyi, Uganda, and I think Shema plus Mitomba. If you combine all their populations, that's the number of people that's going to be moving into the Alberton Graben. And that's the magnitude and scale of what we're talking about. And the discussions we are having today and tomorrow, and like you heard from the Honorable Minister and from Serena and from the ED, is that this awareness must keep going out for Ugandans to understand what we're doing. And it's in that vein that I'd like to encourage you to follow the discussion online. We have some hashtags, hashtag UG Oil Journey, hashtag PAU Oil, okay? You can be able to follow that as well, hashtag PAU. But also you can go to slido.com, SLIDO.com, or download the app from the App Store, and be able to share any feedback you might have, any questions you might have, any suggestions you might want to make sure that they are captured into the rest of our discussions for today and tomorrow. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. What we're going to do now is that we're going to take a tea break. we've got a cup of coffee and a snack prepared for you upstairs in Choga, in Addis and Katonga halls upstairs. But as you do that, I'm going to ask our ED to kindly usher our Honorable Minister to the exhibition. We've got, Madam Minister, some of our partners and sponsors who put up some wonderful booths outside. And so, Madam Minister, if you don't mind me, before you came, I think I was saying that for purposes of today and tomorrow, I am the boss, so I am running things. So now, for today and tomorrow, I am your boss as well. And it feels good. I can see why people like being in power. It feels very good. So, Madam Minister, using my power, I'm going to kindly ask that you allow me to summon you to the stage here, together with our ED, to perform a very small function, after which our ED will guide you to the exhibition booth. So, Madam Minister, if you would please come to the stage. It's interesting how you claim to have power and you still, saying kindly and please. Just shows you that the power is not real, is it? So, yeah, kindly by force, Madam Minister, if you could please come to the stage. And our ED needs to hand over a very small token of appreciation for everything that you have done. And then after you receive this, he will usher you to our exhibition booths, where many of our partners and sponsors have put together some wonderful exhibitions for you. And our board chair, of course, Dr. Jen, please do come. ED would like to invite the chair to hand over. Please note, this is strictly for photo purposes, so everything you do with the camera in mind. Big hand clap for the Honorable Minister. Yes, you have to declare to the IGG. But we know you're a good person, so we trust that. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And so, ladies and gentlemen, now we will ask our ED to usher the Honorable Minister to the exhibition booths, which I will encourage each of us to also visit on our way. And then we'll go and have a cup of tea. We'll try and make sure that this doesn't last more than 20 minutes. And when we come back, we'll have a keynote presentation from the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury about the opportunities that there are and why this is important. So that's something to look forward to, as well as some other exciting presentations. So please do enjoy the cup of tea, but do pass by the exhibition and check out some booths, and then you can make your way upstairs to Katonga, to Addis, and to Choga to enjoy a cup of tea, and then we'll congregate back here in about 20 minutes. So it's now 10:51, so we'll aim to be back in the room latest by about 11:15, so if that's okay with you. Otherwise, enjoy the tea break. We'll see you when you get back. Thank you.
Sebatsabasingeni masicabene kodwa masithandana bangenashi Sebatsabasingeni masicabene kodwa masithandana bangenashi
amezi batwa ugudo wakole batro magulu getu gazigina kwa yansi tuna toi na kinaviro byo kuditwale kwa inavyo.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumi netwegesa enkora etukusobora koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobora itwe kuba nitulonda twachwamu kulonda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubwire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no kutransferring ebyokulya ku ruga store kwika site hano ikyo twatereho saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animals. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Angela?
Yes, Mommy.
What did you wish for?
I want to be a pilot.
I want you to fly, fly so high in the sky. And
when shall we make her have more realistic dreams?
We don't kill dreams, we build on them.
'Cause you're a star, dreams come true. Dreams come true for me and
Mama, I thought her dreams would change. I don't want to disappoint my cousin Nene.
These little things we do today take us one step closer.
Whether all you have is just a dream, we are ready to walk that journey with you until it's your reality. With us, you're one step closer to achieving your dream. Stanbic Bank, it can be. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. The Kingfisher, Tilenga and the East African crude oil pipeline projects were subjected to rigorous environment and social impact assessment processes prior to the award of the respective SCA certificates in 2019 and 2020. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Growing is natural. It's something woven into our genes. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Growing is natural. It's something woven into our genes. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by the Bank of Uganda.
Download the FlexiPay app from Google Play Store or Apple Store and live free from sending charges when you send money to another FlexiPay user. No bank account is required. Stanbic Bank. It can be.
Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumi netwegesa enkora etukusobola koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobola itwe kuba netulonda twachwamu kulonda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubwire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no transferring ebyokulya ku ruga store kwika site hano ikyo twatereho saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animal. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Angela?
Yes, Mommy.
What did you wish for?
I want to be a pilot.
I want you to fly, fly so high in the sky. And
when shall we make her have more realistic dreams?
We don't kill dreams, we build on them.
'Cause you're a star, dreams come true. Dreams come true for me and
Mama, I thought her dreams would change. I don't want to disappoint my cousin Nene.
These little things we do today take us one step closer.
Whether all you have is just a dream, we are ready to walk that journey with you until it's your reality. With us, you're one step closer to achieving your dream. Stanbic Bank. It can be. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. The Kingfisher, Tilenga and the East African crude oil pipeline projects were subjected to rigorous environment and social impact assessment processes prior to the award of the respective SCA certificates in 2019 and 2020. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Growing is natural. It's something woven into our genes. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow. And keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by the Bank of Uganda.
Download the FlexiPay app from Google Play Store or Apple Store and live free from sending charges when you send money to another FlexiPay user. No bank account is required. Stanbic Bank. It can be.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an
and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you've enjoyed the tea break. We're just going to give another maybe 2 minutes for the rest of the people to join us back in the Victoria Ballroom, and then we'll get started. We have a very important keynote coming up at the next part of the session that we'll be introducing in just a little bit. But as we do wait for our colleagues to join us, I wanted to introduce you to a very special group of people. You probably passed by them on your way out to tea, but I wanted to introduce them to you officially. They are called the Tunaka Group, and they are all the way from Hoima. So we talk about the beneficiaries of the oil and gas sector in Uganda. We already have fruits with us here at the Serena, all the way from Hoima. Please welcome the Tunaka Group as they do something small before we start our next session. Thank you. Big thank you, a hand clap for Tunaka Group, all the way from Hoima. Thank you for joining us at the 3rd National Content Conference. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you managed to get some coffee in your system and got some energy as we enjoy this journey. Just a reminder for you, if you have any feedback, any questions, anything, suggestions you'd like to make, you can do that on Slido. Slido.com, that's Slido.com, and you simply use the login as PAU. You'll be able to register, and then you can share some feedback, and we'll pick that up on the way. We also have our hashtag, of course, and you can be able to use hashtag PAU National Content, also hashtag UG Oil Journey, because we are on a journey together to the promised land. And our next session is going to be started off by someone who is responsible for taking us to the promised land. His job is to ensure that every Ugandan is rich. For the longest time, he has made it his passion and calling to teach people about economics that works. I have been a disciple of his in this gospel. He has preached it well, and now he has an opportunity to be able to practice what he preaches. And the scorecard so far suggests that he is not doing too badly at all things considered. He, like all humans, is not perfect. He is a bit blemished because he is a Manchester United supporter, but we can't all be perfect, so we forgive that. Please welcome with me our Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development, Ramadan Gobi, as he comes to take us on this journey of Uganda's oil and gas sector, where we are going and how we need to get there. A big hand clap for our PSST.
Thank you very much, my good friend, Ben Mwine. Senior government officials present. I couldn't very quickly scan the room, but I hope they are our key landlords in the country, the members of parliament, if any, my colleague, Ernest Ruvondo, who's the executive director of PAU, the CEOs, and other representatives of oil companies present, as well as other companies that are working in oil and gas. Business people, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in your own capacity. First of all, I would like to thank Ernest. He's the one who invited me, and he has pursued me throughout the week to ensure that I'm here. I had to escape from somewhere. Thank you for the invitation, Ernest. And I will thank you also for preparing a very fantastic function. The theme of this conference, as we've all been told, is creating lasting value through enhanced national participation for accelerated socio-economic transformation. It is mainly that last part of this theme which actually convinced me that I should be in this room this morning. As a country, we are pursuing socio-economic transformation beyond just growth, and would want to use this opportunity we have gotten of oil and gas to ensure that we accelerate the chances of transforming our economy from a pre-capitalist and a subsistence economy to largely a developed and formal economy. This is not just a wish, but we have put it in our national development plan. Our national development objectives, as enshrined in NDP 3, aspire to see a different Uganda in about 15 years from now. This is also very timely as we progress to the next phase of the development and production of our oil and gas resources. As we are aware, this journey of petroleum resource began some time back in 2006, officially, when we got the first discovery by none other than the Ernestes and his colleagues of this world when they discovered the first oil. And since then, the country has been developing the policy regulatory framework to ensure that these policies, laws, and regulations are in place to ensure efficiency and effective exploitation of our petroleum resources. Specifically, government has developed a very sound framework for effective participation of Ugandans, as well as East Africans, before the benefits are provided to other nationalities. That framework is in place, and Ugandans have already started to benefit, as exemplified by the growth of the beneficiaries in terms of employment and contracts for provision of services, even before the oil is out of the ground. We've been out there visiting different stores. I was in the Albertine region on a tour personally. I can bear witness that I saw a lot of Ugandans participating in the preparatory stage of this oil and gas. The national content efforts in Uganda are anchored in Article 244 2D of the Constitution of Uganda, which mandates Parliament to make laws so that we can regulate the exploitation of minerals and petroleum resources, as well as the sharing of royalties arising from the exploitation. In line with this, government developed the National Oil and Gas Policy in 2008, just 2 years after the discovery of oil and gas. The first thing government did was to put in place a national oil and gas policy. Specifically, Objective 7 of the policy provides for promotion of state participation in production sharing agreements, use of the country's minerals, goods, and services, as well as employment of Ugandans in the sector. On the other hand, Objective of Policy 8 relate to supporting development and maintenance of national expertise through strategies such as provision of goods and services to the sector by national enterprises as well as entrepreneurs, and broadening the national education curricula to prepare the workforce for engagement in the sector. I visited that facility which is training Ugandans in oil and gas, and I was very impressed. I found a younger man there who told me a story that he joined as a cleaner. He was cleaning, but because he had some good command of some English language, he started training. Now, he's an expert in oil and gas. He can train others in a school started for this purpose, targeting Ugandans of his caliber and nature, and I was very, very impressed by that. So we are having a very good foundation for getting the nationals of Uganda prepared for working in the sector. While applying for a license, a company is required to make a commitment on their intention to employ and train Ugandan citizens. In addition, sections 125, 126, and 127 of the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act of 2013 provides for the participation of Ugandan nationals as well as companies in the supply of goods and services directly, and form joint ventures for supply of goods and services not available in Uganda. The international oil companies are also required to train and transfer technology to Ugandans. The intention of all of these provisions in our legal and regulatory frameworks is to ensure that Ugandan nationals effectively participate in this sector, given that it is very capital intensive and technologically very highly driven. So we have put in place mechanisms to support the Ugandans, which we call capacity building, to participate in the sector. The same law has regulations. That is the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Petroleum Regulations of 2016. These specifically earmark sectors for the nationals. So the sectors are very well earmarked. These include transport. The transport sector is for Ugandans. Logistics, food supply, clearing and forwarding, crane hire, waste management, lifting, camp management, road construction, as well as security, among others. The National Supplier Database and the National Oil and Gas Talent Register at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda have assisted the sector players to easily identify competent individuals and firms to provide services before advertising them externally. All of these efforts are intended to ensure effective local content. We have moved beyond national content to local content. When I was in, I think was it Butiaba, Bulisa, I told Ernest that the food which these people eat here should be provided by the people here. This tendency of saying the food here is not good enough, let us build the capacity of those farmers there to grow the food which meets the expectations of the farms, and they supply them the food. That's the only way the people of Bulisa would benefit from this tremendous opportunity. I wish to reassure Ugandans that the benefits to us as nationals are enormous in this sector, especially as we enter the development phase of the oil and gas, where Ugandans are expected to benefit even more than in the preparatory stage. As you are aware, Uganda has been described by the oil and gas industry press as Africa's hottest exploitation frontier. Uganda is Africa's hottest exploitation frontier, with our Albertine Graben estimated to hold over 6.5 billion barrels of oil. The discovery and eventual exploitation of this resource is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for our transformation. The involvement of citizens in the exploration, exploitation, and development of the natural resource will trigger the trickle-down effect, resulting in the intended and very well targeted socio-economic transformation of the economy. Our projections at the macro department of my ministry have told me this morning that with oil and gas, our GDP would peak at around 9 to 10% growth rate in the peak year of our oil. And without oil, it would have peaked at 7%. This means this sector is likely to contribute to our transformation a massive 3 percentage points. Additionally, as government, we are also benefiting right away from the tax revenue from the sector. According to PAU's Upstream Benefits Report for the period 2017 to 2019, the direct benefits to government in the form of tax revenue was 212 billion Uganda shillings, and the non-tax revenue about 22 billion, while indirect benefits to Ugandan nationals was realized in the form of procurement of local production goods worth 161 billion, employment 247 Ugandans who earned a salary of about 85.6 billion, and the training of Ugandan nationals in the private sector also commenced, while government participation in the oil companies costed us only about 12.9 billion in that period. That means we had a very good net benefit from that period alone. When you come to social corporate responsibility engagements, they are also massive in this sector. The total expenditures by the international oil companies in Uganda during that period of 2017 to 2019 was above 495 billion shillings. These contributions are impressive, and yet we are just beginning the journey. As we have been told before, from this sector, the projections are we are likely to create a total of 161,000 jobs. 161,000 jobs, of which about 14,000 will be direct jobs, 42,700 indirect jobs, and 105,000 induced jobs. As you can see, a great number of these jobs are going to be induced by the sector. So the oil and the gas sector has a huge multiplier effect to the related sectors. Agriculture, our transport, construction, name it. They are all going to benefit from this. They are already benefiting. And of this workforce, about 15% are professionals, engineers and managers, 60% technicians and craftsmen, while 25% are unskilled laborers. So it is spread across the various skill sets. I would want to urge PAU to fast track the reporting on an annual basis of these targets to ensure that all other stakeholders are well informed of the progress we are making. And the government is committed to supporting PAU in this endeavor. I wouldn't want Ernest to say in the future that he doesn't have money to support the sector in tracking and regulating it. I'm making it publicly known here that I will support PAU to ensure that they do that work. And we're already supporting them. The number of letters he writes will reduce significantly. I wish also to reiterate government's commitment to resolving the challenges faced by Ugandan suppliers in the sector, including access to finance, infrastructure, high quality standards of the international oil companies, business knowledge, knowledge and skills gaps based on internationally accredited oil and gas training institutions, and most importantly, recently, I was approached by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda on some challenges the subcontractors were having. And I want to tell you we are resolving this with the accountant, rather the Attorney General. Very soon, those issues will not be impeding your progress. So government shall pursue the establishment of a local content fund to support local suppliers and financing oil and gas projects to ensure the first oil is not delayed by beyond 2025. You will note that oil and gas are critical energy sources, currently meeting more than half of the world's primary energy consumption. And as we speak now, you know what's going on in the world with the price of petroleum. And we've been talking to fellow Ugandans to be patient, not to listen too much to common sense, listen to economics. We shall only resolve these issues we are having of the high prices of oil and other petroleum products by following the international prices, not by distorting them. And very soon, they are going to peak, and already the projections are showing we are peaking soon, and then we are going to get back to our normal lives. By 2025, 26, you have heard the oil will be out. And we shall have, I know, 25, seems too far in the future. You know, in Uganda, we discount the future so heavily. We think the future is too far. No, it's going to arrive very soon. I want you to trust our ability to manage these affairs and not to distort them. Those who wanted me to control the prices of oil, that economics doesn't work. The control model does not work. Those who wanted me to subsidize, even my colleagues who subsidized in the region, are now calling me every day to benchmark with me because things are not good at all. And they are reversing those policies. Those who were also asking me to remove the taxes, when I remove the taxes, I will not be able to support the activities of local content in the oil and gas, and we shall not have the oil on time, and we are going also to have a number of other fiscal challenges in the economy. So the best way forward is what we are doing in ensuring that we support the other sectors which indirectly feed into oil and gas. For example, agriculture. If food prices do not escalate so much, you will find that our inflation, especially headline inflation, will be contained. And that's where we are putting, because we have control over that. But we shall not do things which we don't have control over. Ladies and gentlemen, petroleum resources are expected to remain the dominant fuels for the global economy through at least 2040. I know there is a big conversation in the world now about fossils. Trust me, as you can see, I am a little bit tall, I can see far. The oil and gas resources, especially the petroleum, fossil energy is with us for the foreseeable future. Therefore, it is important to ensure that Ugandan petroleum resources are exploited to meet the energy demand here in the region and globally. However, to exploit these opportunities, I implore all Ugandans to build the capacity for both employment as well as the supply of goods and services. Get accredited, enter into joint ventures. Don't do it alone. We have a problem in Uganda of wanting to, I think it is grown out of some small trust we have amongst ourselves. We want to do business alone. That's a big challenge. Let us get into joint ventures. It could be amongst us as locals, but better even with the international oil companies. Let us build networks in order to enhance these benefits from the sector. I would like to conclude by once again thanking the organizers for inviting me and according me the opportunity to interact with the stakeholders in this oil and gas sector. I wasn't a very enthusiastic, I should say this, of this sector, because, you know, for us traditional economists are taught not to get excited with the windfalls. But that gentleman there, Ernest, when he starts selling oil and gas, you can't remain the same person. And forever he changed me. I'm no longer the same person. I would want to encourage all of us to discuss the issues candidly in this sector, especially as far as the national local content is concerned, make actionable recommendations, those which require government, and particularly my ministry, to address, I will address them. Thank you very much.
Another big hand clap for PSST. You know, at some point he said he was giving us the assurance that 2025-26, the oil is flowing, and I was expecting a big hand clap, but it didn't come. And I would like to insist on PSST's behalf that that hand clap comes now. So I'm just going to quote him, and then you can give a big hand clap. This is for record purposes. The PSST has said 2025-26, our oil will flow. And we're very excited because, as you have heard, the numbers speak for themselves. There's nothing that needs to be said further in that direction, but simply an excitement of where we need to go as we talk about the opportunities that are available for us in the oil and gas sector here in Uganda. And so, as you've heard so far, you've heard from our ED, you've heard from the PSST, you've heard from the Honorable Minister, you've heard from our Director of Technical Services in terms of where we're going. We're going to be hearing from many different people, including yourself, which is why we want to encourage you to join the discussion online, and simply by going to slido.com. If you want to use the browser, you can download the app from any of the app stores and simply use the hashtag PAU, as you can see on the screen, and then share any questions, comments, concerns. Again, these 2 days are about discussions and making sure that we're having a wonderful chat. As we talk about the upcoming opportunities in the different areas for the oil and gas sector, we'll be hearing from most of the players that are in this space, hearing from them, from their perspective, what are the things to look forward to. And we're going to start hearing from a few of those now. The first one we're going to hear from, that I'm going to invite to get us started, is the General Manager at Total Energies. I've been rehearsing how to pronounce his name since last night, and I am hoping I've got it right now. The first one is easy. It's Philippe, or Philippe, if you're, je parle français. The second name is Gruex, right? I got it right. Hand clap for me. Thank you very much. Please welcome with me our GM at Total Energies, Philippe Gruex, as he comes. So Philippe, just so you know, where I went to school, pronouncing words can be a challenge because it can be a hassle, but so I'm glad that I got that right, and you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. Permanent Secretary, Secretary to the Treasury, honorable ambassadors present, honorable member of Parliament present, Executive Director of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure for me to introduce this new sequence dedicated to Tilenga project. And allow me to start by coming back to the theme of this conference, which relates to why we are doing this project. In a world where we know now that not all the oil and gas resources should be developed. Why are we doing this project? And I think it's a key question. We are doing this project first because we have been able to design this project together with Kingfisher and with ECOP to ensure we have the lowest possible emission, greenhouse gas emission. And I can share with you that the whole project emission will be less than 13 kilograms per barrel extracted from the subsurface to the Tanga terminal, which is much lower than most of the projects around the world. But this is not enough. We are doing this project because of what is written here, because this project will accelerate Ugandan socio-economic development. And that's the key, that's the legitimacy of this project, the main and first legitimacy of this project. That's why we should all be proud of, despite all the, I would say, the negative press on this project, we should all be proud of being part of this project. How we are going to deliver that, of course, and a key aspect of it is national participation and national content, as already explained by all the speakers. And it's about employment, it's about technology transfer, it's about, I would say, knowledge transfer. It's about, as well, development of small and medium scale company here in Uganda in this new emerging sector. And to achieve that, I see, is a joint responsibility, the joint responsibility of government institutions, of operators, of contractors, the big one, I would say the middle-sized one, and the small one as well. And it's the responsibility of the financial institution as well. Starting a company in the oil and gas sector requires some initial investment because the standards are high, and all companies wanting to join need to understand that from the beginning, that the standard of this industry is quite high in terms of safety, in terms of quality, which requires some initial investment in technology and knowledge. So that's why, if we want to succeed, it's really a joint effort. Allow me to speak just a word on, we speak a lot about national participation and national content, but I would like to mention a subcategory, which is, I would say, what I call the regional content. Because it's important that the first people who will see the positive impact of this project are the people living in the vicinity of the operation. And this is also a responsibility, and to ensure that this regional content is properly addressed, and that people locally see their life changing, see business opportunities, see job opportunities coming. So just to end this brief introduction, let me share with you where we are today as Tilenga. We have signed all the main key contracts, what we call Tier 1 contracts. And together with our partner, together with Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we have selected the best contractors. The best contractors in their ability to execute the work safely, on time, with the highest standard of quality, but also with the highest commitment in terms of national content. And that has been a key criteria for the selection of all these main contractors. And that's why I'm very happy that during these 2 days, we are not going to hear much about, I would say, the operators, but we are going to hear now directly from these main contractors, to hear from them what is their understanding of their commitment and their contribution to this very important, I would say, and major, I would say, objective, which is written in the screen behind me, and which at the end will be the success criteria of this project. Is not the number of barrels that we are going to produce, the success criteria. The success criteria is what has been explained, is the figure of the impact of the GDP of the country at the end. And so let's continue. For that, we need to have a kind of conference like that, where we transparently put on the table the issues that we may have, and to make sure we understand, we are able to give visibility for new company to join and continue building capacity. So it's a very exciting journey, and I thank you, all of you, for your presence, and thank you very much.
Merci. Merci, Philippe. Surpris de te côté. I've been practicing French on Google. It works. As we have been hearing about all these opportunities, of course, it's important to be able to learn some of the languages. Being able to learn Mandarin and French comes in very handy, because if you go to Philippe's office and you're able to shortwave, I think it opens a lot of doors. I'm going to hand over for our next session to Rosette, who is going to lead us through the next round of engagements. And this is again to do with our partners and what we're doing to avail more opportunities to as many Ugandans as possible. Don't forget to engage with us, slido.com. You can download the app from the App Store as well.
Thank you so much. So mine is a very simple job, actually. I'm not here to talk too much. To augment to what our general manager has said, Total Energies and the Tilenga project is wholly and completely committed to national content development. So as a preamble to the next session, in which we are going to listen to the main contractors, some of the main contractors we're engaging with, as well as some of their key subcontractors, it's important to bear in mind that we have a national content strategy and philosophy which is ambitious. We want to maximize the use of local resources, whether through employing Ugandans or awarding contracts to Ugandan companies, and also transferring knowledge and skills and enhancing socio-economic transformation at the end of the day. So we have an ambitious national content program and targets. We hope to employ over 7,800 Ugandans at peak. We also expect to spend more than $700 million during the construction phase. We have also committed to expenditure on capacity building, enterprise development, and this is in excess of $10 million. This is our target as an operator, as a project, and it's a shared target. So we are committed, and we have achieved the commitment not only contractually, but also in principle and actively in day-to-day operations from our main contractors. We have a number of main contractors we are working with in the key packages. However, today we've selected those who are active on the ground, and what they will do today is share the what, the when, and how of the opportunities that will accrue from the Tilenga project. At this moment, I would like to invite the first speaker or presenters. This is a team from our main surface facilities contractor. As you're aware, it's a consortium between McDermott and Sinopec, and they will be accompanied by one of their key subcontractors who is in the process of engaging the market and obtaining participation from local service providers as well as Ugandans. So I would like to introduce, and their profiles will be shown on the screen for you to appreciate their skills. On this team, we will have Ms. Barbara Karungi, who is the National Content and Social Responsibility Manager at McDermott. I have hand clap, please. Yes. We'll also have Mr. Daniel Kakuru, who is representing ESSA Infrastructure Uganda Limited. This is a contractor or subcontractor who will be managing the structural, mechanical, and piping subcontract. Daniel is their National Content Manager. And we'll also have Mr. Derek Mutahi, who is the interface engineer for Sinopec, who will also be representing the other party in the consortium to talk about what opportunities will be accruing from their activities. So if the three of you could please prepare and come on stage in order of your presentations, that will be very helpful. A round of applause, please, for Barbara as she joins us.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you all. First, allow me to extend my gratitude to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our hosts today and for the next 2 days, for organizing this workshop. And I also appreciate the presence of the IOCs, the key contractors, subcontractors, and generally all the beneficiaries of the petroleum activities in Uganda. Not sure if okay. Yes, so this is just an overview of McDermott. Although we fully set up at the end of October last year, it is situated in 5 continents with over 32,000 employees and in over 54 countries. Yes, so this is a slide just highlighting our scope. We are working under the Tilenga project, and there are 4 packages, but we'll be developing the first package, which is in the industrial area, where there will be the operational support base and camp, temporary support base, as well as a CP, central processing facility. The camp is meant to house close to 4,000 workers, and right now construction is already underway, which is, this is a picture that was taken yesterday, which gives you at least a view of what the site looks now in terms of the accommodation. In terms of national content, which is the reason we're here today, there are obviously 4 focus areas, but the presentation I have today will highlight the 3, which is employment, goods and services, as well as technology transfer. This is just a highlight of our labor to date. We have over 879 workers, 797 of those are Ugandan, and 30% is actually from the local community, which local community comprises of the priority districts and the villages in Bulisa. The subcontracts, this is a slide showing you the subcontracts that have been awarded to date. So if you are not fully aware of the companies that have been awarded, please take note of these because a lot of the opportunities are coming from them. In terms of value of POs, for example, McDermott has already released $9.9 million just on the POs, and the subcontracts are valued at $96 million. So there's already opportunity. Please look at this and engage these companies to find out what opportunities are available. This is a slide summarizing those that are yet to be awarded, but as you can see, some are already ongoing. So a lot of steps have already been taken in terms of the initial evaluation. We will obviously share the companies that are successful, and that would allow you to engage with them. This slide has been, I think, shared in probably 5 different conferences since last year, but it's our national content strategy. All the packages were developed to ensure that national content was maximized, while obviously ensuring that we are maintaining the standards and meeting the requirements. But one thing I would want to reiterate and highlight is the requirement to be registered on the National Supplier Database. I think this is something we, as Ugandans, for example, have taken for granted, because the assumption is because you are a Ugandan company, you employ Ugandans, you don't necessarily need to be registered on the NSD. Please register on the NSD and ensure that your registration is valid. The registration is valid for 3 years. So in a lot of our evaluations, we have seen companies present registrations that expired last year. So keep in mind that the validity is only for 3 years, and you would need to make resubmissions. And this is your gateway to winning any subcontract or even POs, because we're making it a requirement for any money to come out of the project, especially from McDermott. Companies have to be registered on the NSD. And those ring-fence works that are highlighted in red are those that have been awarded to Ugandan companies. Those in black, we are yet to do that, but at least the rest have already been awarded. Technology transfer. So like I said, national content looks at labor, goods and services, and lastly, technology transfer. For McDermott, we have been very intentional in terms of how we measure technology transfer and the types of projects that we want to invest in. The key measures for us are income generation, education and capacity building, livelihood restoration in the sense of people being able to get jobs after the project is done. Cultural heritage is also really critical. And lastly, gender, because representation really matters in this industry. So one of the projects that we intend to implement is a PPE fabrication project. This is something we'll be partnering with GIZ, and it would look at training 200 people from the local community. And by local community, I mean Bulisa for the south and Noy and Pakwach from the north, where 85% we intend to have as females, and we'll be training these individuals in making PPE, which comprises of coveralls, the reflector jackets, safety bags, and also any other material that they could make for export. And the second project that we're also looking at is an agri-produce initiative. I know it has been said a lot in terms of the quality and the standards that are required for food supply. So our intention was to ensure at least those from the local communities are trained and they can produce these goods that will in turn be sourced by our camp management service provider, that's JCC in this case. So this is a project that we hope to start in August and September. And hopefully by the time we ramp up and get to that target number of 4,000, most of the food will be sourced from the local community. We hope some of this will be exported as well. Yes. Thank you. Okay. As the other technology transfer that we are currently participating in is the quarterly supplier forums, such as this, that give us a platform to share on opportunities, highlight the requirements, and generally be available to answer any questions that you may have. And lastly, the Industry Enhancement Center that we're still waiting on, but I've heard there's good progress, where we'll be giving our time and expertise to ensure that potential suppliers in the industry know all that they need to know. So that was it from me. Allow me to introduce one of our key subcontractors, ESSA. ESSA was awarded the structural, mechanical, and piping subcontract. They have a significant amount of national content opportunities beyond labor. In terms of labor, they have high targets as well, over 1,000 employees that they hope to take on, but they have a lot of subcontracts that have been ring-fenced for nationals. And my colleague Daniel, who is the National Content Officer, will be taking you through that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Daniel is my name, and I'm here to represent ESSA to talk about mostly national content, but I think since this is, I think, ESSA's debut at any of these supplier engagement forums, I think also just to talk about who ESSA really is and what they're going to do while in Uganda. So who is ESSA? ESSA is a company that's been here for a while, 50 years thereabout, mainly operating in the Middle East, India, quite a bit of operations in Europe and the Americas, and have also made significant footsteps in Africa, in about 5 or 6 different African countries, and Uganda right now. Okay. Next slide, please. So ESSA largely does operate in the different industries: energy, infrastructure, and technology, metals and mining, a bit of retail as well, and quite a bit on logistics, where they do have quite a bit of shipping lines, as well as in the exploration of oil and gas. From the slides, you'll see that ESSA has a track record where they're looking to do and keep that track record in Uganda, competitive sourcing and procurement. We'll do competitive sourcing and procurement and maximize the utilization of our locally available resources. That's a track record that's been done everywhere, and we intend to keep the same here in Uganda. ESSA has focuses on modularization, which means for all the EPC and project management activities they do, we can provide those as standalone activities in the different sectors. Okay. So these are the different core sectors that ESSA has been operating in. A lot of greenfield activity, brownfield, in the upstream, like we talked about, where they've done, so in the upstream, doing a lot of the exploration activities, downstream, where they are big on refineries, and a lot of onshore and offshore activities, such as here in Uganda. So Uganda will not be a new, sort of area for them. A brief map footprint of where we are all over the world. So we really don't need to focus so much on this, but clear to see that in Africa, there is quite a bit of activity that they've done here. So moving on to the Tilenga project, which, thank you, which I think is the focus for today. So we've been awarded the structural, mechanical, and piping contract by McDermott, our main contractor. Okay, what does that actually mean? I was seated with a gentleman from Living Earth who said, "What do you do? What does that actually mean?" And that's what we're going to try to break down. So under the structure, we'll be doing quite a bit of steel works, okay, which is all the structures that are going to be constructed, auxiliary pipe racks, electrical and engineering structure support, a lot of fans, cooler structures and the like. And in terms of scale, and for those who are very conversant with this, that's over 11,000 metric tons of steel work to be done, okay? A lot of handrails, which we are used to, fabrication of gratings and staircases, and building of sheds and the like. It seems like work any normal Ugandan outfit that has been in fabrication can do. But the sheer amount of this work is where a big company like ESA needs to come in, but also that's where the opportunity for subcontracting comes in, okay? The mechanical works, okay? Installation of 150 plus equipment, and their insulation that has to be done, okay? That's over 1,400 tons of equipment to be hauled and installed, okay? Piping work, and this is where the big one really are, okay? We'll transport quite a bit of the pipes from wherever McDermott will have them stored, okay, and move them to the work faces. That's over 153,000 meters of pipe work to be done. The erection and welding of, more than 185,000 inch dia welding works to be done. Piping, fabrication of more than 16,000 inch dia to be done, okay? And this is where the other opportunities are coming. NDT testing, PMI testing. We've heard a lot about that and companies that can do that locally. Hydro testing of the joints, a lot of the piping insulation in the excess of 42,000 meters of piping to be insulated. Again, back in the days, I think we used to hear a lot of EHS safety and the like. I'm happy that now that has been embedded, and now we've moved on to national content. So national content and our strategy is in line with what PAU has been pushing to all of us, which is the utilization of local goods, okay? The capacity building, the use and technology transfer to local companies and entities as well as Ugandans, and the provision of support to the Ugandan companies. So these 4 pillars are going to be implemented, okay, throughout our national content and throughout the execution of our contracts, okay? We will embed these in our contracts, so even our lower tier contractors who will be tier 3 and below will also have to follow and do this. We will be transparent and ethical in the sourcing and recruitment, and we'll do this through adverts and through the ballot systems and, putting this through the national media that, that everybody is utilizing. Prioritization and sourcing from the local community, okay? The recruitment in the villages, use of Ugandan labor force, we will maintain that, okay? I've already talked about the advertising, okay? But key for me, I think, is also fostering respectful and mutually beneficial relationships for our stakeholders. And those are many. Those PAU, the Chamber of Mines, the local communities and the local district governments will also make sure those relationships are good. Just a quick one on employment opportunities that are going to be. At this point, we are looking to have about 50 expatriates who will come in at the beginning, and we'll have about 70 Ugandans just on the management teams. This, through our transition and nationalization plan, we want to thin down on the number of expatriates as we train more locals to take up these roles that they will be filling. So At some point towards the end of this contract, we expect to have more Ugandans in management, okay? So, and less of the expatriates in the management team. So now when we go down to where the action actually takes place, okay, at the project site. At the project site, at peak, we think we'll have almost 1,800 people employed there, okay? We would like for these, as much as possible, the majority of these to be Ugandans, okay? But we also recognize that for us to kickstart the project, for us to be able to train locals, for us to be able to have the right experts at the beginning, we'll have some expatriate roles, okay? As you can see, we'll have maybe 70 to 300 or whichever, depending on what we can find here in terms of expatriate roles. We hope we don't have to have as many, but what we really, really hope is that we have more Ugandans on this. So the numbers show you, skilled workers, maybe 700 to 900, Ugandan workers, semi-skilled workers and unskilled workers. And these are the various roles. We've been talking about the welders, the fabricators, the pipe fitters, riggers, drivers, masons. We'll have, a varying requirement for the different skilled workers that we'll have. And these jobs are going to go out in the national media, okay? We will advertise them, okay? We will hire from at the local district for the unskilled especially, okay? We'll prioritize hiring in the 6 districts, okay? We will also, as much as possible, okay, look to using the different manpower service providers. Some of these roles you guys have big databases, so the earlier we can interact with those manpower service providers, the better for us as well to be able to achieve this sort of hiring and these employment opportunities filled by Ugandans. As we go towards the subcontracting bit, just a few things. One, we will float expression of interest through the papers, so no one misses out on the opportunities there will be for subcontracting, okay? We will have a management portal where you can access the portal and submit your expression of interest, okay? But as the minimum requirements are, have NSD registration, you demonstrate some ability and capacity to actually perform the work for which you're applying for, okay? If there's any certifications you need, accreditations from the different bodies, make sure you have those and send these through to the email that we've shown over there. So what opportunities do we have in terms of subcontracting? There's, as we said, a lot of structural work. So for the temporary construction facilities, we hope that in July, which is just a few days away, we will start to put these out in the papers, okay? Structure erection work, scaffolding, piping works, fabrication works, lifting services. I think this is one of those ring-fenced services as well. Manpower supply and training, which I just spoke about a few minutes ago. The supply of consumables, okay? Equipment hire, vehicle supply. All these are things that have traditionally been associated with this project, and we'll also continue having them. Fireproofing, NDT testing, power generation for generators and the maintenance of those, okay? Parking plate fabrication and the supply, as well as pipe support fabrication. So this and quite a bit more of the other opportunities that are not listed here will be open for subcontracting. The scope and the size of these can be discussed when we actually put out the EOIs, but do please look out for those. Thank you very much. So as I conclude, I'll invite Derek Mutahi from Socio-Economic to also give us his bit. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to keep this as short and informative as possible. So we can start. Socio-Economic is a joint venture with McDermott and a tier 1 subcontractor for Total Energies. So this is the scope of the work we're doing which includes well pads, lake water abstraction, horizontal directional drilling, and flow lines. So in the interest of time, we'll keep this national content and move on to the next one. So I think we've all seen this before from the previous presenters, and we've seen what ring-fence services are. These are reserved specifically for the Ugandan companies. Ugandan companies in the sense of registration, incorporation, and all other ways you know how companies are registered in Uganda. And the non-ring-fenced may be provided by Ugandan companies, but you are always encouraged to seek joint ventures with international companies that are competent in these fields. Because oil and gas is new to us, and we may not be in a position to do everything by ourselves. So this is why joint ventures are encouraged in the oil and gas sector. So those will be available for the non-ring-fenced as well. So our national content commitments follow the four main tenets set out by PAU, our regulatory body: labor, capacity building, goods and services, technology transfer. As we speak, as a consortium and our subcontractors, McDermott, Sinopec, and all our subcontractors have achieved 90% Ugandan staff. So the 70% was merely a benchmark. So we aim to supersede and provide something more sustainable for Ugandans by making sure most of them learn as much as they can from the oil and gas industry. In technology transfer, we aim to work with the local communities and deliver very sustainable projects for them, because this is happening in their area, and it makes a lot of sense to help the people, your host communities. So in all the areas that the work will be done in the Tilenga project, sustainable projects will always follow this work. Goods and services, this is procurement from Ugandan companies, locally sourced materials. As we all know the slogan, buy Uganda, build Uganda. Capacity building. In this area, I would like to thank Total. They have a scheme for over 300 welders, and because part of the scope of our work is flow lines, we participated in training at least 26 and got them up to a very good standard to weld the pipeline. So these are part of the activities we consider in training for oil and gas. Many people can weld, but welding a pipeline might be a bit different. So we encourage more Ugandans to sign up to the National Talent Register of PAU and make sure these opportunities are available to them. We always put the ads out in the newspapers. This is just a sample. These are the most recent ones for this month. So as per awarded contracts, this will give you an insight on who could also subcontract. We have for the Tangi camp, Petrolink. They will be in a position to subcontract as well. Human resource, we have WKS, which is also known to us as Q sourcing. The legal services, ENS, KA. Pre-medical checks for all our workers. As Mr. Philip stated, safety is the utmost priority, and we always make sure medical services are available. I'm sure that will be talked about in day 2. And then for the personal protective equipment, Suffield, a Ugandan company as well, security, KK, and financial services. So these are preliminary contracts that came in before the scope of our work has kicked in. So these are some of the other opportunities in progress or to be awarded. So we have access road, some design services, classification and pipe welding, another camp, South Camp. This is going to be a big project as well. Logistics services and waste collection services where possible. We encourage you to look for these opportunities. As per the goods and services, definitely, like Daniel said, if you're going to do construction, you're going to need specific things, and all these are going to be needed by us in the give or take 6 to 7 years Sinopec will be in this country. So you have to know that there will always be opportunities to buy these things from Ugandan companies. So in line with sustainability and being environmentally conscious, I would like all of you suppliers who might be around or those watching to capture this QR code and upload a company brochure. Would like to get to know our suppliers and liaise with them in the future. I'll give a few seconds for people to do that. And you can get a copy of the presentation as well by keeping that QR code. There's a link in there where you can also submit your information as a company. Thank you. Thank you, PAU, for this conference. Over to Rosette.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. And ladies and gentlemen, apologies if we are trying to rush through. However, please be rest assured that the presentations that are being made with permission of the different companies are going to be made available publicly through our own website as Total Energies and the Petroleum Authority. So don't feel rushed to take too many snapshots, because we'll share the information so that you can digest it. I'm going to invite our next, one of our main contractors, Ms. Estella Karuhanga. She's the National Content and Public Relations Manager at Motor Angel Uganda, who is a main contractor to Total Energies, doing the industrial area site preparations as well as the well pad preparations, but also working for McDermott. And this, she speaks from the perspective of both a tier 1 main contractor and a main subcontractor. Estella, you're welcome to share with us your experience and what opportunities are upcoming in the work that you're doing. A round of applause, please, for Ms. Estella.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have been put on a serious timer here, and so I'm going to make this very brief and short. I wanted to begin by giving a quick introduction to the company, Motor Angel, but I think I can rush that a little bit. What I can say is we've been operating in Uganda since 2014, and there's a joint venture partnership between Motor Angel Africa and a Ugandan construction company. I hope I can use this adequately. Okay. Yes, Motor Angel has been working all over the world for actually in Africa it has been present for more than 79 years. And over the years we have been awarded so many accolades. Over the years we've been awarded so many accolades for our performance. We range from construction and engineering to waste management. We do logistics work as well, and so on and so forth across Africa. But here in Uganda, we mainly focus on construction. I think most of you must have known of our work, sorry about this, from the Northern Bypass. I think let me just continue from here. Here we are. So I understand that at the moment, this conference is really for everyone to understand the current opportunities in the region on the Tilenga project, and that's where I'm going to be speaking from for Motor Angel. I don't know what is happening with this slide because it has gone all the way to the end. But let me just speak from my notes here. I hope that's all right. So in regards to the give me a moment, let me fix this. Maybe someone is helping me. I apologize. Give me a moment. All right. Off the top of my head, in regards to national content and the opportunities in the area, there are 4 major opportunities or areas where Ugandans can participate. The first one is, of course, in human resource, and off the top of my head, I know we have employed more than 500 Ugandan nationals in the area, and the opportunities are still growing, and those numbers will 100% double on our part as a contractor for construction. So just to give you also a bit of a background on what we actually do, is we are into construction and engineering. We do a lot of earthworks. For those who don't know what earthworks is, that's basically when you come in and you clear the land, and there's topsoil removal, a lot of engineering things. There's construction of underground of piping, of drainages, and so on and so forth. So with that being said, and giving you a brief background of what we are doing as Motor Angel, in regards to the opportunities, I said we have human resource. So there's going to be a lot of hiring of Ugandan staff for these projects. As I mentioned earlier, more than 500 Ugandans have been employed. In the area, the area where the project is currently happening, we have more than 300 individuals from Noya, Bulisa, the villages around. Sorry about that. The villages around the area. That's one element. Of course, there has to be the training of these Ugandans to equip them to grow their expertise. So we have a list of craft trainings, more specialized trainings. I can even give you an example of one of the trainings we have. It's called the LPS, which is the Last Planner System. The LPS, which is Last Planner System. So what happens is these contracts have due dates when we're supposed to have completed the work. And I'm sorry about this, was it? So these contracts have a time period in which we must complete them by. So what we do is we go through a process of training the team on how to. I gave up on the slides. we go through a process of how to train the team on how to meet these deadlines that our contractors like Total or McDermott have set for us. And these are skills that they can transfer to different sectors, different areas, and different industries. And I think that is also one of the most important things, is emphasizing how we are also equipping the individuals in the area. So from the trainings to the recruitment, of course, there's capacity building where we share what is currently happening on ground, like we're doing right now. And finally, the procurement. I know a lot of you are probably interested in where you can come in and be part. I wish the slides were working, because there was an area on the slides that showed the amount of tons and amount of equipment and all these other things that we require from Ugandans. So in the national content, so that is the goods and services area of the supplies in which we are going to be using for us to be able to execute our project, or our scope of work on the project. With that being said, we're talking about goods and services. I remember off the top of my head, there was almost 11,000 tons of steel that we're going to be using or that we're going to need for this particular project. And I was telling them earlier how I used an example in the previous conference about tons. And just to give you an idea, the average African elephant is 2.2 tons. So for the amount of steel that we're going to have, it's going to be more than 5,000 elephants. And that's basically saying that there is need. There is need for Ugandans to come on board and supply. But of course, there are certain requirements that will be needed. When you approach us at Motor Angel, there's even an email address, at least on this slide, that can help. When you approach us at Motor Angel, there's a criteria and competencies that we need you to make sure that you meet. I know the other national content teams and individuals explained some of those things, but one of them is being registered on the National Supplier Database. Please, please, please. That is among the many of the requirements. But if you have or if you're interested in reaching out to Motor Angel because you believe that we have an element, there is a need for us to work with you, we're very excited about that. We look forward to it. Just drop us an email and we'll reach out to you, our procurement team. We really are excited to work with Ugandan companies, even if it is joint venture companies, as long as we're expanding the scope of work and we're aiding in the development of the country and its national resources with the help of all of you. So, with those many words, I'd like to thank you all, and for if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I am here, our booth is upstairs, and we will be eager to hear from each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. I think the key messages have come through. I would like to invite the next speaker, who is a representative of ZPEB Uganda Limited, Mr. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but he is Mr. Shi Xiang, who is the National Content and Marketing Manager, ZPEB Uganda. You're welcome, sir. So while you come on the podium, a little background on the scope that ZPEB is performing. They are the rig supplier and operator, and they are currently mobilizing to commence activities in country in the foreseeable future. So Mr. Shi will share with us what those opportunities are. Thank you, sir.
5 minutes? How do you use this?
We use this for there.
I see it. Thank you. And thank you, the ED, the officers from PAU, the licensee managers, contractors and subcontractors, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I came from ZPB, Uganda. Thank you for inviting ZPB to attend this third annual National Content Conference. It's my honor to give the presentation as a speaker on behalf of ZPB. My presentation consists of 2 parts. The first part is a brief introduction of ZPB, a very brief introduction. The second part is our national content development vision, which I will spend a little bit more time to explain it. Somebody can help me? Oh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, apologies. There's a technical challenge with Mr. Chi's presentation. So I will request you to give us a few minutes. While that is sorted, we can invite the next speaker, who is a representative of another company, and then we'll go together and sort it out. So apologies. Just if you can go and wait for me there a few minutes, and then we can sort it out. Sorry about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would beg your indulgence. Allow us to move on to the next presenter, who is the account manager for Valorec Oil and Gas Uganda Limited, Mr. Phoenix Kakoma. If you could please make your way to the platform. Mr. Kakoma is here to speak on behalf of a company that has been awarded a very significant drilling and wells scope, which is the OCTG, and he will explain what that is. His profile is currently on display on the platform. So if his presentation could be brought online, he will proceed to take us through it for the next 5 minutes. You're welcome, sir.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having Valorec Oil and Gas here today. So I will proceed with presenting our national content commitment in Uganda. Maybe a quick word about Valorec before proceeding. So for those who doesn't know us, Valorec Oil and Gas is an international company that provide goods and services in mainly the oil and gas sector, but also other industries and low carbon energy, and also digital solution to our customers. This is just to show you that we are a company that take pride to have, I would say, an international reach and to be basically implanted very next to our customers wherever they operate. With more than 17,000 people working with us in order to reach our objective and to help our customer reach their objectives. When it comes to the oil and gas industry, which is what interests us today here, we provide OCTG mainly. So OCTG means all country tubular goods. We provide casings and tubings. Those are seamless pipes that are used during the drilling campaign by our customers to be able to tap into the reservoirs and to collect the hydrocarbon. We also provide other services and products, such as, I would say, line pipes for onshore and offshore oil and gas transport, but also hydrocarbon refineries, for instance. When it comes to Uganda, our scope of work is double. We are a tier 1 subcontractor for Total Energies, but also for CNOOC Uganda Limited, where we will provide for both projects, so the Tilinga and the Kingfisher, OCTG. This will represent jointly more than 1 million meters of pipes that we will be manufacturing and delivering to the project sites. But equally, we will provide services to Total Energies in country, thanks to our local subsidiary called Valorec Oil and Gas Uganda. So I will explain a little bit shortly what those services are and where the opportunity lies for all the Ugandan people to help us accomplishing our goal here in Uganda. First and foremost, we've been incorporated in Uganda since actually 2017, and then we have been accompanying basically the last milestone of the different operators to their FID by providing our goods, but also proposing our services, a wide range of services that I will explain shortly. And we have been, of course, registered in the national database for suppliers, and we have been in constant discussion with the operators, but also I would say the authorities to be when it comes to the national content. A quick word about our setup and operation. So first and foremost, we are proud to say that we have moved our I would say headquarters for East Africa operation from Nairobi to Kampala in the last year, and that from the get-go we have reached 90% of Ugandan employment rates to accompany us on delivering not only our services in Uganda, but also working on the different contracts that we have in East Africa. When it comes to the services that we provide to our customers on the yard, we talk about handling and storage services, inspection services, because all the goods that need to be used in the drilling operation needs to be inspected prior, fit for purpose. And we also offer digital solution to our main customer here in country, Total Energies Uganda. Before starting the operation and before the spud date, one of the key goals that we have is to help Total Energies to build the infrastructure on the drilling support base in the industrial area. So for that, we have started since already 1 year to contract to emit a request for quotation and to contract local Ugandan EPC and general contractors that are currently busy implementing the facility in the drilling support base. This is a quick layout of what it will look like over there in the industrial area. And here is to exemplify what the end result can look like. Of course, this is one of our facilities that we operate somewhere else in the world, but it shows you that we will build something similar here at the drilling support base. We will have inspection area where we will be inspecting all the tubulars, but also a wide, I would say, pipe yard where we will be storing our products and dispatching it to the different drilling well pads as they are needed. If we focus on the national content commitment, so first and foremost, we would like to say that we have year-to-date contracted more than 60 suppliers in Uganda, and this represents 81% of the total suppliers that we use for goods and services in this contract. And it represents 71% of our total spending so far. And we target to increase as time pass that percentage. And a big chunk of the budget that we allocated for the supply of goods and services will be dedicated to Ugandan companies. For this year, for instance, we are planning to spend up to $5 million USD on supply of goods and services locally. We also like to highlight that we rely heavily on local talent. Today, this accounts for 85% of our total workforce are Ugandan nationals. We have been able to successfully, I would say, reach that goal by partnering with local registering sourcing companies and also by advertising every opportunities in, I would say, local newspapers and by partnering also with the Ugandan Petroleum Institute in Kigumba and the Bulisa district local government because our goal is to acquire as much as possible local community talents to help us to accomplish our goal. We also put a strong emphasis on our subcontractors to also hire local talent as much as it's possible. Today we are targeting that 40 people from our subcontractor will be hired from nationals, but also local people over there near the industrial area. And we have to also highlight that from the get-go, we have, I would say, increased our commitment to the national content by diminishing drastically the number of expatriates that we were planning to bring in country. and to focusing more on hiring local talents and developing them through training, I would say continuous trainings of those national recruits. This is, for instance, an example of what has been done so far. So we have recruited our management and technical staff in the past few months. And one of the first things that we've done after onboarding the people to Vallourec Oil and Gas Uganda is to also give them the opportunity for a training overseas. We've been training in the past months our new recruits in the Middle East, where experts from different Vallourec entities have been gathering to transfer their skill and knowledge to our Ugandan management and technical staff. So yeah, basically I would say to summarize, Vallourec, we are strongly committed to national content by not only focusing on locally sourcing everything that is possible in terms of goods and services, to also implement, I would say, new plans to keep growing the share of the local supply of goods and services, hiring locally the talents and also developing them. And I just want to finish by saying that we are very, I would say, reachable. So do not hesitate to contact us, to come in touch with us, to discuss opportunities so that you can benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kakoma. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of this session discussing the opportunities that are rising from the Tilenga project. I'm going to invite our second last speaker, Ms. Janice Luzinda, who is the Uganda National Content and Government Relations Manager at Schlumberger. Schlumberger is primarily a drilling and wells contractor. They have been awarded so far 4 contracts, main contracts, and Janice will be sharing with us what opportunities are arising from these contracts and how can they be accessed. Again, as a reminder, as we await for her slides to be brought on board, these slides will be shared with you in as much of a transparent method online and through the feedback mechanism from the conference. You're welcome, Janice. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Bon après-midi. Siaouhao. My name is Janice, as you have already been told. I only have 5 minutes. I usually speak a lot, but today there's no time for that. Okay, so I'll just quickly give you a brief background about Schlumberger, then I'll go into the opportunities that we currently have. We are the leading provider of technology in the energy industry, service provider of technology, so to speak. And our story started over 90 years ago, and currently we have over 86,000 employees representing 160 nationalities due to our diversity and inclusion. And we have operations in over 120 countries, covering 5 basins, and specifically for Uganda, it's part of what we call offshore Atlantic, and that comprises of Angola, Central, and Eastern Africa. And we have 4 divisions that under our business that include well construction, production systems, reservoir performance, and because we're about technology, we also have a division for digital and integration. And sustainably, we define and drive high performance, and this vision helps us to achieve our purpose, the reason that we wake up every day to create amazing technology that unlocks access to energy for the benefit of all. But we cannot do this without our people, our employees. So we hire the best from all over the world, and we train them to make the company what it is. So on the Ugandan project, we are privileged to have been awarded 4 packages by our client, Total Energies. And these packages are drilling, We also have wellhead, upper completion and lower completion. And we are going to drill over 400 wells. And as a result of this, we've made several commitments to the national content. And we have a philosophy that's divided into 3 segments where we're going to invest in people, create in-country value creation, and also sustainability is core to our operations. So we are going to ensure sustainability. I'm not going to talk too much about this. I'll just go straight to the next slide, which is the most important for today, and that's the available opportunities. Last year in December, we put out an EOI, an expression of interest, where we had over 600 potential suppliers respond to us. And we've so far awarded what you can see on your left. Those are contracts that have been awarded so far. And on the other side, we have the upcoming opportunities. And we'll put out the EOI from between Q4 and the first half of 2023. And as the ED of PAU, Mr. Rubondo, once said, the cake is too big. So you need to prepare in order to partake of the cake. And the takeaway from this for you, I would like to say that it's very important to remember the standards of the company for which you want to supply your goods and services. At Schlumberger, we are very professional, ethical, we deliver, and so many other attributes as well that come with us. So ensure that you're able to provide the services as you say, as you submit and respond to our EOIs. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. I was only given 5 minutes, so I hope I'm within the time. And merci. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Janice. You've been very efficient time-wise. I think you've set the record for the day, and I applaud you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at our last presentation. It's a very key presentation, so please bear with us while we invite again to the podium Mr. Shi Sishuang from ZPEB. A round of applause for him. He's been generous enough to recheck and enable us to sort out the technical issues. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have 5 minutes. Let me have a quick look at my presentation. About ZPB, the first about ZPB is founded in 1975, reorganized in 2012, and our main business is engaged in the petroleum engineering services, such as drilling, workover, cementing, mud logging, wetland logging, and tubular tool services. ZPB first came to Africa in 1996 in Sudan, and now we have 5 branches in African continent, Sudan, South Sudan, Chad, Republic of Congo, and later in Uganda. In Africa, we have 5 drilling rigs, 8 service rigs, 4 cementing crews, 1 drilling fluid crews providing petroleum services to different oil companies. The second part is regarding the national content development vision. Let me introduce the achievement in past years in Uganda. We have a service rig operation and drilling operation between 2013 and 2015. We have created more than 100 jobs to Ugandan nationals, and we trained a large number of skilled workers. We still have contact with most of the skilled workers, and they are happy to come back to ZPB again in the coming project. We have increased the revenue and promote the economic growth to Uganda. We have paid a lot of tax, but the number I'm not going to share here. Meanwhile, we spend a large amount of income locally for goods and services. The second one is we establish the friendship and enhance the mutual understanding with the local people. They are really hardworking people and kind-hearted people. This photos is our happened during our previous operation. It's our commitment. For the new project in Tilinga, for the management staff, at the beginning of the commencement date, it will be 30% of local Ugandans. For the technical staff, 45% shall be the Ugandan citizens in the actual commencement date. And for the other staff, 95% of the local citizens involved. And also our vision and objectives, we will maximize the percentage of community members and Uganda citizens during the whole project. A little bit quick, because time is run out. So our plan, we are going to recruit more than 200 national staff under Tilinga drilling activities. Also, the proportion will be increased yearly to catch up with our commitment, and various training courses shall be provided to the national staff in different positions before and during the operation to promote their skills and awareness. And the drilling operation is high risk and high challenge. So in order to start the project safety effectively, we are planning to mobilize some expatriate engineers and technical experts from the beginning of the project. The training to national staff shall be conducted in Kampala, in DBB drilling base, in support base in Tiling, in Busela, and in their positions. The training content include the HSE awareness, drilling preparations, basic drilling technology, and the knowledge of the oil well drillings. We are awarded the contract, the drilling contract by a licensee in Uganda last year. I want to mention that these 3 rigs are designed in China, manufactured in China, and assembled, inspected in China, and they will be moved to Uganda by end of this year and the beginning of next year. This rig is very special one. Some advanced automatic technology is adopted. The diesel particular filter, we call it the DPF, was equipped to the rig to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. It can efficiently reduce the carbon dioxide and other toxic air release. And the acoustic damping materials is introduced to ensure the noise from the rig is below 45 decibel at the daytime and even lower at night time. And it's a self-working rig. After finish one well, it can move to the next position all by itself. No truck and cranes are needed unless it's long distance. This is a photo of the new rig. Now we come to the opportunities. I think most of the people sitting here are very interested. So the Ugandan people shall be involved in below sections for the employment. I think for the first, we will recall our previous skilled employees. They can save time, and most important is safe to the operation. And second, we will recruit the employment through the HR company or the public advertisement. Also, we will work with the oil company and the local community to recruit the proper people from local community. And second is goods and services. We would like to procure most of the of these from the local market, like the HR companies, networking companies, vehicle purchase, catering, rig custom clearance, and rig moving from Mombasa to Busila. And also we have plan for technical transfer. Initial plan was worked out, and it will subject to company approval. All the national staff shall be trained with the needed items of their respective positions. This rig will mobilize to Uganda. The 3 rigs will mobilize to Uganda and start up the operation by end of 2022. The second rig will mobilize after 2 months of the first one in February 2023. And the third rig will move to Uganda around April 2023. And this year marks the 60th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Uganda. We will usher in a new journey. We hope the 2 countries will take this as a new starting point and inject stronger impetus into the China-Uganda cooperation, and which in turn will benefit the oil and gas industry. We are looking for a prosperous future to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session on opportunities in the Tilenga project. I hope you've had quite a number of takeaways, but in a nutshell, the key message is the opportunities are immense. We have them accruing primarily from our main contractors and their key subcontractors. You've been given advice on the basic minimums in regards to national supplier database registration, as well as publicizing yourself on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. You've also been shared information around particulars of these needs and how you can reach out to achieve them. And the most important thing is these are being sourced in fair, open, and transparent manners. Public adverts are going out, and you have to proactively seek them out. On our part, as Total Energies and our partners, we will also support you. We'll continue to participate in engagements like this. And today, we are available at the booths. We are also participating on Slido, so please log into slido.com, post all your questions under the hashtag PAU, and we are available to respond to your questions. Thank you so much, and I wish you a good afternoon. Once again, I'm Rosette Komjisha, and I'm the National Content Lead at Total Energies EP Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing a wonderful job. And as she mentioned, yes, please do continue to engage with us. We're going to do lunch in just a little bit. Wanted to remind you of Slido feedback. We are getting some interesting feedback coming through, and we'll be sharing that on the screen, as you can see clearly. I just saw a very interesting one there from Augustine Darlington Chigozi, who says that there is an unbalanced gender sensitivity ratio in the workplace with 85% female employees and 15% male. That's interesting if it's true, but do get onto the platform so you can get some feedback from there. It would be great. Our lunch is going to be served. Because we have eaten a little bit into your lunchtime, pun not intended, we'd like to ask that you, I should say, eat a little quickly, if that's possible. We'll try and shorten the lunch a little bit. Thankfully, we're at the Serena Hotel where the service is great, so we should be able to eat with a bit of speed. The instructions for lunch are very simple. Don't leave your seat without a coupon. Otherwise, you might get manhandled in the parking lot. We don't want that. You're too important. So someone is going to hand you a little piece of paper that will allow you to be able to go and pick a meal. So don't go anywhere until you get that. We have some wonderful sessions coming up in the afternoon. Before we do go away for lunch, I would like to invite our board chair, Dr. Jen Mbalema, to please come and join me on the stage, because we want to recognize some of our key partners before we break off for lunch. We'll do this in just a little bit of time, because we understand that the enzymes in your stomach are begging for attention, and who are we not to accord them that? So I'm going to ask as soon as I call your name, please do come and receive something from our board chair, starting with McDermott. If you'd please come and pick something from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. This is just us saying thank you. Please give them a big, big, big hand clap for being partners with us in this journey. And as you have heard, this discussion is one that's ongoing. We need to do a lot more awareness. The opportunities are many. And as our ED has been saying over and over again, the cake is indeed too big, and we must share it and make sure that everyone knows that it's available. We'll do it from this side because we need to be able to take a good picture. So this is for McDermott. After them, we shall have Sinopec. So if you also please come very quickly. Derek, thank you. After Sinopec, we have Motor Angel. I hope, Estella has disappeared. Is there anyone else who can pick this from Motor Angel? If not yet, we'll have ZPEB. ZPEB can also please come and receive something from our board chair. Shenshei. I hope I got that right. The problem with Chinese is that just one slight mispronunciation can go from saying thank you to saying something very obscene. So you have to be careful. Am I right? That's the slightest mispronunciation and you can get into trouble. Let's have Volarek as well receive something. And after Volarek, we'll have Schlambaja. And finally, ESA. Thank you so much. There you are, Stella. We were looking for you. If I can kindly ask all our partners who've received the gift to just kindly come back. Let's take a group photo as well. I'm sorry for making you walk. Don't worry. We'll make sure you have extra fruit at lunch. It's for ESA. And so we just want to do a group photo. Please do come up. Let's take a group photo with our board chair. Apparently, the men are all standing on one side and the women on the other. There must be gender balance even in photos, right? A bigger hand clap than that, ladies and gentlemen, for all our partners. And we want to say thank you so much for the great job. And now our lunch will be served. It's now 1:35. We'll try and do this in at least not more than 40 minutes so we can gather at about 2:15 so we can start our afternoon session. Want to recognize the presence of some very special people. Colonel Fred Mwesije, our High Commissioner to Tanzania, was here. I don't know if he has disappeared. We'll probably make sure we see him after lunch. I want to say thank you so much for being with us. I'm also advised that our ambassador for Norway is with us. If you are here, can you kindly just stand so we can make note of your presence? Thank you so much. Otherwise, do enjoy your lunch. I'll have my wonderful DJ from Phenon Events play some music for you to get your enzymes excited. Do wait for a coupon. Or you can, as you walk out, make sure you pick one as you exit so you can be able to have lunch. Our lunch is being served in the big tent right opposite the entrance to the main hall. So as soon as you walk out the front door, there's a big tent right in front of you When you do, you'll be able to see where the lunch is being served, and you can be able to go and pick a meal. And let's try and aim to be back in the room by 2:10, so we can start at 1:15 for our afternoon session. Bon appétit. And you can share your questions, comments, or anything in that regard that you think might be useful for you. So we'll wait just another 2 minutes before we get started. Otherwise, in case anyone has, thank you. If you're driving a car number UG0191D, this is UG0191D. Someone has stolen your guns from the car, so you need to please go quickly and check. I see it's a UGD. I'm assuming it's a defense car. So UG0191D. Someone is trying to steal your guns from the car. If you could kindly go and check your car for us. We want to make sure that we are safe. So again, one last time, UG0191D. If you could kindly just go to your car if you're driving that. We'll get started in 2 minutes from now. Hopefully you're enjoying the discussion so far. Want to remind you to get in touch on Twitter. As we have these discussions, we'd like to bring as many people into them as possible. As we say thank you to our partners, GCC Services, to COSL for being a part of the 3rd National Content Conference, to New Plan. Mr. Seru Kenya and your team, thank you so much for the great job that you're doing. CPECC, to Living Earth Uganda, who are bringing ideas into action. Housing Finance Bank as well, thank you so much. Wally, thank you for being our partner at the 3rd National Content Conference. McDermott, of course, and Sinopec, as well as Stanbic Bank, Valorec, Schlambaja. We want to say a big thank you to all our partners, and we recognize you in each of your capacities. I have a phone that was found somewhere unattended to. If you could kindly check if you're missing a phone, please do get in touch. Let us know in case it's yours. You must be able to prove it's yours by entering your MTN mobile money PIN code, yeah? Just to make sure it's your phone. So we'll enter my number, we'll put an amount of money, you'll put your PIN code. If the money comes to my phone, then we'll know it's your phone. That's the deal, right? So please do check. If you're missing your phone, please come to me. We'll just put my number, put just a little amount of money in the phone. You hit the pin. If it comes to my phone, then we know it's yours, and I'll hand the phone over to you. In case you ate too much and there's disagreement on the inside, I'd like to comfortably say that one of our partners, City Ambulance, is exhibiting, and they actually have a fully fledged ambulance on the outside at the front of the building. So please don't die in silence. There's nothing wrong with eating too much, but it can have side effects, which we are more than glad to fix because we have partners for that. So if you need to have any medical emergency services, we do have City Ambulance to make sure they take care of you today. Again, we are the Serena. It's good food, so it's okay. I already know I ate too much chapati, so I'm paying already. So I think as soon as we start our first session, I'll probably go and look for some magnesium from City Ambulance. So, but yeah, you can make use of those. So our 2 sessions for this afternoon, they are going to be a bit briefer than what we had in the morning. We again want to make sure that we are done by 5. We will have a networking cocktail when we are done with the day's session. So we'll get together and figure out how we can work better and spend some time in each other's company. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Before that, we will hear about the upcoming opportunities that there are for Kingfisher. We'll also hear about the upcoming opportunities from ECOP. And so Sinok will lead the session for Kingfisher, and we'll hear some remarks from the president there, as well as some of the representatives for the contractors that are in Kingfisher. And then we'll also hear from the chair of ECOP, as well as the opportunities that are there from the different contractors. That's going to be the composition of our afternoon, and we'll get into that in just about a minute and a half from now. So we'll just Our ED is back with us, so we'll just wait for 1 more minute and then we'll get started. Thank you so much. Just a reminder again, in case you're missing your phone, please do check. I might have your phone, if you can be able to prove that it's yours. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to get started with our afternoon session as we first take a look at opportunities available for us in Kingfisher. And I'm going to ask the chair of SINOC, Mr. Chenzo Biao. Have I got the name right? No? See, I hope I didn't abuse you. Yeah, you know, again, Chinese names, you have to be careful. One wrong mispronunciation and you're saying something that could start World War III. So please welcome with, I'll just say the chair of SINOC as he comes.
So it's not the wrong pronunciation. Mr. Chen Zhubiao is our president. He's in China now for a short vacation. So I'll be there for the remarks. Dear Mr. Romando, the ED of PU, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Hu Weijie. Hu is my family name. You can call me Hu. Who am I? I'm Hu, so it's easy to remember. So I'm the vice president of SINOC Uganda Limited. So it's an honor for me to stand before you almost 5 months since 1st of February 2022, when we announced the final investment of decision for the projects. This announcement of FID was a landmark for the oil and gas projects in Uganda. This unlocked multiple opportunities for different entities in all the sectors of goods and services provision, including citizens of this country with different skill sets who will have the opportunities to support the oil and gas sector during the phase of development and production. Allow me first to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for organizing this conference, focusing on national content aspects and carefully choosing the same that reflects the current focus of the projects. As all of you are aware, there are a number of projects within the sector, including Tinga project operated by Total Energy and the Kingfisher project operated by SINOC Uganda, and the midstream projects to including the refinery and the East Africa crude oil pipeline projects. All these projects have immense potential and opportunities to allow for participation for the Uganda entities in the services and goods sector, as I already mentioned, highlighted. For the completion project, where we are the operators, as you will be informed in detail through the various presentations to be made, including from our Tier 1 contractors, there are a number of areas for the local participations. As part of the commitment to national content efforts, Sino Uganda Limited intends to promote national and community content efforts which are aimed at promoting and maximizing of value addition and job creation through the use of local expertise, goods and services, business in the oil and gas value chain, and their retention in the country through education, skills transfer, and expertise development. Our philosophy for ensuring participation of Ugandan services providers is entrenched in the following approaches. The utilizations of Uganda local goods and services, Ugandan companies, Ugandan citizens, registered entities, businesses, and financing in petroleum activities. The utilization of Uganda human and material resources for the provision of goods and services to the petroleum industry in Uganda, using of the expertise, employment of Ugandans, and the training and the transfer of knowledge and technology to Ugandans. I think all of these approaches have been mentioned by Panina, the director of technical support, PU, this morning, which is entrenched in our contracting strategy for the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 contractors. Committing on national content shall ensure inclusion and participation of many entities. These commitments are fundamental to us and to our operations and part of our contracting strategy right through the bidding process. The prospective service providers have to submit their national content commitments to be achieved. These are evaluated, ensuring in the country contractors and become commitments and obligations for the contractors' performance. We monitor performance of these obligations through the contract execution phase. Our Tier 1 contractors shall be presenting to you how these opportunities shall be unbundled for the participation of Uganda entities and the Uganda citizens with different skill sets, as mentioned earlier. As we started counting down to the first oil by the beginning of 2025, it's our intention that this is achieved alongside economic transformation of the Uganda economic through participation of Uganda entities, and we look forward to supporting each other to achieve this. As a closure, I wish all of you and all of us a fruitful conference, and I'm confident that the information has been shared and that to be shared later shall be beneficial to all regarding securing opportunities during this development phase of the oil and gas sector. I thank you all, and good afternoon once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hu. There are so many jokes that can be made around your name, but I will spare you those today. Who is a very good man? See, I'm sure you hear this all the time, right? Yeah, he knows. Yeah. No, I won't. I will stop. I mean, who wants to see? Again, you just start and then there's no stopping. Thank you so much. I'll ask Mr. Matthew Charigosa to come and take us through the next session as we hear from some of the
contractors in this Kingfisher project, and then we'll pick it up from there. Please give Mr. Charigonza a big hand clap as he comes.
Thank you very much, MC. I've already been introduced. My name is Matthew Charigonza. I take care of national content at SINOC. Our dear VP, thank you for those remarks, and I won't repeat them. Our dear ED, GM, Total, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At SINOC, we have opportunities that we are sure Ugandans are going to benefit from. Amongst those employment opportunities, SINOC, the Kingfisher project, is going to employ about 2,716 people directly, and 78% of these are going to be Ugandans. At SINOC, we are very passionate about value retention in country, and we've made efforts in that regard to ensure that as much as possible, value retention is maximized through the utilization of Ugandan goods and services, the training and capacity development of Ugandan enterprises, and among these, we are running several programs like the Train the Trainer program, welders certification and training, ECITB, to mention but a few. But today, we want to focus on our contractors, and my work is very simple. Allow me to invite our first presenter, who is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, contractor on the Kingfisher project. This is none other than the CCJV. The CCJV is a joint venture between COOEC and CPECC, and their scope of work is going to be the design, procurement of materials and equipment, construction of the central processing facility, lake water intake station, temporary camp, and infield flow lines. So please join me to welcome Mr. Deng Zingshin, who is the public relations manager, here to represent also Mr. Jobin, who is the company representative of COEC, and Mr. Deng is a very passionate person about national content and has always engaged us as SINOC on how to maximize national participation. Join me to welcome Mr. Deng. Thank you.
Your Honorable ED of PAL and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very humbled to be here representing CCGV. Actually, we are in the processing of recruiting a local national content manager. So today I'm lucky to be here before he or she, assume the responsibilities. So my presentation today will be very short, less than 10 minutes. So split into 3 parts. First is a brief introduction of our project and CCGV, the contractor itself. You have a remote. You have a remoter. So will be short, and the second is upcoming opportunities. So it will be very detailed and specific. And the third part is closing remarks. So first, brief introduction about our project. As Mr. Matthew mentioned. So our scope of works includes a CPF. The processing capacity is 40,000 barrels of oil per day, and a temporary camp which can accommodate around 1,000 people. And we have water intake station and 4 well pads, which contain totally 31 wells. And we have oil flow line, we have water line, water for the production and also for potable water. So introduction of ourselves, it's a joint venture and consisting of COIC and CPCC Uganda Limited. COIC is one of the largest EPC contractor for offshore oil and gas projects. And CPEC is one of the largest EPC contractor in oil and gas. It has a global presence, operating in more than 30 countries and building numerous FPF, CPF, and also some refineries in Africa, including Sudan and Algeria. And we're a taxpayer here, of course. So upcoming opportunities, because in our contract, we made a specific commitment to our customer, to PAL. So we will, employ more than 600 nationals, and the training total more than 40,000 hours. So the overall national company value we targeted is more than 60 million US dollars. So one third of the value will go to civil works. So this is a very, very important topic, so I want to highlight first. So for the civil work, we have site preparation, and after finishing, we have the finishing grading. And also we have the foundation works, and we have bitumen road and concrete roads inside the CPF. Also we have some concrete buildings. So all these works we will advertise in national newspaper. Calculating the tonnage, how many tons for this work. So for local companies, they have a very vivid impression about the work out there. So here is a list. It's not a full list. So item 1, because it's one of the core jobs, so I highlighted in the previous slide. So we also have other works we plan to procure or subcontract to local companies, including inland logistics, pipe rack erection, as I mentioned just now, and office leasing, medical services. So just now in the upstairs, I met some local companies. They can offer such services. So after the meeting, we will keep in touch with those companies, and we will discuss work opportunities. And also some camp sewage treatment, camp management, of course, and a visa application and training services. also for the outsourcing of some HR management work. So for local procurement, because now our temporary camp construction is ongoing, so at the moment, so most of the materials are for the temporary camp. So these are some of the suppliers we identified. So these are, to be a supplier, first need to be in the NSD. Secondly, Ugandan company certified by PAL will be considered first. They will be given priority. So these are some of the companies who can supply steel bars and water pumps, furniture, and that. So closing marks. So we as a EPC contractor, we sign contract with our customer. We have obligation to deliver the project on time, on budget. And so we welcome local companies to join us as partners, work together to deliver the project to our customer, Senok, on time, but without compromising the safety and the quality, because we have been operating globally. We saw, some accidents there, because oil and gas industry is different from other industries. This is a very hazardous industry. So we will not compromise the quality and safety. So in the bidding process, after local companies submitted their proposals, different functions, different departments, they will verify their HSE performance, their financial capabilities, and their work performances inside Uganda or other countries. So I want to add, for a company, localization is one of our company development strategy. Here in Uganda, we are lucky because from the Petroleum Act, actually it helps us foster this localization process. It is quite helpful. It helps us to foster the process, and we're happy we warmly invite quality partners to join us to do projects in Uganda, because this may not be our last project, because after finishing of the CPF, Kingfisher, there might be some other job opportunities, maybe a refinery, chemical plant, and then many more factories. So it's in the process of industrialization. So in this process, so there will be many opportunities. So we think long time. For this project, we intend to, work with you for this project, and we can establish long-term cooperation relationship. So let's work together to deliver the project on time, and make Uganda a better country. Let's fight the inflation together and make the country better. Thank you.
Another big round of applause to Mr. Deng. Thank you very much for that brief presentation. Allow me to introduce briefly our team. The VP, Mr. Hu, came along with a delegation from SINOC, which is headed by the head of HR, Madame Yvette. Please stand up for recognition. And the entire SINOC team. Thank you. Kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you. Our next speaker is from a company called KOSU. which in full means China Oilfield Services. These are the people we have entrusted with integrated drilling services. They're going to do very high-level work for us, and allow me to introduce or invite Mr. Jang Haikun, who is the interface manager, to make a presentation. Thank you. His profile is on the screens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear ED and Vice President of CNOOC and General Manager of Total, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here to introduce COSO. I'm Interface Manager of COSO, Arthur Zhang. I will get this presentation for you to show you what we have been done and what will we do for Uganda in the near future. Our COSO is one of the leading oilfield services provider in the world, and COSO offers a wide range of oilfield services that cover the entire value chain of the oilfield service industry. And we have the top class in the world and more than 50 years of experience and the comprehensive services for exploration, development, and the production of hydrocarbons. And we have 4 business segments: geophysical and service services, drilling services, and the well services, and marine support services. And COSO's core value is win-win with shareholders, customers, employees, and partners. We dedicated to deliver high-quality services to our customers while maintaining some HSE performance. We have 0 target, no human injury, no excess loss, no damage to environment, and no damage for reputation. Our leadership commitment, management system, the competencies and the commitment for our employees are core elements to achieve our 4.0 targets successfully. Now, please see a short video about us to show you who we are. Please.
COSOL is one of the leading energy services providers dedicated to providing customers with full life cycle of technology and operational services throughout all phases of oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Guided by our customers' needs and the strategy of technology-driven, cost-leading, integration, internationalization, and regional development, COSOL focuses on the development of our 4 core business of geophysical prospecting, drilling, oilfield and marine support services. COSOL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment in Asia-Pacific region. COSOL has established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000-meter water depth. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSOL has developed 220 core technology products. In the field of seismic exploration, COSOL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSOL's self-developed set of towline seismic acquisition equipment for marine oil and gas exploration towline has been formally put into 3D seismic acquisition and production operations. In the field of wireline logging The Enhanced Logging Imaging System, ELIS, covered the complete technical system, including Grand Slam, multi-dimensional imaging service, formation testing service, and maximum rotary sidewall boring service, covering from room temperature to high temperature and from medium-high to low permeability in terms of technical performance. S-Cool high-temperature wireline logging system is able to operate at the maximum temperature of 205 degrees. In the field of directional drilling, COSOL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steering drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. It has been utilized in large-scaled industrial application and completed multiple Level 1 3D anti-corrosion avoidance operations. In the field of drilling and completion, COSOL has overcome global drilling technology challenges, such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development and achieving good practice in Southeast Asia and other regional markets. Industrialization with full well bore completion tools with the pressure resistance of the high pressure gas tight series well completion tools of 15,000 psi has been made. In the field of development and exploitation, COSOL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies. Focused on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of well-bore troubleshooting technologies represented by the integrated tubing grinding, milling, cutting, fishing technologies. COSOL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. In green development, COSOL is working on perfecting the 4-in-1 EPS solution of source control, emission reduction treatment, emission after reaching standard, marine re-injection, disposal on land. A number of LNG Power Guard supply vessels have been deployed, boosting peak carbon dioxide emissions, carbon neutralization. COSOL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to international health, safety, and environmental standards, COSOL establishes a global HSE risk communication mechanism and continues to improve our global emergency management system. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSOL has established 6 overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America, Europe, and the Far East. COSOL operations cover more than 30 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSOL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
And thank you. Thank you. Back for the presentation. Okay, our project overview is the Kingfisher. All right. Okay, well established. About the national content, I respecting the local law and regulations, and we will do the maximum the percentage of national content and development local industry capacities, promoting economic and social development. And we have three-step plan. First one is local entity, to company outweighting and the recruitment. The second is economic promotion of the procurement, local services, and the construction. The third was technical transfer, about staff training, local employee training, and institute training. This is our company profile, and I will establish about that. And about the local hiring, the COSO was committed to provide job maximum opportunities to local communities as part of execution of the project. And we will do the best to achieve employment targets of local manpower. During interpretation stage of project COSO Uganda Services Limited, it's planning to recruit 253 employees with 100 Ugandans at the internal stage. And we will have the 5-year replacement plan to the management replacement from 38 to 71. The technical replacement from 40 to 71. And other replacement is 100 from beginning to the end. And we also planning to hire employment in the 5th year is there, like this. And we have community content plan to considering the actual situation of the local community people in Uganda. We plan to employ community personnel for all other staff hired on site in Kingfisher. And we have made a request with local human resources services company to recruit for the community and give priority to community person in employment of other staff. And also, the Uganda transportation of Seagull Baling DB drilling rig of COSO is about 1-time China to Uganda transportation and 7-time Kingfisher oilfield regulation involve about 180 pieces of derrick, which mount pump, diesel generator set, well set barracks, which involves the dismantling, installation and transportation of large equipment, require a large number of vehicles and personnel and can be profitable for the Uganda Transport Company. And we also plan to the apartment and the business vehicle rental of COSO Uganda Company involves 30 to 60 bedroom rental and 3 to 5 car at the commitment date, increasing gradually according to the COVID-19. And we also, about the procurement, the equipment spare parts of the general materials involved in drilling operation mainly include office supplies, oil products, steel, electrical materials act. Local sourcing is required in Uganda. We have oil community use in drilling, RIGS, steel and tools, and painting and tools. And also, we focus on technology transfer. We have training inside Uganda, inviting COSO senior engineers to conduct training in Uganda, and inviting Chinese professors to conduct training in Uganda or internet, and cooperate with other local institutions. And our training outside Uganda invited the key positions with high KPI to attend training in China, or invite PAU personnel or other local trainers who intend to train or go abroad. And of course, we have the target participant about all the local staff, about QHSE training and technology training. We have established a training matrix for new employees to conduct academics internal training for QHSE. And we have signed a local training company for QHSE certification and the training. And we also have established a new employee training matrix to conduct certificate internal training specifically for professional technology of each project. And we have signed a local training company for our professional technology certification and training. Here's our training on-site HSE training class and the technical training class. And we're planning almost 30,000 man-hours for local employees for entire contract, about 5 years. The summary of national content value and percentage is manpower is over 5 million. And the producement and procurement and services is over 5 million. The total is over 10 million. And the valuable equipment and tools can only be imported from outside of Uganda, such as the rig, plumber chemical materials, sand control pumps, cementing pumps, completion tools, directional drilling tools, profiling guns, mud logging equipment act. But as well as some highly paid senior engineers, some large equipment imported from outside of Uganda are supposed to service in Uganda and continue to bring economy benefits to Uganda and Ugandans. The total value of such equipment is more than 63 million. So in the end, I will share a word with you, which is our company's guidelines. We will always do better. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jang Haikun. Another round of applause for Mr. Jang. Yes, we'd like to make a special recognition and thanks to the chairperson, board PAU, Ms. Jane Mulema, for your leadership and for being with us up to now. The next speaker is from Sinok Enatech International Uganda Limited. And these are people we have entrusted with 3 main packages. One is ESP heat tracing. The other is coring, casing, cold cutting, and fishing. The other is supply and installation of downhole pressure gauges. And these are very highly specialized packages, but however much they are specialized, as Sinok, we have squeezed and ensured that there is national content should be achieved in these packages as well. Please join me to welcome Mr. Shi Hang Ho, who is also called Vincent, to come and make a presentation on behalf of Sinok Enatech. Thank you. Mr. Shi is the general manager and is in charge of all Sinok Enatech business in Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honorable ED, President of Total, President of Sinok. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I have to thank to the excellent event organizer, the PAU team, to give me opportunity. And it's my honor to join this meeting. This is Vincent from Sinok Enatech Uganda Limited. Before I come for the meeting, I ask me 3 questions. Why? What? And how? The answer are not that so simple. A single drop of water accumulates, the ocean runs. A solitary barrel of oil, the petroleum industry of Uganda step further. With these 3 questions, let's go ahead. Sinok Enatech International Uganda Limited was incorporated in Uganda on the year 2012. The company was registered according to the Uganda law and regulation to fulfill the national content. Socio-Economic is also a registered service provider in Uganda National Supply Database under the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with reference. We have our solution from the upstream to downstream, but anyhow, most of the time in Uganda, we focused on the maintenance, production, drilling, and the completion part with our Uganda partner and the contractors. For the past years, our footprint with local supplier, we get the transportation from the Eagle Logistic. We get human resources from Q-Sourcing and NFT. Of course, we acquire the security service from KK, and we get a fuel supply from Total. Besides, we also get a food and beverage supply from Capital and Games and other supermarkets. We also acquire the cleaning and forwarding from Spedag, Bolori, and other Uganda forwarding company. For the contract opportunity of national content, the service we will provide for KF oil field, mainly including 3 packages, as Mr. Marshall just introduced. The first one is ESP heating tracing. Part 1 is ESP equipment for sale. Part 2 is ESP assembly rental service. During this part, we shall provide a national content opportunity for Uganda, including transportation, food and beverage supply, human resources, training, and etc. Package 2, coring, casting, code cutting, and fishing. For this part, we'll provide coring service, casting, code cutting service, and fishing service. We will provide opportunity for Uganda people for transportation, food and beverage, human resources, training, forwarding, and cleaning, etc. For the package 3, it's a supply and installation of downhole pressure gauge by providing opportunity of transportation, food, beverage, human resources, management, and training, etc. for the opportunity of Uganda. The contractor of national content commitment for CCF for the past 5 years, we shall employ 9 technicians and 2 assistants in the next 5 years. Local technicians account more than 60% of the total. And 16 courses of over 100 hour training will be carried out, 4 of which certificate qualification, 6 of security training, 6 of professional technology training will be provided for a total 18 staff in the fishing, coring, code cutting, technology, and practice operation, during which we shall also provide the transportation, etc. For the ESP contract commitment for the past 5 years, we will employ 16 local administrative staff, 17 technical staff, and 5 assistants. We shall provide 19 courses of over 717 hours, 4 of which certificate qualification, 6 of security training, 9 of professional technology training. Besides, we also provide cleaning and forwarding opportunities, transportation, office supplies, security, and etc. For the DPG supply, the company will temporarily employ 2 assistants with no technician and administrative staff. Basic training, first aid training, equipment practical operation shall be given to the assistant. Besides, we shall also get the clean and forwarding and the other transportation service from the local commitment. For the year of 2012, the national content completion expectation shall be over $100,000, during which the clean and forward should be over 20,000, and the material fuel supplies should be over than 100. And besides, we shall also ask for, we shall also employ more than 10 Uganda administrative and technical staff. In conclusion, Sinnock and Tech Uganda devoted to establish coordinated and harmony relationship with local contractors, communities, and residents. We always keep the social responsibility in mind and work closely under the direction of PAU and the licensee with the national content by creating employment opportunities, improving community economy. At the same time, we promise to involve ourselves in the local economic development to form a win-win mechanism in supporting the petroleum activity in the project. That's all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Shi. Thank you very much for being very efficient. And please join me to welcome our next speaker. The next speaker is from Daching Oilfield Construction Services Group. This is our EPC4 contractor, and their scope includes the design, procurement of materials and equipment, and construction of a 50-kilometer feeder line. This is the pipeline that will transport the crude oil from Buhuka at Kingfisher to Kabale Industrial Hub. And we are having two representatives from DOCG. One is D. Fangati, who is the project representative, and Feng Donghai, the administration director. Please welcome me, join me to welcome Mr. Feng Donghai. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry today my colleagues is not here because they had another business, so I come for them to here. My name is Hu Ya-chung from DOCG Company. DOCG Company is a professional international oil field construction company. So please let me give you guys simply introduce. DOCG is a general contract of EPC4. And the scope of the EPC4 Kingfisher feeder line includes the engineering design and the materials and equipment procurement and the construction, installation, and commissioning of the about 48 kilometers pipeline and high voltage power transmission line. Sorry? Okay. And about our project National Content Program. National content commitment is a very important work during the project, and it's very profound to Uganda's socio-economic transformation. So as a project participant of Kingfisher oil field, DOCG will comply with the national content commitment and intend to promote national and community content efforts, maximizing of value addition and job creation through the use of local employees, local goods and services, subcontracting and skill transfer through training to the local employees. In order to ensure the correct execution of the national and community content commitment, we do the studying of the national content regulation and the laws, legal consulting, and professional practice consulting from related authorities, DOCD, and will set up a specialized content execution team to follow up and supervise, guide the implementation. The program of the national content of this project will include local subcontracting, local employment, and local goods, materials, and services procurement, and local staff training. Local subcontracting. In order to enhance the national content, DOCD will subcontract some project activities which are available to qualify the local company according to the regulation requirement. And the potential subcontracting activities at below. Please see the table. There are 6 items about. This is a tentative, will be updated during the project. Local employment. DOCD will provide maximize job opportunities to national citizens as part of the execution of the project, and will do the best to achieve the employment targets of local manpower during the implementation stage of the project. DOCD will respect the local control and the custom, respect the human rights of the local employee, try the best to give the local community a priority in local employment available. Local employment will comply with the relevant laws and the guidelines of Uganda. The local employment categories includes management staff, technical staff, and unskilled staff. In the future, DOCD will employ about 100 people, local people, in the project. DOCD will give preference to local goods and services specified in the schedule, which are procured and are available in Uganda, provided by Ugandan companies. And DOCD will also try the best to give the local community priority and opportunity in local goods and services purchasing which are available. This is the list of the local goods and the services. Training. DOCD is committed to enhancing the skills and the working ability of the local employees through the execution of the training plan. The training of the Uganda employees shall in offices of project activities. Training program may include, but not limited to, the following: health, safety and environment, project management, quality management, technical management, technical skill. Training method, basic training. After award of this contract, DOCD will establish an on-site training center in camp and conduct the skill training for management staff and technical staff. Improving training. DOCD will select excellent local staff and send them for intensive training in local training institute. Conclusion. Kingfisher Field Line Project, as part of the Kingfisher Oil Field Development Project, DOCG will comply with the law and the regulations strictly to carry out and maximize the national content commitment. DOCG will comply with the unified management and the guidance of CUL, accept the evaluation and the supervision by CUL and the PAU. We will update and enhance the national content continually during the project implementation to create more opportunities for local companies and communities. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Daching Oilfield Construction Services. I have been made to understand that we have this similar looking contractors, but I would like to, the next contractor I'm going to invite is different. He's from Luwero Industries Limited, which is in a joint venture partnership with HBP, and these ones are going to, their scope is going to be majorly waste management. This is the management of hazardous waste. And in addition to these other contractors that we are specifically invited by the authority to make presentations here, we have also other Ugandan contractors taking on major works, and among these is Excel Construction, which is a Ugandan company that is doing our PC1. We also have Inspector Africa, which is in the room. Could you please stand up? A representative from Inspector Africa, a representative from Excel Construction. We also have other contractors like Living Earth. They are also senior contractors here with us in the room. So we actually also have Ugandans taking care of big business at Sinop. Please join me to welcome Mr. Stanley Ndiabahika from Luwero Industries to make our last presentation of the day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew. Ladies and gentlemen, the presidents of the JV partners, Sinop and Total Energies, the EDPAU, I don't see him, I think he has stepped out. The other team members from PAU, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. That was soft of you, Matthew. I'm privileged to have come last to speak after these very strong men in a more softer language than me. My English is likely to be a little bit different, but I'll try to soften it too. When I was asked to make a presentation, I couldn't be sure where to start from because I'm here in two capacities. One, I'm representing the National Enterprise Corporation, which is the commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense, and two, on behalf of the joint venture partners, that is Luwero Industries and the HBP as contractors for Sinop. I don't mean joint venture partners, Sinop and Total. But when I presented 52 slides because NEC is a very big operation. And so I thought it would be unfair if I don't talk about them a little bit. Equally, our HBP partners a very big operation from China. And so it was difficult for me to squeeze that presentation into 10 slides. But when I was seated on that table, one of my colleagues asked me, said, and it was actually she said, Stanley, I thought NEC is only about military, so what are you doing here? And that prompted me to think, to request Matthew to allow me 2 minutes only to at least talk about NEC, so that people who are in this room are able to know that NEC is not only just about the military. So, National Enterprise Corporation, as I said, is the commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense and is a full-fledged national company. It has a number of subsidiaries, and these are many, Rural Industries just being one of them. The other subsidiaries for NEC are NEC Farm, and the NEC Farm Katonga is basically for cultural breeding and rearing. It is operating over 30 square miles of land and with over 2,000 cows. The reason I'm bringing this up is because they are also linked to this industry because of supplies that some of the operators may require. The next one is NEC Works, which is the construction arm of NEC, and has undertaken many projects, as you may be aware. The other one is NEC Agro, and this is for grain processing. We are actually in the process of setting up a grain processing facility in Chiyandongo that has the capacity to process 6,000 metric tons of grain. So that would be of interest, especially to the operators in the oil and gas. It is going to be a first-class processing facility. Then there is the NEC Pharmaceuticals, which is basically for medical pharmaceuticals. Those are some of the subsidiaries of NEC. But then what about Ruero as one of them? Ruero Industries is not only involved in what you thought were involved in. In addition to the other area, I chose to focus mainly on the civilian elements, and this is one. Waste management is just one of them, and that's why I focus mainly. But if I do that, the other areas we're in production of potable water. Now, potable water, as part of our SCR, we supply the whole of the Nakasongora area with the potable water. In addition to that, we're also producing medical oxygen. During the time when there was a problem here, we're the only ones who are supplying oxygen starting from Ruero up to North, Hoima, or that area. And the oxygen is 99.99% purity. It is very, very high class. And the reason is that it was initially started as for oxygen for the Sukhois, but because of what we saw was happening, we expanded it to cater to deal with the national emergency. Then we also produce medical masks. These are very, very high-class medical masks, not the ones you see on the streets. And again, it was as a result of what was happening. Then we produce furniture. You will be able to see them in the presentation as we move. And then we also do very sophisticated fabrication and machining. I saw in one of the areas the requirements you need is machining using CNCs. So those are just a few of the things we do at Ruero Industries. Now for mineral water, as one of the other subsidiaries also of NEC, we produce again this kind of water, and we had requested the Petroleum Authority to allow us to bring water so that you are able to feel and touch. But because of the commitments they already had with the hotel, we could not do that. So that's just a brief on the Ruero Industries. Okay. Now, just a little bit of so that's our headquarters in Nakasongora. We are situated 135 kilometers from Kampala and about 3 kilometers from Lake Choga, just to the east of Kampala. Now, one of the things I wish to share with our people here is that I heard the ED talk about joint venturing, the minister talked about joint venturing, the PS talked about joint venturing. I want to lend our personal experience to that. Because Rural Industries has been in waste management for over 20 years, but this particular kind of waste had not been experienced, not only by us, but by all the players in the country. Now, and because of that, we chose to go joint venturing, and we got a joint venture partner called HBP with a very wide experience in oil and gas industry. Oil and gas waste treatment being only a part of them, but for this purpose, we are going to focus on that. And I want to assure you that it is a way to go, because I don't think CNOC would have been able to give us an opportunity if we came as Rural Industries or as NEC without have these joint venture partners because of what they bring on board. In addition to us having the facilities, but they are bringing on board experience specific to the industry. So that's their headquarters in Beijing. On a brief of history, Rural Industries was started in 1989 as a commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense, as I said earlier. And our partners started in 1998. And so we've been growing together. We are slightly older than them, but together we believe we'll grow much bigger. We've been in waste management for a long time, and some of the facilities we have as Rural Industries are engineered landfills, and these are in Nakasongora, but we're in the process of setting additional facilities in Kingfisher, just near the Kingfisher development area, specifically to deal with the oil and gas waste. So it should be commissioned before the end of the year. We have incinerators, 2 big incinerators that are able to go to the required degrees up to 1,400 degrees, and laboratories. Thank you, Matthew. That is, I'll make sure I fit in that. Those are the incinerators. We also started the waste management, e-waste management facility in conjunction with the NEMA and other stakeholders, specifically to deal with the problem of e-waste that is a problem, a national problem, as you know. We have all the licenses that are required for waste management purposes, and our HBP partners are able to provide all the required technology to deal with this specific this specific industry in line with the waste management. I'll not go deep into those, as Matthew is not very kind with me here. And mainly, I'll only say that we're going to use a very sophisticated technology, specifically thermal-based technologies for treatment of mainly SBM or synthetic-based mud or synthetic-based oils. Now, the services going to exactly where you would be more interested, we will have subcontracts, or we'll have opportunities in waste transportation. We're already in the process of securing a transporter because this is specifically, as by law, it has to be subcontracted. We'll have opportunities in catering services, in tour and travel, private security, cleaning services, construction works for the facilities, including the waste treatment facilities and the camp. And then we'll also have basically we'll be getting our people from the communities. Construction work has started, and we expect about 300 people. All of those will be local. Currently, there are about 140 that are on site, and all of them are local. I thank you very much. The one thing as a conclusion to emphasize the fact that, or the importance of rural industries and NEC being in waste management is because we take waste as being a national security, a matter of national security, and therefore we found it important to get very involved. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause from Mr. Stanley Ndiabahika. Yes. For questions, comments, please go to www.slido.com and the pass code is PAU. Kindly post your comment or question. We have both the contractors and our CNOC teams logged in to answer those questions, so we shall not have a Q&A. I would like to thank all the presenters and the speakers and you, the audience, for being very active. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I think you need to come back so I can bonga you in the fist and say thank you officially. So please do come. As Matthew comes back, let's give him a big hand clap for doing a wonderful job with this session. And I will ask that we hand out some gifts. I hope we have them available for our partners for Kingfisher. And I'll ask our who is who. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. You have to forgive me. So his name just, you ask for it. If you would please come, Mr. Who, and help us hand these out to CCJV, to China Oil Field Services Limited, to CNOC Enatech, to DOCG, and of course to NEC, to Luero Industries. So if you'd please come and receive some tokens of appreciation, and then we'll also do a group photo as we prepare to hand over to ECOP, who will do our final session for today. And it's going to be just 3 brief ones in terms of the opportunities that are available under ECOP. I'll ask Dr. Kobusheshe to please come, Director at Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to come and for accountability. So, Dr. Kobusheshe, you see, if we don't have you in the picture, then for accountability purposes, there will be a challenge. So, and yeah, and for you, of course. All right, the camera is right down there. Please make sure you're smiling. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Okay. Our last session, opportunities available for ECOP. I'll ask our Deputy GM, Mr. JP Habomujisha, to please come and guide and say something about this, and then we'll have Olivier Folonu talk us through the presentations from some of our contractors. Please give a big hand clap to JP as he comes.
You know, when a party was held at Canaan, wine got finished. And then somebody special actually arranged another wine, and his name was Jesus. Then people asked, especially the host, why is it that you delayed the best wine? Normally it is served from the beginning. Today it has happened again. The best wine in this room is called ECOP. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way. It has been quite a long way. And I'll quickly tell you why. It's been a journey of setting up the national policy and institutional framework that took quite some time and is now in place. the legal and regulatory framework. We all know how long we went through this challenge. We had to have the upstream law, the midstream law, the intergovernmental agreement, 2 host government agreements, and recently, the ECOP Special Provisions Act. To those who participated in the processes of establishing the policies, the legal and regulatory frameworks, we thank you very much. And then we went through the engineering processes. We had to choose a pipeline route. Those who were with us in that journey, you know what that meant. It was quite challenging, but yes, we went through it. And in all these things, the challenge for us around the ECOP is to ensure that we put in place infrastructure that is robust, that is safe, that is sustainable, with the sole purpose of linking Uganda's oil and gas sector to the international market. We all know that oil and gas is an international market, and so we are on that journey. And there are inputs. We need materials, we need skills, we need technology, we need financing. These things, as a country, we can't do them alone. And so we needed the international community to work with us. So the debate today is to emphasize the issue of, as you come to work around these projects, as you work on ECOP, keep in mind the importance of developing national content. And so, as I work on ECOP, and also as a Ugandan, I want to assure you that we are doing everything we can do to ensure that national content requirements are respected. We have gone through the environmental and social impact assessments. We have done the RAP. Today, as I speak, we are now on the journey to implementing ECOP. And we all know what that means. We need engineering. So we have the wallet team working with us to deliver the engineering, procurement, and construction management and commissioning of the project. Wale is fully aware of the need for national content. We have CPP working with us on construction. We have Schneider and SNEF working with us on electrical, instrumentation, and telecoms. We have Borore working with us on logistics, and many others. We also have land and social matters, land acquisition. For emphasis, this is being done by local companies, New Plan and ICS. We are in the phase of constructing houses for project-affected persons. Again, we are doing this with the Epsilon, Aegis, and Excel. All those are local companies. This is just to emphasize how we take seriously the importance of national content as ECOP. And yet, we continue to face challenges, but that's not surprising, because when you're doing great things, you must deal with great challenges. One of the key issues we face as a project, and I also speak as a Ugandan, as a country, is national capacity in terms of skills. The skill pool, every company that is coming here needs skilled people. And so as a country, we need to continue training. And as companies that are coming to work on the oil and gas sector, on ECOP, it's important to prioritize training. This country has a lot of young people who are very intelligent. All they need is entities that are committed to developing them. And as ECOP, we are committed to that challenge. We also continue to deal with the high expectations. Ugandans are very highly expectant. It's important that we communicate effectively as companies and, of course, to the government entities. so that we ensure that the expectations are realistic, but most importantly, to prepare companies to participate, because the standards of the sector are quite demanding. We continue to deal with the challenge of communication. The press, we had a very strong negative press, but I think this has been improved. We want to appreciate those who picked up this hashtag Stop ECOP. I think today the support ECOP hashtag is much stronger, thanks to the media, thanks to PAU, to UNOC, to MMD, NEMA, my colleague in Kampala, Associated Advocates, Elson Karuhanga, and another colleague in the judiciary, and many others. We had this challenge because the world says we should transition, and then in the middle of many challenges globally, we have also seen developed countries going back to the deep offshore to drill for oil, and I think we are going to see also another return to coal because the global energy challenges have increased. And so we need an international voice, and I think that's our next journey, to ensure that the world understands that it's not just stopping oil production, it's also taking Africa through a phase. When you're transitioning, you indeed have to transition. Africa, we need first energy, then we can transition from some of them. If there is any poverty we must deal with in Africa, it is the energy poverty. And as the minister said, we need to deal with poverty, SDG number 1, then we can start choosing which forms of energy to work with. And so these are the challenges we are dealing with, and I think we shall deal with them. The key issue for us now as ECOP, and of course emphasizing the issue of national content, is that together we must remain resiliently focused to deliver the ECOP. We must respect standards. We all know that the standards for high pressure oil pipelines are quite high, and so we should have commitment to deliver the project as a robust, sustainable system. We must remain on schedule. The minister has reminded us about June 2025. We must remain committed to deliver beyond expectations on national content and local participation. And of course, once we do all these things, then we remain on schedule and we commit to do that. So this is the challenge we must win. And judging from the trends, together we will. I thank you very much. At this moment, I was asked that Olivier will need to say something before the companies come in. Olivier is our head of national content. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, JB. As Olivier comes, I just wanted to bust your bubble, unfortunately, Engineer JB. For today, the best wine is actually wine, literally. And so it's an opportunity for me to remind you that we are having a cocktail after we finish the sessions in here. So the best wine for today will be actual wine. We'll be having a cocktail when we're done, so please don't be in a rush to go anywhere. Call home and tell them you're going back late. They might see you maybe 11 or midnight. So please plan for that. You did mention some of the challenges that we have, and that's why we're having this discussion, because in many of these challenges is where opportunities are for a lot of our people to take advantage of. And then the last thing that you said that I want to pick up on is the issue of some of the misinformation and publicity that has been surrounding what we are trying to do. And I can assure you that we are trying to fix that. At least I can tell you from the side of the media that we're doing something about that.
I currently serve as a Deputy General Manager for Production at Next Media Services, and you probably have seen some of the stories we've been doing over the last few years or so. And we are partnering with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the Ministry of Energy actually to do some exciting things that we'll be in touch with each and every one of you over the next couple of weeks. So we definitely must tell the positive story of our oil and gas sector and where we are going, and we're excited to be partnering with all of you on this particular thing. So yes, now I'll ask Olivier to come and say something, and then we'll hear from a few of our contractors for ECOP before we can then go and unwind and enjoy a wonderful cocktail together. Please welcome Olivier as he comes.
Thank you. Musibie Mutia Banyabo Nebasebo. So we are here to present to you today the opportunity on ECOP. As ourselves as ECOP, we need some goods and services. And also after we will show to you all our main contractors. So again, we have Epsilon, CPP, Bolloré, Worley, and Snef Schneider. But before this, I wanted to go back to, I see that in the room, most of us, a certain number of people at least, were part of the UCPM Oil and Gas Convention. And if you remember, so that was 2 months ago, we said that we will go through the districts to meet with the people, because, oh yes, it is about national content, but you know that at site, on the field, and all along the route of the pipeline, there is a huge expectation, and people say, we are local, and how we can benefit from ECOP. So we have been going through this 10 district, together with PAU, UNOC, and Ministry, and we have been explaining all the opportunities, together with our main contractors, the same that you will see today, and with the good support of authorities. So I just would like to share this movie with you, and I'll see you soon. I'll ask you guys to take over and put the movie, please. Thank you.
We come here because we want to show you which are the real opportunities, so number of jobs for each of the contractors. And this shows that for our main contractors, it is a priority for them to take people from here.
Badde musomo guno gubadde mulungi gumu ebyokuyiga era tusaba Mukama Katonda yatuleetera amafuta ne gayitako essembabule tuyambiddwa nnyo ffe ng'abamu abatuze b'essembabule naddala abalimu n'abalunzi kubanga pulojekiti eno egenda kutuganyula nnyo naddala mu bye tukola mu kulunda mu kulima ebyokulya ffe bijja kufuna akatale era omusomo gubadde guyigiriza nnyo twongere ku standardi zaffe mu bye tukola naddala mu byobulimi n'obulunzi.
We are happy to be here to present you the opportunities and to invite you to attend and to ask us as many questions as you wish, so that we have the possibility to capture some of these opportunities that we are going to present.
The people actually understand what ECOP is about, and they are very expectant for what is to come out. So it's quite interesting to let them know what opportunities are available so that they can align themselves with some of these opportunities, because the opportunities might overwhelm them if they don't prepare. So this engagement has spoken to that, and we hope that with this engagement they will be able to upscale and be able to grow. As Bolloré, we are more interested in the logistics, but particularly the drivers. We had a very good outcome in the communities that in each of the districts we went to, they were drivers and they came with driver's licenses, they came with CVs, which was very exciting.
The sessions are so far going very well. We've had good attendance. Most of the potential suppliers who are coming in are within the agricultural sector, the catering services, as well as people who are looking at logistics opportunities, the drivers, people with logistics companies, and a few people who are coming from other sectors such as civil works and engineering.
Ebintu bisatu bye tunoonyaamu okulaba nti ku mafuta gano agayise n'erwengo tujja kufuniramu employment abantu bangi bakyogeddeko wano ne training.
Now, to make it special in terms of oil and gas operations, I am glad that now at least we've been able to come back with responses, because this was one of the promises that we had made, and we had pledged to come back and explain some of these benefits and ways how the community is going to participate into oil and gas opportunities. And I'm really so glad, and I take my special appreciation to ECOP team and government agencies for coming together to organize this kind of event that has helped to equip the communities, the business people, the leaders with information related to how they can participate into this.
And also, there are leaders that seem to be a little bit ahead of their fellows concerning their preparedness, their registration on the national supplier database, and also awareness of what is taking place and trying to establish locally, even when they have other branches operating in Kampala. Some have tried to set up locally to see that they are on ground and in the community.
And I would like to say that the 4 contracting companies are providing the best they have been able to provide, and they have given us the websites for which we need more information, that we are able to access it. I would have to say that let us come together as people of Chotera, unite our efforts, especially for small businesses. We can make mergers, we come together, we do partnerships in order for us to match with standards of service delivery.
They need to learn about the standards that are required by ECOP. This is the right time. If they need to engage to find out the qualifications required, we've offered all the information on our websites, and all our contractors have been very helpful to provide all the relevant information to make sure that people are ready come 2023 when we actually expect this pipeline to be up and running.
We have been doing these presentations together with our main contractors, who have been also showing the opportunities quantified for all of them. And after that, we have been also handling some group discussion with the people. As surprisingly in Uganda, we could see that there is a significant number of farmers within the communities. So we have been grouping farmers together with catering companies in order to see if we can reach the capacity that is necessary to answer to our needs for our main contractors. Thank you. So now I will just ask for the presentation, please, to go back. Yes. So thanks again to PAU, UNOC, and Ministry, who have been helping us to do this tour. We had a great support. And you know, it was not only to deliver the message to the community, it was good for us, for our main contractors, to realize what is the reality when we are on the field. And also it was good to create a team building. So now we can say that ECOP and its contractor is like one family, and I'm also glad to say that PAU is today part of it. So in terms of findings, we found many findings and actions after having done this tour, but if we can share with you 3 of the main actions, is like it has been said, we found out that there was so many farmers and few catering companies. So we thought that, okay, maybe we'll not find logistic companies, we'll not find maybe construction civil work companies locally. But at least if we can make a success story, this could be around the catering and the farmers. So here also is a message. If today there are some catering companies in this room, please come to us, please come to our main contractors. because we really need to work around that, and we'll have a special initiative around capacity building to make sure that these farmers from the field, from the 10 districts, we can embrace them. Then another action that we will do together with PAU is to help people to register at the NSD, because in most of the districts we found out that people did not even know about NSD and PAU registration. So we'll have to work on it. And also, people were complaining on the dissemination of the information, because it is true today that the information is going through newspaper and on our website. But lots of the people there, they don't have internet, and some of them, they don't even have a cell phone on which they can access to this information. So what we're going to do is to print the advertising from ECOP and our contractors, and we'll find a way to stick on the wall in every of the districts. So those were the main findings. So again, if there are any catering companies, please come to ECOP booth after this presentation. We need you. Also, we have Schneider together with us today. They are struggling in finding companies here in Uganda doing electrical, instrumentation, telecommunication, control system. So if you are in the E&I environment, please come to us. Schneider, they will sit with us there, and we need you. Okay, so as for ECOP, our corporate, so our office here in Uganda, in Kampala, we have some environment initiative for which we need also to engage some contracts. We do have general services, communication, finance, land and social, and the HSC team that will need also to engage some contracts. So these subjects are going to be raised through EOI in the next few weeks or months. You will find also the content of this presentation that we are doing today on our website. Okay, so you may have seen this DNA symbol going around. So, you know, in our culture, we have a very strong HSE culture in the oil and gas. So sometimes we say that HSE is part of our DNA. Today I'm trying to suggest something. Why is national content not yet part of our DNA? Maybe it will be a next concept to have between all of us. So to be continued. Muy bale año. So ECOP is like a family. I would like to invite our first contractor, Epsilon. So it's Sibella, who is going to join us. And she's going to present the replacement housing. So the contract is already ongoing, but they still have opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Awesome, much better. My name is Sibella Namirembe, and I work with Epsilon Uganda Limited. We are a we're a multidisciplinary company that offers various technical services. These include engineering services, waste management services. We do liquefied petroleum gas installations, tank installations, and we also do cylinder revalidations for your cylinders that are home for different companies. And we also do human resource services for different technical technicians per se, yeah. We are very fortunate to be working with ECOP as one of their contractors. One thing that I could say about ECOP as a company is that they are very aggressive and very intentional, as we've seen in the video. And this has helped us improve as contractors as well. And I'm glad to see that it's not just brought down on Epsilon as the company, but amongst all the different contractors that they are working with. So we are very privileged to work with you. Slides, please. Perfect. Epsilon at the moment has taken on Lot 4 of the replacement housing. And in Lot 4, we are looking at 4 districts in particular. We have Luengo, we have Chotera, we have Sembabule and Rakai. They have 2 main camps in there, which are very urgent, and that's why we are amongst the first contractors for the replacement houses to start working. At the moment, we have 21 ongoing sites, and all of these we are done with the substructure, and we should be on superstructure for all of them. Hopefully, by the end of this week, we shall be starting some roofing works for some of them. So what some of our achievements in terms of national content is in the goods that we've purchased. Of course, in construction, there are quite a number of movable goods that we need. So we basically divided our strategy into, we have like the community, then we have the local, then we have the national. So community, we are looking at areas that are like 5 kilometers within where we work, like the different sites. If you're 5 to 10 kilometers, then we have the local, which are probably more than 10 kilometers away from our site, and then we have the national, which are all over Uganda. So we are glad to report that we have a lot of community content within the works that we've done. We've purchased quite a number of things, which vary from bricks, maram, timber, hardcore stones. So we've gone sourcing in different places where we work to try to get as much community engagement, and then we go on to the local and then on to the national, basing, of course, on the quality standards required as well. Then in terms of training commitments, we've also tried to train as many people as possible, especially the casuals, because we have a lot of casual laborers on our site. So we've had a lot of HSC inductions. We've had toolbox talks. These are done literally every morning, about 15 minutes talk, which talks about anything from using PPE to housekeeping to manual handling. So these are all trainings that they have kept on getting, and they are equipping themselves. And we do spot checks, to try to understand that they actually they're getting what we are trying to preach about. We also offer these toolbox talks in different languages, and different people offer them amongst the teams. On each site, we have approximately 5 to 7 casuals. So that's, if you do the math for 21 sites, that's more than 100 people that we're basically training on a daily. So amongst other trainings, of course, we have things like work at heights, equipment and machine handling, general emergency response, amongst others. And then for labor, like I had mentioned, we do have our management, technical teams, and then the other staff. And these are all, we are glad to say that all of these are 100% Ugandans across literally the whole scope. And for the technical, we do have mostly, they're all Ugandans, but from the community, we've managed to get at least 10%, which caters to people like welders, carpenters, masons, and the likes. And then the other staff who are the casuals are all definitely all from the community. Actually, some of them are the pups themselves. So what's our schedule ahead? In the lot, we have about 53 or 52 houses. And at the moment, we are working on 21, which are all highlighted in that map according to the different districts. And we hope to get another 31 or 32 houses to complete within the course of the next few weeks. So basically, this means that there are still so many opportunities for the locals and as well as the national providers. So what are some of the opportunities that we have? We've really done our best to engage the community, and as you can see, there was a community engagement with our community liaison officer in the field. At the moment, we still have more houses coming in, which means that we're going to need a lot more labor, mostly casual laborers, almost 200 plus people. And then we also still need a lot of material supplies. These range from all sorts of things, from maram to bricks, to steel, to cement, fuel. So basically the opportunities are endless. There's also a lot of transport transport requirements, because we have a bit of access issues. So you find that so many of these big trucks that you have, the Tatas, the Sino trucks, they all can't access. So we're using a lot of the community vehicles and trucks that are available to help us, move materials in between sites. And basically how we go about the tender process, it's pretty basic, straightforward. It's not too complicated. Mostly for community and local, it's mostly through the local leaders. We try to engage them. Through those engagements that we have, we talk to them and present our needs. We are looking for this, we are looking for that. Do you know someone who does this? And most times word of mouth moves around a lot, so we get so many calls. And basically what we do for such people is we go, we see what you have to offer, we pick up samples, and this has happened mostly for things like let's say bricks or marram. You tell us I have a borrow pit, I come, I collect a sample, I take it for testing. Once it's given a go-ahead by the consultant, we come and place a purchase order. But when it comes to the national providers, we're now talking about people like roofing, steel and tube, Doshis, Tororo, Nile Ply, the bigger suppliers. We look into your tax registration, of course registration on the national supplier database, and then we also need to get material data sheets to ascertain the quality of the products, and then of course the capacity and experience in serving in bigger projects. And then of course the pre-qualified suppliers, we request for a quotation, and then we go ahead and place an order with them. So these are just a few pictures of the ongoing works. Of course, we've moved past this stage because the presentation was done like a week ago, but most of them are at the block work level, and we hope that we shall have made progress to the ring beam, hopefully by the end of this month. Yeah, and this should be the final product. This is what we are working towards. It's our main goal. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we are working towards that. Yeah. So for any information or details, you can contact us. You can go to our website. You'll find our email address there and our phone numbers. For any services that you may be able to offer us, we are still very open. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Okay, now the second contractor will be CPP, second member of ECOP family. I'm calling Mattia. So CPP is a Chinese company, but like I used to say, they are good Chinese because they empowered quickly the people, and now we have someone from Uganda that is going to explain the scope and all opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. The body chair, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and the ED, the vice president of SINOC, the team from ECOP, led by the general manager, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mattia from China Petroleum Pipeline Engineering Company Limited, the contractor for the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline. Briefly, I will take you through who CPP is or what CPP is, but most importantly, I will concentrate on our scope, our involvement on this project, and the opportunities that we bring on board for the Ugandan companies or the local companies. The technical team, can you help me with the slides, please? Like you see on the screens, CPP is here for the pipeline and above the ground installations. And That is our scope. The whole pipeline route stretches from the Tlenga, CPF, sloping down to PS1 in Kabale, and that is about 95 kilometers. And from there it will be going further down south the border of Tanzania for 296 kilometers. So our scope in Uganda will be covering about 391 kilometers in total. And along it will come the main block valves, 5 main camps, and the other temporary pipe yards, and the other infrastructures that will enable us to effectively deliver the project. We estimate that it will take us about 24 months execution plus 3 months for commissioning, and that will be it. That is the structure, the cross-sectional drawing for the pipeline. It is a 24-inch diameter pipeline, and it is going to be buried all the way to the depth of about 1.8 meters, leaving about 1.2 meters that shall be backfilled. And the yellow encirclement you see around the pipeline is the polyurethane foam pipeline insulation. Because this is a heated pipeline, so we had to put in place mitigation measure to guard against environmental degradation, and that is the form of insulation that is going to be applied on the pipeline. Then there is also the aluminum heat tracing that I don't know if you can see it, but the red bit above the pipeline, that is the aluminum raceway for heat tracing. Now, for us to effectively deliver this project, we shall put in place associated infrastructures like the camps, and this will also bring on board more opportunities because a lot needs to be done to have these infrastructures in place. We have the TMCPY and TPY. Those will be helping us to cover the feeder and part of Hoima. Then we have MCPY1 in Kakumiro, which will be covering Kakumiro and Chankwanzi districts. We have MCPY2 for Mubende and Gomba, and the MCPY3, which will be covering Zimbabwe and Rengo. Then the MCPY4, which is going to be in Choteda and Rakai. During the construction of these camps, we expect to be having about 150 people in these areas, and these ones will already be presenting opportunities to the community and to all Ugandan companies around. But when we go into full project implementation, we expect that occupancy of those camps will scale up to over 500. So when you look at about 5 camps or 6 camps in Uganda, that is quite a good number, and an immense opportunity comes with that because those people there will be requiring a lot of services that any normal human being requires. This slide shows us the pipeline construction process right from the site surveying and clearance to site restoration. Now, this is to further emphasize responsible engineering. You can see there is a truck delivering pipes along the course of the pipeline. By the mere fact that you have an 18-meter truck in the middle of the bush, that means a lot has already been done and a lot of opportunities will have already been accrued, meaning access roads will have been made, which is a preserve for local Ugandan companies. And you must have motorable ways along the pipeline route to allow movement of these equipments and the trucks. We have at sea, you can see welding activities taking place of the pipe sections and the excavation of the trench up to hydro testing and the restoration too, nearly the same way we found the place. This is the project schedule. We expect that effective July, a lot is going to be going on, project controls, management, procurement, and administration. But when you look at the schedule critically, you realize that pipeline construction services, station construction services will be taking place around March or February 2022. So that will define our staffing structure. The histogram you see on the screen is our staffing structure plan. And on the horizontal axis, we have the years from the third quarter of 2022 all the way to 2025 and the months. And on the vertical axis, you have the number of employees we expect to employ. This is just planned, but we promise we shall endeavor to employ more to ensure we have more people working on the project. And the blue bars represent the people we plan to have under the pipeline, while the orange bars is our assumed numbers that we shall be having under the AGI. So amongst the classes of people we are looking at employing, we are looking at technical engineers, craftsmen, steel bender, drivers, guards, helpers, and coordinators. And these will be cutting across from managerial, technical to other skilled labor force. But what is important to note is that not everybody will get an opportunity to work on this project as an employee, but more opportunities lie in the provision of goods and services, and these are part of the preserved or reserved contracts for Ugandan companies. We have food and beverages. I mentioned earlier how we are going to have a lot of camps housing a lot of people, and this will present a lot of opportunities by way of supplying foods and beverages. We need hotel accommodation, we need waste management, transportation. We shall be having a couple of people and we shall require a couple of SUVs and 5-star rated to move around these people as is a requirement. And given that the project is transboundary, we shall be having our people crisscrossing from here to Tanzania and also the expatriates that will be coming in for particular assignments. Human resource management is also one of those that have been reserved, and the civil works. The civil works will include access roads, will include base camp preparation for the ground, drainage, access roads to MLBVs, and a lot of stuff. Now, just a few weeks ago, we had the national stakeholder engagements across the pipeline route in the districts where the pipeline traverses. And just like Mr. Olivier mentioned, we came across very many groups of farmers, and we had a very successful story in Chikube district, where one of the local farmer groups is supplying in the upstream. So we feel it is incumbent upon us that we should not leave these people out. And as we roll out our expression of interest for service providers like catering groups, we will make it incumbent upon them to mobilize these farmers in these local districts such that they are part of this project. Our call for tender process will be very transparent, and every opportunity available to us, be it tender, be it jobs, will be published in the media houses, and will be available on the website for those media houses, and we shall also publish on the ECOP website, plus the ECOP, the website for PAU, such that every person gets the opportunity to participate without being left out. But we'll have these benchmarks. For you to participate with us, you need to be registered on the National Supplier Database. This is a song everybody has been singing, PAU, ECOP, and all contractors will sing the same. Please endeavor to register. Then we will be required to meet the local content regulations. We shall also require you to have a temporary worker resource allocation plan in case you have expatriates in your companies working for you. And maybe also be asked to submit quarterly procurement plans. And you need to adhere to our procurement process. So please, when we advertise an EOI and you have interest, please participate. Let it not pass you, such that you are on board with us. We are available in Uganda, and as a company, we are committed to adhering to the national and local content regulations for this project. Thank you. I wish you good discussions.
Thank you, Mattia. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that some of you are going to fall asleep, and this is not going to happen. For this reason, I'm calling the best speaker of the day. I'm calling Bolloré. Winnie Anyango is going to wake you up. We love her on this project. She's really amazing. Thank you for giving her a good round of applause.
Good afternoon to you all. Okay, this is clearly very important. First, I'm going to give a disclaimer because some of the people in the audience know my parents, so they might report me and then I'll be in trouble. I might not sleep home. So please do not say anything to them. The pipeline moves in a particular route, so that is what we're going to do. We are going to split into 3 groups. So we will have the one to my extreme left, the one in the middle, and then the one to my very right. So what will happen, it's just a small exercise. So you will create the wave and the movement of the pipeline because it's not straight. So we'll create a wave. So I will say 1, 2, 3, go. We will have the team on my left stand up. And while they're starting to sit, the team in the middle will get up. While they're starting to sit, the team over here will rise up. While they're coming down, don't forget the first team on my left. Can we do that? Can we do that? All right, thank you. All right, so we will start from the team on my left. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Please take your seats. The team in the middle. Thank you, take your seats. The team at the side. Thank you, take your seats. The team at the extreme end. Okay, you've all got it. Now we're going to make it faster so we can see which team is going to move because CPP needs to build this pipeline very quickly. So how fast you move is how fast CPP will perform, okay? So let's start the team on the left. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Okay. I think the team in the middle only has generals here. I'm a military child, they will forgive me. Good afternoon to you all. Not yet, you're not yet awake. Oh no. My name is Winnie Anyango, and I am the National Content Manager for Bolloré Transport and Logistics, and we are the main logistics contractor for ECOP. And we are really here to give you all of the energy that we got from the regional engagement to make sure that we are actually performing on our obligations. So here, Mr. Executive Director, we are here to tell you that we had a great regional engagement, and we will continue to do this and make sure that we are indeed enhancing national content. Bolloré Transport and Logistics has been in this country, in Uganda, for more than 50 years. So we were incorporated in 1950, and we have had 50 years of experience doing transport and logistics. Also, we do transport and logistics in the region, East Africa, and in Africa as well, in more than 63 districts in Africa. But in Uganda, we have several sites spread across the country. We have the head office at Ntinda, and then we have in Namamve, we have one of the biggest sites that we are constructing, which is under construction, sorry. That is mainly going to be for coffee because we know that Uganda is predominantly a farming country. Next slide, please. So these are the synergies that we offer in Uganda. We do heavy lifting, we have safety, we have quality assurance, investment capacities, and also we work a lot with the local communities. So this is something that we're very familiar with, so we hope to continue to do this as well with this project. Next slide, please. This is a very important slide because it shows exactly the scope that is for Uganda. So this contract is with Bolloré Tanzania. So Bolloré Tanzania has a particular scope, and then Bolloré Uganda has a particular scope. When you look over at your presentation, At the very beginning, you will see the offshore, which means we are in the seas and in the waters, and then we will dock. The equipment will dock, the pipes will dock at Dar es Salaam. When they dock at Dar es Salaam, Bolore Tanzania will take over from there, meaning that Bolore Tanzania will adhere with the national content of Tanzania. And then we will come to Ishaka, which is the border point between Tanzania and Uganda, wherein Bolore, Uganda will take over. So that is at the red point, at the red dot you see over there. That is now entering Ugandan space. So from the red dot all the way to MCPY4, where we will leave the pipes, and then CPP will take over from there and take to the rest of the sites. So that is pretty much the scope that Bolore Uganda has, and that is what I'm going to focus on today. Next slide, please. This is our national content plan, and we are already implementing this very plan. We do intend to have all of our employees Ugandans. Currently, we have 306 employees, 300 of which are Ugandan nationals spread across the country, from different parts of the country. And we intend to have a local procurement plan, which we already have, because we already were working. We only work with Ugandan companies for all of the 50 years. So all of that has been Ugandan companies. So we continue to do that as well for this project. We also have capacity building. So we have opportunities. PAU only invited one person from Bolore, but I usually attend most of these conferences with the interns that I have attached to the project. To just the project alone, we have more than 20 interns from all of the universities in Uganda, and so they're usually a part of this engagement, so we can teach the younger generation. We also intend to have monitoring and evaluation, which is to ensure that we report on all of this that we have committed, and also make sure that we are delivering on these. Next slide, please. Like we mentioned, we had the regional engagement, and as Bolore, we have a commitment to not only national content, but community content as well. So this table that you have on your screens is exactly what we have in the communities, what we have committed. As Bolore, the success story that we will have is especially in regards to drivers, because as a logistics company, as a transport company, the biggest employees that we have are drivers. We have committed, and we have already started it, that we are working to ensure that we have drivers. For example, I will give you our biggest success story, which is Hoima. In Hoima, on your screens, you have one driver, which is the one who is attached to the project. However, as we speak right now, we have already got on board 2 drivers from Hoima, and they are now permanent employees who are attached to the oil and gas project. And we intend to roll it out to the rest of the districts. How was this done? While we were away on the regional engagement, we had already received their CVs, and therefore we carried out interviews. And they live in Hoima, which was great and brilliant. So we're going to have them onto the project. So we hope to roll out for the rest of the districts as well, to make sure that we actually have national content, but also community content. Next slide, please. These are the opportunities that are still available to all of the Ugandans, and whom we still hope to find and locate. We still need more drivers, because we haven't yet finished all of them. So if you know any organizations in the communities, because we're very interested in the communities, any potential drivers, like I mentioned at the regional engagement, for most of them, they actually came ready to do interviews. They came with their CVs, which was very exciting and exhilarating. So I hope to do that as well today. We are still interested in signals and readers. Those are easy to train. Those are what we categorize as other stuff. They're not really, you don't require a very huge skill set for that. So that we hope to train on the job. But also already for training, just to mention, is that we have done an audit with all of the transporters in Uganda, and we have realized that most of them do not have oil and gas capacity. So we are working with companies and also other affiliates of Bolore that have already oil and gas experience, and we are moving them to this site so that we can get them ready. So when 2023 is here, we have them trained and they're ready to handle this equipment that we will move to the country. Also, the other positions that are still available, like we mentioned, we're still interested in farmers, because we know that the drivers will be out in the communities and they'll need to eat. So we need the synergies between the catering teams and the farmers. we indeed had success stories where I was very honored that there were women in the communities that had come together to form a women's group, and they were actually offering already their farming goods, all of them. They mentioned all of the food that they're already supplying. And so if we can have more of those, because we cannot have a contract with, for example, the farmers, but we can have a contract with the catering teams. And so the catering teams need to go ahead and have agreements with the farmers so that there is a huge pool, because one thing that we did mention is that there is going to be an influx of people in the communities, in the pipeline region, and therefore now is the time to prepare to get together in these cooperatives. Next slide, please. So this is our recruitment process, which occurs for all of the positions that we have and we hope to have, is that, as we mentioned, priority is given to Ugandans first, and then also the other priority is given to somebody from the community as well. We have a local approach. So like Olivier mentioned, we have noticed that for most of the communities, they do not have access to, for example, the newspapers or even our ECOP website. So we have gone ahead to have print media where we place these advertisements at the different districts, marketplaces, notice boards, and strategic places where they can have an opportunity to participate in this process. We also have a database that we continue to maintain with subcontractors and also with employees, so that as and when the opportunities are available and as and when the project kickstarts, we can just enroll them. Next slide, please. Everyone in this room is very well aware that there are reserved contracts for only Ugandans. And so there is a list of them there which are still available to Ugandans. If there are any transport companies that, for example, have the trailers and the trucks that are available, we are still looking for these companies. So if you are one of these, we are more than happy to have an engagement with you. We will be set up outside at the ECOP booth, so I'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you. So these are the ring-fenced ones: fuel supply, land survey, crane hire, civil works, communication, hotel, foods and beverages, security. All of these are ring-fenced for Ugandans. So these are still available to anybody or any companies or any persons or groups or cooperatives that are actually engaging in these sectors. Next slide, please. So that is still an elaborate list showing you exactly the opportunities that are still available to you. Next slide, please. This is the most important process for anybody that has a business. So if you have a business, you must have this entire process. So the first important thing is that you actually need to have registration documents. So you need to have a certificate of incorporation if it's from a SACCO or a cooperative, but there must be some form of documentation from any of the government bodies. You need a TIN and a VAT, so you need to be able to register with URA. I'm sure that there's some officials that are here, and they'll be more than happy to take you through that process. We have mentioned and we continue to emphasize that you need to be on the NSD. Not only do you have to have NSD, but it needs to be valid and updated. Don't forget it expires after 3 years, so therefore you need to register again. You need bank details. We were telling the farmers, because most of them do not have bank accounts and they expected us probably to pay them. You know, they are saying they do not have bank accounts, and what will we do? Will we give them cash? The truth of the matter is no, we will not give them cash. So they need to go ahead. So the banks are also here. There's opportunities in the communities to also go and make sure that these farmers and these cooperatives are actually having bank details. And then also there will be other licenses as well. For example, for the farmers, we did mention to them that URSB has its own standards, UNBS has its own standards. So there's some certifications that you need from some of these that actually you need to have. For transport as well, you have transport licenses that you need. So you need to also have those if you're going to engage in this process. So this is the entire process. Like we mentioned as well, because we know that most Ugandans are not having access to either online opportunities or the newspapers, we will go ahead and print these and have them in the communities as well, in strategic places in the communities. Next slide, please. These are our details. Like I mentioned, the opportunities are still very much available. I am available to listen to any questions and to attend to any of your queries. We will be set up at the ECOP booth, so feel free to come and speak to me, and I will be more than glad to have a conversation with you. I thank you all and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, Winnie. So now I'm going to call Worley. So he's the local and national content manager for Worley. And I'm proud also to say that he's also my deputy on ECOP, as Worley and ECOP are having an integrated team. He's 40 years experience plus in oil and gas. He's very famous in Uganda. Here he's called the National Content Guru. So please join me with a round of applause to welcome David Bishop.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told that the watchword this afternoon is brevity and focus by PAU, so I will try to do that. If I could have my presentation, please. So in the interest of time, can we assume that all protocols have been observed? Are we going to have our presentation? It's not coming through. Well, I'll start by introducing Worley very quickly. We're a global engineering consultancy company. If you want to find out about us, just simply go to worley.com. You will find out everything you need to know about the company. I won't waste our time with it here now. Next slide, please. So what does Worley do on this project? Well, let me start by telling you what we don't do. We do not dig any trenches. We do not insulate any pipe. We do not transport it up and down through Tanzania into Uganda. We do not weld it together. We do not bury it in the ground. We do not cover it up. We do not restore the landscape. And we do not build the above ground installations. Other tier 1 contractors do that. We, in the integrated team with ECOP, manage their work. So, we are the EPCMC. E stands for engineering. We have been engineering this pipeline since 2014. The engineering works are still going on, but they are largely complete. We also procure the big, long lead and technical items for the project. Procurement has been going on for some time now, and will continue until the middle of next year, at least. The CM stands for construction management, and that is one of our main roles on this project. We, with the ECOP team, can you go back a slide, please? Thank you. We manage the tier 1 contractors' national content, their compliance, the project management and controls, the interface management, the project H3SE, and if you've not heard of that terminology before, that's health, safety, security, social and environmental. We also have a large team looking at quality. We manage all the packages that you see on the right-hand side. So CPP are delivering the pipeline and the above-ground installations. In Tanzania, there is the marine storage terminal. We also manage the EITS contract that Sneff and Schneider have signed up for, and they will be talking to you in a minute. We also manage the TIS contract, which is a thermal insulation system, and also the early civil works. Now, the interesting thing about early civil works is that civil works appears on the reserve contract list of the host government agreements. Therefore, all early civil works on this project in Uganda must be awarded to a Ugandan, and when that happens, they too will be a tier 1 contractor, and therefore we are responsible for managing their activities. Next slide, please. Now, we thought we would start this project in an appropriate manner, and therefore we have already partnered with some Ugandan companies, ICS and Newplan. Their representatives are here today. I'm going to introduce you to them. They are the leading engineering consultancy firms in Uganda. So I'd like to go to the next slide, please, and introduce you to the Newplan group. The good-looking chap there is Lawrence Omulin. He is their chairman and their MD. He can't make it this afternoon, but Isaac Serena has come along. Isaac, could you come to the stage? He is just going to introduce his company and tell you how they got involved with Worley and what they're going to be doing with Worley. Isaac, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, David. Good thing is that my boss is not here, so I can say that I'm a little bit more good-looking than Lawrence. Yeah. But anyway, thank you so much for having us this evening, and I'll just tell you a little bit about NewPlan. We've been working here in the sector for nearly 26 years now, in existence here in Uganda. The company, its roots initially are from Norway, but over the years, the ownership has been transferred to Ugandans, so it is now 100% Ugandan owned. So in terms of national content, we are very, very keen, definitely, and very happy that we have gotten an opportunity to actually get involved in what's going on here. We are about 200 employees. And then we also have a pool of associates, about 150, spread out in different sectors. We cover different stages of infrastructural development. And probably you've seen a lot of our work, not just in Uganda, but all over the African region. To get more about NewPlan, please visit our website, www.newplangroup.com. I'm sure you'll be able to get more information there. But coming back to our association and our work with Worley, our first interaction with Worley was in 2019. That's when we first signed a contract with them in regards to the EPCM. But due to challenges with the FID and then delays here and there, we did not really take off until earlier this year. Actually, our New Year's present here was that we actually signed our contract, a new contract with Worley, to basically get the ball rolling in regards to activities, moving on from there. Since then, what we've done is that we've been able to do field environment inspection for works that are currently going on with CPP for the pre-construction survey, and that has, our relationship so far has been very good. And then we've also engaged in recruitment of experts. That is currently ongoing right now in fields which I'm just going to mention very quickly here, which will kind of plug into opportunities that are available. So NewPlan is currently recruiting in several roles in the following categories. The first one in regards to quality management. We are also, like David mentioned, we are doing a lot of work. We are doing more of oversight and management of contractors. So we are doing work in regard, we are recruiting for quality management, logistics management, construction management, health and safety as well, environment and social aspects, and also geotechnical engineering and field engineering roles. Also local content management, we are also recruiting in that area. And then R3 management, which is basically looking at risk, reliability, and recovery, which is mainly to do with enabling other resources that are coming into the country and also working within the country to function safely in the various fields that they are working in. And we are also recruiting in regards to human resource as well. Benefits of working with Worley are diverse. The Honorable Minister mentioned it earlier, and then also it has carried through the rest of our submissions throughout the day from ED and also the board chair as well of PAO. But the benefits, I'll mention just a few. First of all, what is more at heart of the various companies in Uganda, the improvement of turnover of local companies. That you've seen the figures. The figures are they are very big as far as the capex figures for the country are concerned. But then that also should give you an idea of how much money is actually going to remain here when the work is done. The second one is employment opportunities for local experts. we have a lot of people that have really taken keen interest, local experts in the oil and gas sector. And right now is an opportunity for employment in the field as well. Of course, capacity building opportunities for local companies, as has been mentioned over and over again from the various our colleagues in the oil and gas sector. Career development opportunities for graduates and also for experts are also going to be available. You will, as the months roll on, you will see opportunities for training, even for people that are just fresh graduates, and also a career development program for them along the way. We've had several interactions with Wally, and that has come out very clearly that there is goodwill in that area. I'll also mention skills development and training for artisans at different levels of expertise. Still, that will be available still within the Wally environment. Then, of course, sustainability of the oil and gas sector in Uganda. As you all know, this is a fairly new field for us. And right now, with the way that we are already interacting with Wally so far, there is a lot of goodwill towards transfer of skills from foreign experts to the local job market in Uganda, which is going to work very well for enabling the sustainability of the oil and gas sector, which, as the Minister and Mr. Rubondo has mentioned, are going to be here for a very long time, maybe the next 20, 30, 40 years. So that's my submission for now, and that's where we see that there is definitely a lot of opportunity for us to work together, and there is a lot of room for everybody to plug in, not just for New Plan, but I feel it's an opportunity for our sister companies all over the country to participate. I beg to submit, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Isaac. Isaac touched on a very good point there, which is that the engineers and specialists that New Plan will recruit for Worley will work within that family alongside our own engineers, so the expertise that we already have in pipelines and heated pipelines will be passed on to the Ugandan engineers working alongside our engineers. That's the whole ethos of what we're doing, because we have long-term goals for our relationship with our local partners beyond ECOP. So I'd now like to introduce to you Derek from ICS Global. Are you in the room, Derek? Yes, he is. Derek Natumani. He's the Chief Operating Officer for ICS Global, our other partner. Please, Derek.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you for giving me that chance. Mine is quick as well, and possibly before I cross to talk about ICS, I will begin by my own definition of what national content is. The national content is having possibly a young Ugandan in the corner district of Kabale, born by ordinary parents, with a vision and mentored to participate in the sector, and that they pursue through the opportunities that have been created, of course, by the legislation and the enforcement of the national content regulation, that we are able to move through those opportunities and rise and be employed by local companies, and that we can stand in such a conference together with very experienced people like David Bishop and then talk about national content. So to me, my standing here is my true definition of possibly what national content is. ICS, ICS and what we are doing. I would request for a 30-minute brief from the video team just to shed some light on what ICS has been.
Professional engineering foundation gained from several projects in various parts of Africa. Today, we are a leader in Uganda's engineering and infrastructure sector, applying global solutions in the delivery of local projects that are sustainable, reliable, effective, and grounded to quality. We have gained this through high-profile consultants assignments in sectors such as oil and gas, transportation, built environment, power and renewable energy, water, environmental and social considerations. With strategic partnerships, we are building a close network of both local and international associate companies. We are engineering the Ugandan future. ICS, delivering sustainable and appropriate local solutions with global expertise.
Thank you. ICS Engineering and Environment Limited has been in Uganda for quite some time, and it has been known in Uganda as a premier brand in the engineering consultancies. So we do engineering consulting, I must emphasize that, in the sectors of transportation, water, oil and gas, renewable energy, built environment, and social and environmental considerations. So ICS has been in Uganda participating in various sectors, and those who have been here, I'm sure you've interfaced. And when the oil and gas story started, as ICS, we took a strategic decision and decided to cross and invest carefully and strategically through the oil and gas sector. And in the recent past, we've had an opportunity to work with quite a number of big players in the sector. And through the participation we've had with a number of the projects we've done so far, we've been able to build the capacity of the company, and now our influence is expanding. We've been able to increase the size of our investment in IT, in the resources that our company has. I remember recently when we had the EDPU visiting, and he made a statement that when he saw the offices and the capacity we had built, and he mentioned that our staff were working in a London-like environment. And that's all coming from the investments that we've been able to do. We've also managed to, in preparation and in trying to get ready for the vast opportunities, we acquired our local company, another competitor, a local company called Kowi Limited, which we added on our resources. And with that, we've been able to significantly prepare to participate and support the oil and gas sector. We have worked with, like I mentioned before, a number of companies, but specifically talking about Wally. ICS signed a contract with Wally, a subcontract agreement, sometime back in about 2018, actually, and we were able and excited to participate in the front-end engineering design. Happy to mention that ICS engineers, together with the work packages that we are getting from Wally at the moment, ICS engineers have been working closely from that time with Wally engineers, supporting them in the local requirements they've needed in terms of surveys and all other support services. So we are proud to say that we've participated in the front-end engineering design, and we've been at it through work packages. And that early this year, of course, after the suspension that happened with the few challenges that happened in the oil and gas sector, early this year we were able to again now sign another contract with Wally. So what did that contract mean? That contract means that ICS staff, specialists and engineers, part of course of the people that we already have, the engineers that we've had and the capacity that we've built over time, that these people will work together with the Wally team. And this working will mean they will be operating as one major team. So you won't find a distinction between a Wally person and an ICS individual. So these are our teams that we shall second on the project as they supervise and as they do what David just explained. They'll be working as one solid team. And to us, that is very big, especially for what it will mean for the sector, what it will mean for our staff that will be engaged with these people. Today, if you come to our office as we work, we are already picking and connecting with these methods of work. Because we work with this team as one, we use the same interfaces, we work from the same platforms, we communicate through the same methods. It's now rubbing off. And like I mentioned, we've been here, we've been in Uganda, we are going to be in Uganda even when oil and gas is done. these experiences that we are getting and obtaining from our participation with these international companies like Wally, today, if you come on our flyover project, which we are supervising and designing, you'll find exactly the same replica of operations and the same way of work. So to us, it's a big opportunity to get to interact with these big companies, and through that, we are borrowing and learning the exact methods of work and incorporating them within our methods of work. And what we believe is, when all is said and done, and as people have mentioned, that this will be here for majorly 5 years or so, the capital intensive investment, we believe the ICS that you will find here after 5 years, even if Wally has left, will be a very different ICS in terms of our entire value chain within the company, and in terms of the skill set that we shall build, the capacity we shall have built, and the expansion and the size and the lasting legacy that as ICS we shall have in the country. So for us, we believe it's a big opportunity. We've prepared. Internally, we've increased our resources, we've recruited, and we believe we are ready to participate, to support Wally and any other local players. So as ICS, it's our slogan that we apply global solution, global expertise to solve local solutions. And that's exactly what we are going to be providing. Thank you, David.
When you see the enthusiasm of young engineers in this project, it can't fail, can it? Next slide, please. Right, some opportunities from Worley. This is the reserve contracts list. So I've put as much information on here as I can muster at the moment, so you get some idea of what the opportunities are worth coming to the marketplace. So in transportation, we are estimating at the moment that we'll be spending about $2.5 million on vehicles, fuel, drivers, and other forms of transportation. These will all come to the marketplace on EOIs. I will not go through the procurement process again. Winnie showed you an excellent slide which tells you the procurement process. I see no point in repeating that. That process is the same for every Tier 1 contractor. It follows the requirements of the host government agreement and midstream regulations. Security, we think we'll probably spend about $6 million on security for our works on this project. And that currently is in the call for tender process. There are Ugandan companies already competing with each other to get that contract. I've lumped the opportunities for food and beverages and hotel and accommodation together because there's one budget to deal with them all, and it's about a $5 million budget for the length of the project. Human resource management, we are very close to having a firm relationship with a company called Q Sourcing and WQS. Patrick Mbonye is already outside. He has a tent outside. So if there are any engineers in the room who need a job with Worley, go and give your CV to Patrick. His team will take it outside. On that front, in terms of job opportunities, our TRAP, that is the Temporary Worker Resource Allocation Plan, is already with the PAU team. We are discussing it at the moment. Our batch advertisement for those opportunities will be in the newspapers as prescribed, probably next week, at the latest, the week after. So keep an eye out for it. And we will be scanning the National Talent Register to see who else is there. And then we talk to the PAU again, and we finally agree on which roles belong where. And then we'll be recruiting in earnest, because that then means that Worley can mobilize into country. And we'll be sharing offices with ICS initially, just up the road from here. PPE, we think about just over $1 million, 1.2 million will be spent on PPE. People have a habit of losing their PPE or stepping on it, and so we have to keep replacing it. So I think we might be going up to Belisa or Pakwach and seeing what they're producing, purchase some of theirs. Office supplies, we got no clue how much we're going to spend on office supplies. All we know is it's going to be a lot of money. But that opportunity will go to the local marketplace as well. Now, at the moment, on the reserve contract list, there is land surveying, but we have a contract coming up for geotechnical, which we've considered to be a reserve contract as well. And that is also in call for tender, and it's quite a good contract, $2 million. And there are a number of Ugandan firms who are competing for the element of the work which is in Uganda. Clearing and forwarding, until we're here and actually established, we don't need anybody clearing and forwarding, but that will go to the marketplace in the prescribed manner when we are here. Now, on crane hire, well, you heard what I said to begin with. So we won't be hiring any cranes, but CPP will. Locally available construction materials, again, it will be CPP, Schneff and Schneider, people like that who are purchasing the local construction materials. But the Worley engineers have promised me that they will go through all the designs and engineering and estimate the quantities of building materials that are required, and I'll share that with PAU as soon as I have it. Civil works, you know that's on the reserve contract list. You know they're going to be tier 1 contractors. Communications and IT services, well, IT has been an issue in the global supply chain since the pandemic, but we have a call for tender out at the moment, and there are some Ugandan firms who are bidding in to provide those services. Waste management, that will also be competitive tendering in Uganda. We don't have an estimated value for that yet. We're still examining how much we think we might have. Next slide, please. This is the call for tender process, and it's the same as the one that Winnie showed you. Now, normally, when we're purchasing technical goods, big goods, long lead items, this is quite a long process. It can take over 6 months. The reason is so many engineers have to look at everything that comes in from the bidders to make sure that we are buying exactly the right thing for the contract, because we can't afford any of this equipment to fail in 10 years' time. But when we're procuring local goods and services, it's not going to take 6 months, because we don't have to put a whole room of engineers on it to evaluate the bids, because we're not going for this level of technology. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a few details for you. This is our London address. I'm the National Content Manager. I also happen to be their capacity building lead, and so I'll be involved in the capacity building side quite a lot in Uganda. If you have a company that you feel can offer goods and services to Worley, then please send an email into this address, ecop-supplierinfo@worley.com. Give us the information that is underneath, your company name, your website URL if you have a website. If you don't, doesn't matter, it's not essential. Your contact details, your email, please make sure it's functioning. Description of the equipment and materials that your company supplies, because your details will be kept under a category of those goods and services that you offer. And an e-copy of your company brochure. Again, it's not essential, but it is nice. What we'll do, we'll put your name on the database, and when we are about to issue an EOI in Uganda, we'll give you an email, a heads up, to say, keep your eye on the newspaper. And we always advertise in the New Vision and the Daily Monitor. If you go onto the ECOP website, ecop.com, you will find all the EOIs that have been published by all the Tier 1 contractors. So you can get onto ours and you can see all the EOIs that Worley have issued, and you can see which country they're for. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll hand over to my next team member.
Thanks, David. So we all want to go for wine and cocktail, including the ones that we'll present next. The last presentation for today, so it's for the electrical and instrumentation, Schneff Schneider, Petrika Makarov.
Good evening, everyone. Dear guest, honorable guest, my name is Petrika Makarov. Together with me today is my colleague Pravim Unto. Pravim. So both of us are here to represent the contractor EITS. Basically, that means electrical instrumentation, telecommunication, and cybersecurity systems. Sounds a bit complicated, but it's not that much. What we are doing in this project is basically, in few words, electrification of the project. Yeah. So I will go straight to the point, not to use too much time. I know everybody's tired after this long day. So if we can go to the... All right, thank you. So as I said, this scope, EITS, is going to be delivered by two companies, in fact, that is Schneider Electric France and SNEF France. The two companies joined their power, their resources, and decided to participate, and we've been awarded for this EITS part. Now, part of the obligation of the national content obligation and the contractual obligation, we are to open local companies, which we did. Both of the two entities, Schneider and SNEF, have already offices in here. We are to hire, to onboard people, which is also part of the national content improvement. For the ones that are more interested into the solution products, whatever we are delivering, feel free to dial into our web pages. You will find some very interesting information there about our products and everything. We can go to the next. Right. As I mentioned, EITS is going to achieve this electrification overall. What that means, actually. We are to come at the end of the project, after everything is buried, all the pipe, it's installed, welded, everything is put back nicely, the land is restored, and then we are to deliver this smart units of various type. Yeah? So the overall pipeline is divided in 4 sections. The part that it's impacting Uganda, it's section 1. And then in here, in approximately 25-30 kilometers, there will be some kind of automation and control unit. The type of building are varying from place to place. But in few words, for Uganda part, there will be 2 main pump stations, PS1, PS2, which will be equipped with a lot of complex and diverse equipment inside. The building, I will explain the category, I will on the next one. But in few words, for the electrical companies that in the room, we look to get some partners, we look to get some cooperation with local companies that are specialized in this type of low voltage, medium voltage equipment. I will detail. So besides this 2 pump station, we have also on the land, on the territory of Uganda, this LLHT and this MLBVs, basically the units that are controlling the valves, you know, for the flow and so on, as well for the heat race. So all the intelligence, all the controlling is happening in these critical buildings, LLHT, MLBVs, and there are quite a significant amount on the territory of Uganda. If we can go to the next, please. I have simplified without, maybe there is something left on the side, but I have simplified basically the scope with some photos to explain what are we going to deliver. So on the electrical part, there will be a set of switchgear, medium voltage, low voltage, which will be delivered directly by our factories, by Schneider factories, but as well power transformer, which actually we look for a partner here in Uganda. So if there is any transformer factory representative, please contact me after this. And then, of course, batteries, UPSs, charger, etc., etc. On the part of telecommunication and cybersecurity, the scope that is managed by my colleague Pravim, there will be a significant amount of telecom tower, meteor towers, in an amount of tens of them distributed along the pipeline. These elements will be awarded here in Uganda, so SNEF is looking for a partner that is able to design, procure, fabricate this mast here on Uganda. Then besides that, there will be, of course, the fiber optic elements, the fiber optic itself, the splicing units, all the control boxes for that. And then cybersecurity, very important lately, because we have to secure and make sure that the project is running in a secure environment and there is no potential harm from third parties from outside, and then the operation can go as normal, as planned. An important part of the project of the EITS is delivered by our colleagues from UK, Instrumentation and Control. Basically, they are providing the brain, if you want to call it like this. They are providing the backbone of this whole project. So they are delivering all the control and automation, the control rooms itself, where the operator will sit later. I will not go into the detail of this one, but of course, anyone that is recognizing any of this element and is sitting here in the room, please join me and my colleague at ECOP booth, and we will exchange some business card, and hopefully we can start some detailed discussion. So, in a nutshell, that is EITS, what you have seen earlier. Regarding the schedule, for the year in course, there is not much activity on our side because, you know, as electrician, we are coming quite late in the project, as I said, after the heavy works are done. But we are going to start launching some UIs this year. So for the ones that are interested, please follow the usual environments, the newspaper, the internet web pages of ECOP, our own ones, and pay attention to the UIs. Mainly for 2022 and beginning of 2023, we will have engineering, specialized engineering, which is happening worldwide in various countries. However, starting from 2023, we will start with fabrication of meteor tower, of telecom towers, and some other procurement in the country. It was highlighted, and I will go briefly through this reserved contract. Of course, we have to respect as well the list of reserved contract, and for that, we're going to launch the normal process, absolutely. Now, we've put some numbers behind. For some, it may be much, maybe less, but our part, it's not that big. It doesn't require too many people because everything, the hard work is going to be done by ECOP team. So all the transportation, all the assembly of the module is going to be done by a third party, not by us. So mainly we are going to supervise and guide the installation company. You can see that we are going to look for some local transport. For that, we have a budget. Basically, we are looking for, I don't know, between 10 to 12 cars a year, once the yard activity is starting, of course. Local security, it's on a limited amount because mainly the security is provided by ECOP team. For our people, of course, there will be a need for accommodation, so we will express interest for this kind of accommodation, whether it's hotels or apartments. Catering, very important. It was highlighted before. We've noticed that it's quite difficult to engage with the local farmers and the local producers, so that means we will engage directly with some catering company. There is a slide for this one. That we hope will manage to create an environment which will engage farmers, producer, and so on, so that everybody will benefit on a local level from this one. And we are highly supporting this kind of approach. In fact, it will be a contractual obligation. HR, like usually, we are going to have some own staff. So Schneider is planning to have some permanent staff in the office that we open. And then, of course, for the OPEX period, we plan to hire some service technician that will help ECOP on the years to come. Office supply, as usual, for normal operation. Fuel supply for the cars that we plan to rent. Goods clearing and forwarding. We are going to send from various places in the world goods. Some of them will be received by us directly. Some of them will be received by ECOP. But for the part that we are going to do, there will be a need for a local company, and that is helping us with custom clearance and all that importation process. Waste management. there will be some waste management, not that much in our case, because basically it will be goods, equipment, switch gears in wood boxes or carton boxes. So our impact is minimum. However, we have to consider, and we are going to engage with a local company that is able to secure the service. Food and beverages, somehow covered by catering, but very important because we will have people, local people moving along the pipeline. So we need to make sure that we have a reliable system, good quality, and that it can be provided on time to the people that we're going to move along the pipeline. To highlight, on our side, the time allocated from location to location is very small. We are not going to spend like months. On our side, it will be like 3-4 weeks in one location. Then teams will move from place to place, just to understand the context. We can move to the next. Call for tender process, it's the normal one already presented. However, I will go quickly. There will be the usual expression of interest published in Uganda newspaper, published as well on ecop.com. We are supporting the team of ecop to somehow manage to distribute this UIs also on the districts. We've seen that this is a challenge, and we are fully supporting this approach with resources. Call for tender. On this part, I will detail also a little bit about our own database, but the normal step will be call for tender. So the ones that have, the entities that have qualified, meaning they are meeting all the requirements we mentioned, they will be engaged in this call for tender. And then we do tender evaluation and then contract awards. All of this process, it's a bit of a lengthy one, but we have to follow. It could take between, I don't know, 3 to 5 months, depends on the complexity of the requested service or goods or whatever. So to anticipate a little bit, we can go to the next one. To anticipate a little bit, we have created our own database. This is not superseding the NSD database, of course. This is just a little bit of preparation, let's call it. I have emphasized here the mandatory requirements. So we've noticed while we did this national content engagement in the country that the awareness on the requirement is not there yet. So there is a need for working a little bit with the local communities, with the small business, with the people to make sure that they understand. So, of course, for registration, it's a must. There are all kind of conditions that we will put. It depends on the scope. The focus on our side, it will be, of course, on the engineering capability. There will be also a focus on safety. I should have started with safety, in fact. Engineering and then quality. Now, very important. It's all of these elements are very important for us, and it will weigh in taking the decision on our side. So it's not always the price. We need to make sure that we deliver a good quality product at the end that could be operated for the next 25 years. We can go to the next one, and I will explain what I meant with this internal database. So if there is any electrical company or anyone that is interested in cooperating with us for this EITS scope, please try to scan this code. Of course, this I can share it after that. There you will be guided to our internal database where we are asking you a few questions about your company status, whether it's local, whether it's registered, are you having a TIN, a VAT, whatever. So this is just to pre-qualify and to have a bit of a preparation. Yeah? Again, this is not superseding the NSD database. So at the end, like I said, there's a link I will share. There is a QR code I will share at the end. Now, a specific focus was made by previous speakers, also on our side. It's about this catering. So since it will be difficult for us to engage on a local level with producer farmers, we are looking for a national catering company which will be able to supply such food meals to our people, as well a partner in delivering. It could be one and the same. They could also do the transportation, but if it's not possible, then we will try to engage with 2 separate companies. Now, these 2 companies will have the contractual obligation to engage with these farmers, and then we will request them some evidences, quantitative evidences and paperwork to show clearly that they have bought regionally everything that is needed for us, whether it's up to eggs, drinks, whatever. We need to make sure that they buy it from the region where we are working. And this evidences will be presented to ECOP team to show that we really engage the community and the farmers. Yeah? I think that is the end of my presentation by introducing the contact detail for ourselves. So for Schneider, you will have the ecop.eits@se.com. And then for our partner SNEF, you have contact at uganda.uganda@eqium.eu. Everybody, again, I will emphasize everybody that is in the room and is interested to work with us for whatever scope, we will be next to our customer, next to ECOP in their booth, and then we will exchange business card. We are highly encouraging everyone in the room to read a little bit about the requirement, make sure they register, and then everyone here present will support them with the necessary steps and preparation for doing that registration. I thank you very much for your time, and I wish everyone a nice evening. Thank you.
What did you wish for?
I want to be a pilot.
I want you to fly, fly so high in the sky. And
when shall we make our more realistic dreams?
We don't kill dreams, we build on them.
'Cause you're a star, dreams come true. Dreams come true.
Mama, I thought our dreams would change. I don't want to disappoint my Kasenene.
These little things we do today take us one step closer.
Whether all you have is just a dream, we are ready to walk that journey with you until it's your reality. With us, you're one step closer to achieving your dream. Stanbic Bank, it can be.
Growing is natural. It's something woven into our genes. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity Limited is regulated by the Bank of Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And a big thank you to everyone. I've got to say, today has been a bit interesting. I tried to speak French with a Shinyankole accent and then had a Frenchman speaking Luganda with a French accent. That's not something you hear every day. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's been a long day, a fruitful day. My take-home, I usually have a take-home for anything like this. My take-home today is this. There is opportunity. When people come and stand on the stage and say, if you have engineers, send them to us. If you know how to do this, come look for me. When Winnie says, if you, oh, by the way, you were right about Winnie. I think I have a new crush. I'll be coming to the ECOP booth, not to look for a job though. It's time for us to go and have a drink. Before we do, one last thing that I'd like us to do is I'm going to ask Jean-Yves Poule, who is a Tilenga project director, to please come to the platform and help me hand out some tokens of appreciation to our last batch of contractors. And this is CPP, of course, Bolore as well, New Plan, Wally, and Schnef, Schneider, ICS, and New Plan. I'll ask each of you to please come and receive something from Jean-Yves, and then we'll go and enjoy a wonderful drink together. That's going to be upstairs, so you can go have a drink with us. A reminder, if you have any questions, please go to slido.com
ask any questions that you might have. They will be passed on to the correct people, and you will get responses to those. So any questions you might have, as you can see, we've got an entire platform with a whole bunch of discussions going on. You can go and engage on there, and responses will come your way. So can I please have someone from CPP and Wally and Bolore and New Plan and Schnef Schneider and ICS and New Plan, please come together in the interest of time so we can take a group photo. You receive something from Jean Ives, our director for the Tilenga project. And yeah, I forgot ECOP. No, I didn't. ECOP is the most important one. They are the ones who are the biggest ones. So please do come. And let's take a group photo, after which we'll then go and enjoy a wonderful drink together. As they come to receive this, just want to remind you that tomorrow is yet another fun-packed day. And tomorrow is where we talk about the money, where the money is going to come from and how you can have access to that. So we focus a lot on experiences from some of the Ugandan companies, and I'm sure that most of us want to know how this experience has been for our Ugandan companies, so we'll get a bit of that. The big issue on environment and social governance, we'll tackle that tomorrow too, but the big one is definitely going to be about money, contract financing, and things like that. So we've got our bankers to come and lead some sessions on that. We'll have a wonderful, wonderful panel discussion led by my very good friend Jimmy, who is with us. Jimmy Mugera will be leading that session tomorrow. So it's one to look out for. It definitely should be fun. I can promise that I hope I'm not getting in the way of the paparazzi. Or I am. Why didn't you warn me? My apologies. Can we get rid of the podium? You want them to move to this side? Oh, so apparently if you guys just move to the side a bit, it will help. Right, can we have Jean Ives, please? Sorry for doing this in a very unorthodox manner. We don't want to keep people from their wine. Thank you very much to New Plan. A big hand clap for them, please. A big thank you to ICS. Of course, a big thank you to the entire ECOP team. A big thank you to Bolore. I want to say a big thank you to CPP, as well as to Schneider, Schnef, and Wally Parsons for doing an incredible job. And thank you for the presentations today. They were top-notch and spot-on. So thank you to all of you. Let's give them one last big hand clap. And a big hand clap to Jean Ives as well. So we'll do the photo now. Please remember to smile. Among the things you should fear is a camera, because it captures frowns and things like that forever. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the authority entrusted to me by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, I would like to declare that the hard part of the day has ended. All work must come to an end, and for today, our work and business is done. Now we go and relax. Upstairs, as soon as you go up, we've got a wonderful cocktail. Don't be in a rush to go anywhere. Tell the people at home, you're going to be late. You have been summoned by the boss, right? We shall cover for you, don't worry. Let's go and unwind a little bit. I look forward to seeing you upstairs. Otherwise, our session is officially closed for today. We'll continue tomorrow. We start on time at 9 sharp tomorrow. We'll be here a bit earlier. But our very first session, led by the ED and Stanbic Bank, will kick off at exactly 9 a.m. So you want to be here maybe 20, 25 minutes before that. Otherwise, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement, and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Bakampikirira omukanda family yange babali ebintu byenyine byona bampo sente ezindi ekindi banyumbakira henju irudenje lyo mazina ganje ndajangula n'enju ne yange sinenzo zomulembe munongo anozireba babo byarira pasparum compound
tigabisika bineto ngengele gemate shonke ubatuletire kono batweri nyumba gikoto gagili gabisika bitano kizibu kyakulala na kyaku bintu bende kile kyai mu nyumba yetu batu amezi batu ugudo wakule batro magulu getu gazigina kwa yansi tuna toi na kinaviro byo kuditwale kwa inavyo.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.